Kal, you're our last hope. You'll live in that world, and you'll guide its people forward. You'll become a god there, and you'll build something beautiful. Krypton. Once upon a time, the Kryptonians ruled the universe. They conquered whatever they wanted, wherever they wanted. Now they were at the end of the line, an entire species running out of time. For tens of thousands of years, the Elder Council had banned anyone from leaving the planet without permission. The rule worked a little too well. By the time Krypton stood on the edge of destruction, not a single Kryptonian was willing to run. Somewhere along the way, they'd all forgotten how bright the stars were, and how beautiful the view could be beyond their dying red sun. But there's always an exception. His name was Kal, the first baby born through natural birth on Krypton in tens of thousands of years. And his parents, Jor-El and Lara Van, were exceptions too. They refused to let their newborn son die on a planet with an expiration date. He'd been born without the genetic limits the Council stamped into every other child. He had no ceiling, no fixed purpose. He could become anything. So they got to work. Jor-El built an escape pod that could slip past Krypton's detection grid. He waited for General Zod to launch his rebellion. Doomsday had a way of pushing people into desperate moves and used the chaos as cover. And then he did the unthinkable. He stole the Codex, the record holding the finest genes of the entire Kryptonian race, and bound it into his son's body. The future of a whole civilization, resting on one baby who understood none of it. It's time, Jor. Lara checked the clock and listened to the alarms wailing outside. Zod's rebellion was already in full swing. It was only a matter of time before the Elder Council's soldiers came for them. I know. Jor-El nodded, worked the console, and brought the pod online. The countdown hit 0. On the roof of their home, a small escape pod lifted away from a doomed world and turned toward a blue planet called Earth. You'll build a better world, my son. Then Jor-El turned around and shrugged his shoulders inside the armor he'd already put on. Zod's whole rebellion had been aimed at the Codex and Zod was already at the door. Jor-El, what did you do? Where is the Codex? Tell me. Outside the house, Zod had seen it, an escape pod slipping away from Krypton in the middle of the chaos. The bad feeling in his chest sent him crashing through the door, and the moment he saw Jor-El standing there in full armor, he understood everything. The Codex was never yours, Zod. They fought. Jor-El was a scientist, not a soldier, and it ended the way you'd expect. Zod drove a dagger into his stomach and left him there. But Zod had burned too much time on that fight. The Elder Council's forces caught him before he could chase the pod, and the court handed down its sentence: exile to the Phantom Zone. Meanwhile, the pod carrying Jor-El's hopes flew toward Earth exactly as planned. If everything had gone right, it would have crash-landed on a farm in Kansas. A kind couple named Kent would have found the baby inside and raised him. He'd have grown up, stumbled through a few hard lessons, and eventually become the son of tomorrow, the man who protects Earth and everyone on it. Superman. That was supposed to be the start of the legend. But something went wrong. The route Jor-El had checked 100 times over produced something he could never have predicted, a black hole, medium-sized, opening right on the pod's flight path. It swallowed the pod whole and vanished a heartbeat later. An accident inside an accident. And it dropped the pod into a completely different universe, a different Earth. In this universe there was no Krypton, no Apocalypse, no Green Lantern Corps, no Darkseid. What this universe had instead was Asgard, the Celestials, the 5 cosmic gods, and an Earth with plenty of stories of its own. A farm in Kansas, but the family name on the mailbox wasn't Kent. The old farmer who owned it had a good head on his shoulders and wanted a little income on top of the crops, mostly to help out his kids living in New York. So he and his wife had come up with an idea: dress the farm up as a tourist spot. Every so often they'd host visitors from the big cities and let people who'd grown up in a jungle of steel and concrete find out what life looked like with the dirt still on it. They didn't get many guests. Running a farm that size was already a full-time job, so they took couples one at a time. This time it was a young couple from New York. The husband's name was Benjamin Parker. His wife's name was May. Ben was an ordinary office worker, May did community work. Traveling anywhere was a stretch on their salaries. But they'd been married for years, and one day it hit them that they'd never taken a honeymoon. So they decided to splurge for once. No kids to think about, why not? That was the other thing about them. They had no children, and it wasn't for lack of trying or a problem with their health. Both of them were perfectly fine. But the medical checkup they'd done after the wedding had come back with an answer neither of them wanted. Their genes weren't compatible. Nothing was wrong with either of them individually. Together, though, there were abnormalities in the chromosomes they'd passed down. They wanted a child. What they didn't want was a child born different because of them. And neither of them was willing to walk away from the other, so they made their peace with it. No kids in this life. Just the two of them, leaning on each other. That night, they wandered out to the edge of the farm together. Out there, far from the city and the smog, the sky was something else entirely. Right up until a ball of fire came screaming down out of it. Ben, was that a shooting star? Is that a shooting star falling? Ben frowned. He was just a regular guy with a regular job, but he wasn't slow. He knew that if a fireball that big was really a meteorite coming in from space, the shockwave alone could flatten everything around it. He didn't think twice. He pushed May down and covered her with his own body. The odds might have been small, he didn't care. He wasn't letting anything touch her. Boom. The fireball came down on the empty scrubland just past the fence line. The noise was deafening, but the farm was big enough that nobody heard it except the two of them and the old couple back at the house, who'd been in the middle of making dinner. Once they were sure it was safe, curiosity got the better of them and they ran toward the impact site. The first thing they saw was a craft and it looked like nothing built on Earth. Nobody touched it. Not Ben, not May, and not the old couple once they came puffing up behind them. There was no telling what it might do. Then they heard a baby crying inside. That was what finally pushed Ben forward. He reached out and laid his hand on the hull, as gently as he could manage. That was all it took. The hatch slid open on its own, and there right in front of all of them lay a tiny, perfect baby. He's beautiful. The old couple were still shaken. They had children of their own, grown and gone. The whole tourist business had been for their sake. So the sight of a baby, however strange the circumstances, didn't hit them all that hard. May was a different story. She and Ben had given up on children for the sake of a child who'd never be born. But she had always wanted one. Standing there, looking down at the boy who'd just dropped out of the sky, she couldn't see anything but a gift. Ben. I know, May. Ben reached in and lifted the baby out of the pod. Then he looked at his wife and smiled. I was thinking the same thing. Remember that name we picked out years ago? Clark. How does Clark Parker sound? Adopting Clark turned out to be surprisingly easy. The old couple could see how badly Ben and May wanted a child, and since it cost them nothing but a signature or two, they were happy to help with the paperwork. Ben even paid them a little extra to keep the ship hidden on the property for the time being. Once he was back in New York, he'd figure out a way to move it there quietly, piece by piece if he had to. The adoption itself was even simpler than that. As far as the state was concerned, if someone was willing to raise a child, what reason was there to say no? No orphanage was involved, which cut out most of the red tape. They didn't even have to wait until they got home. Everything was finalized in Kansas, and all that was left was to file the paperwork again once they reached New York. So with everything settled, the Parkers hit the road back to the city with a brand new son in the back seat. Ben glanced in the rearview mirror at the two of them laughing together back there, and thought that life had never looked this good. He had the talent to be a lot more than an average employee at an average company. He'd given it up on purpose, the promotions, the bright future, all of it because what he actually wanted was a life with May in it. So he built one, and he loved it. And now the family was finally complete. As far as Ben was concerned, he had everything. The only job left was to live every single day properly. May. What is it, Ben? May stopped mid-game and looked up, which did nothing for the increasingly wounded expression on Clark's face. His favorite ball was still in her hand. I'm always going to love you. It was a simple sentence, but Ben put everything he had into it, everything he felt about her, about the three of them. May already knew all of it. Her eyes still went hot anyway, saying something like that out of nowhere. Now I'm crying. Wah, wah. They caught each other's eyes in the mirror, and that was the exact moment.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Clark decided he'd been ignored long enough and burst into tears. Just like that, the tender mood evaporated and the car filled up with laughter again. Don't cry, Clark. Dad loves you too. I'll love you for 1,000 years. They drove back to New York with laughter the whole way. Once they'd told the rest of the family about Clark, the Parkers, who had clearly already made up their minds, tore their old life up and rebuilt it around him. They wanted Clark growing up somewhere good, so they sold the apartment in the city and moved out to Forest Hills, in Queens, sinking every last dollar of their savings into a small detached house. It was close to Midtown High, close enough that Clark could walk there himself once he was old enough, without either of them chewing their nails over it. The neighborhood was green and quiet. Yes, it made Ben's commute a nightmare, and yes, it cost May the community job she'd had for years, but if it was better for Clark, neither of them regretted a thing. They also bought baby supplies by the truckload. First-time parents with nothing but good intentions and a credit card, determined to give him the best of everything. Through all of it, Ben was on the phone with his brother Richard almost constantly. Richard didn't have kids either, which didn't stop Ben from calling him about every single question that crossed his mind, as if a man who worked at Oscorp somehow had the answers to diaper rash and sleep schedules. Richard and his wife Mary got curious in return. They were genuinely happy for Ben and May, and they wanted to meet their new nephew. So one evening, about a week after Ben and May got back to New York, Richard brought Mary out to see the new house. Ugh, Ben, you need to lose some weight. The hug was warm and enthusiastic, and Richard could feel exactly how enthusiastic in his ribs. His brother had nearly squeezed the life out of him. Huh? You're right. I've got to stay healthy. I want as much time with May and Clark as I can get. Richard and Mary glanced at each other and smiled at the same time. Ben was happy. That was enough for them. Then Ben led them into the living room, which had been converted into what could only be described as a nursery that had lost all sense of proportion. Good grief, Ben. One room for the kid is normal. You've done the entire living room. How do you two even walk around in here? The floor was buried in toys. Even with their shoes off, Richard and Mary could barely find a patch of carpet to stand on. Well, the nursery doesn't get good airflow, and that's not great for him. Besides, Clark plays out here, and there's more space. Makes it easier for May to keep an eye on him during the day. It was a throwaway explanation, but it said everything about how much those two loved that boy. Even Mary felt it, and caught herself wondering whether she and Richard would be like this someday. Probably not for a few years yet. They were both buried in work. Richard, what are you looking at? Ben and May were already ushering everyone toward the table for dinner, but Mary had noticed her husband drifting. She followed his eyes and found them locked on Clark, sitting in the middle of the toys. That's. Mary worked in the same field Richard did. It took her about 2 seconds to see what he'd seen. By any normal measure, Clark looked like a baby barely a month old. A child that age should have been lying in a crib. Instead, he was sitting upright on the floor with a solid rubber ball in both hands, and he'd already worked out the game. He was bouncing it off the floorboards and catching it on the way back up. Coordination, strength, comprehension. On every axis, he was miles past where he should have been. Ben was probably too happy to notice. Richard, standing half a step outside the family bubble and trained in biology, spotted it instantly. Richard, that's. Don't. Richard made a small hush gesture, took Mary by the arm, and steered her to her seat. Then the four of them sat down to the dinner May had spent all day cooking. But even with everyone laughing around the table, Richard kept looking over at Clark playing with his toys, then pausing to drink from his bottle whenever he got hungry. After dinner, Richard and Mary said their goodbyes. They both had work in the morning. They got back in the car. Are you seriously not going to say anything? Richard, that child is obviously not normal. They worked for Oscorp, a company known for two things, weapons and biotech, which meant they knew more than most people should. Ever since Captain America in the war, nobody in the world had stopped chasing the super soldier. Mary's fear was simple. What if Clark was the leftover of some experiment that went wrong? What if he lost control one day, or got sick from side effects nobody had accounted for? Ben and May would be blindsided, and it would destroy them. Richard shut his eyes and kept them shut for a long moment before opening them again. Mary, stay in touch with May from now on. Call her often. We need to keep an eye on how Clark develops. Ben loves that boy, which makes him my nephew. Saying something now would only make a mess of things. But I'm not going to sit here and do nothing either. A good family life always makes people forget the passage of time. Clark learned to walk, talk, run, and jump. He also learned to sing happy birthday to you in his tender voice on Ben and May's birthdays. During this period, Richard never stopped observing Clark, and even secretly collected Clark's hair for experiments. The experimental results also made him feel relieved. The good news is that Clark is not the product of a failed experiment. His genes are perfect. The bad news is that after comparison, Richard discovered that although Clark's genes are very similar to those of humans, there are also differences. He is not human. This also casts a big question mark on the mystery of Clark's identity. For this reason, Richard also paid attention to the actions of his younger brother Benjamin. After discovering that Benjamin had rented a container for a long time at the port of New York, he realized that Benjamin should know something. In fact, even if Richard didn't say it, as Clark grew up, Benjamin and May had already discovered something was wrong. They were first-time parents, but it's not that they didn't try. Clark performed very well as an older brother, even too well. He was physically strong, and at the age of 6 he was already able to play basketball on the outdoor court. He even became a rising basketball star in this villa area. Once, when he was playing alone on the basketball court, he was discovered by Benjamin, who was passing by. Clark, who was only 6 years old, could actually dunk. A child who was just over 1 meter tall jumped onto a 3-meter-high basketball hoop and dunked a basketball that was bigger than his head into the hoop. If Clark's previous performance could barely be described as gifted, then this performance was completely monstrous. And this extraordinary performance is not only reflected in physical fitness. Ben and May both like to watch news from around the world. Although in most cases, it is American reporters who fly around the world to broadcast, local languages will appear from time to time. With just such a tiny bit of contact, Clark learned Russian and Chinese without Ben and May noticing, and even began to master Korean and Japanese. But he is only 6 years old. Important things need to be repeated over and over again. When a person becomes too talented, he is no longer a genius but a freak. Ben and May, who knew Clark's background, felt this most deeply. They have long known that Clark is most likely an alien, and have always been worried that Clark will be discriminated against for being different. But now it is no longer as simple as being different. So, after gradually realizing the seriousness of the matter, Ben chose to push open Clark's door one night. Dad, what's going on? Ben and Aunt May are both ordinary people, living ordinary lives, but in fact, this ordinariness is different from that of others. Others are just capable of this, but Ben and Aunt May are willing to choose to be ordinary. They love this simple and happy life and are not willing to pursue too many things. In fact, both the couple are extremely intelligent people. Under their guidance, Clark's growth path is different from that of the other world. He realized his talent early and began to use his talent to learn early. Just like now, Ben saw the Romance of the Three Kingdoms written entirely in Chinese on Clark's desk. Clark, I need to tell you something. Looking at his father's serious expression, Clark remembered how he was beaten when he was naughty as a child. Although it didn't hurt at all, he didn't want to go through it again. I haven't done anything wrong recently, right, Dad? What happened? Seeing Clark's frightened expression, Ben wanted to laugh. It seemed that he played the role of a strict father quite well. But when he thought of the rumors he had heard recently, he couldn't be happy. Clark, you are a smart kid. You learn everything very quickly, but you are just too good. Clark was confused. It sounded like his father was praising him, but why did the atmosphere seem so wrong? I hope you can grow up according to your own ideas, but it is obvious that you have surpassed this society by too much. You have surpassed too many of your peers, and even most adults. You are excellent, but too excellent. Clark also felt this. He thought he was just smart at first, but when he compared himself with the people around him, people of the same age or even much older than him, he found that he and these people were like two different species and the gap was too big. It was rare for him to play basketball at the age of 6, but in fact, since that time, few people were willing to play basketball with him. If you win, you won't be happy at all, and if you lose, you will lose face. No one wants to do such a thing. So, Clark, I hope you can restrain your outward behavior and turn yourself into an ordinary person of your age. Don't show off your talents. Just study secretly. Only in this way can you live a peaceful life. When talking about this, Ben actually felt very guilty. If he were Howard Stark, would he still need Clark to hide his talent in order to integrate into this society? The answer is no. If it was Howard who picked up Clark, he would only announce to the world that his son is a genius and destined to become a great man in the future. Instead of asking his child to adapt to the world, he would use his own power to make the world adapt to his child. At this moment, Ben also made up his mind. Since Clark's talent destined him to be extraordinary, then he had no reason to continue to be willing to be ordinary. He loves his home and his family. For the sake of his home and his family, he can give up the wealth that is within his reach and the life of making a fortune. But also for the sake of his family, he is willing to fight for everything he may have in this world. I understand, Dad. I will be careful next time. After Ben said this, Clark realized that he couldn't go on like this. Now the number of people willing to approach him has begun to decrease, and Clark doesn't want to be alone in the future without any friends around him. Looking at Clark, who was so sensible, Ben felt even more guilty, and at the same time his determination became stronger. Such a long period of ordinary life has indeed made him forget a lot of knowledge he had accumulated in the past, but he still has enough time. Clark is only 6 years old and he is less than 30 years old. He has enough time to work hard and create a better future for Clark. Just like when he moved to Queens, he was willing to give everything for Clark. After leaving Clark's room, Ben came to the living room, where May had been waiting for a long time. From the troubled expression on her face, it was not difficult to tell that she, like May, was worried about Clark's future. When she saw Ben coming down, she immediately walked forward, thought for a moment and said, "Ben, I think I can try to compete for a community representative. What do you think?" There was a hint of surprise in Ben's eyes. It turned out that his wife had the same idea as him. "May, we have the same idea. I still have my old biology books. I think I can try to start a business." The two looked at each other and knew that the other person was thinking the same thing as they were thinking. How could their child be so wronged as to hide his talent? Just as the two were hugging each other because of their telepathic connection, Ben's phone suddenly rang. The person who contacted him was the owner of the container he leased at the New York port. The lease contract had expired and he naturally wanted to renew it, but he had not signed the contract yet. The call at this time gave him a bad feeling. Parker shows up. "I'm sorry to tell you that the contract with you may not be able to proceed smoothly. The reason is very simple. Someone has offered a higher price than you and is willing to rent my container. We have reached a consensus." Sure enough, an accident happened. The container Benjamin used to store the aircraft was to be rented to someone else. This was arguably the worst possible situation. If other people, such as the government, knew that Clark was likely an alien, they would have countless ways to deprive them of their custody of Clark and take Clark and the aircraft away for research. "Please wait, I'll be there soon. Before I come, please don't open the container, it contains my privacy." Ben turned on the speakerphone when he answered the phone. May also heard what was said on the other end and her eyes were extremely anxious. "May, try to contact other private warehouses and delivery trucks here. It doesn't matter if it's a little expensive, but that thing must not be seen by outsiders. I'll be there now." "I know. Go ahead and go." Ben immediately drove to the port. He was very conflicted along the way because he knew very well that Clark was just showing his superhuman talent, so it was no big deal. These things could be disguised, but if the aircraft in the container, which was completely beyond human technology, was discovered, then it was very likely that his current good life would say goodbye to him. On the way, Ben also called his brother Richard, wanting to ask Richard if he had any good ideas. He knew his situation. In terms of ability, he was definitely excellent, but he had been ordinary for so long, and ability alone could not allow him to handle all the things. But at this time, Richard's phone could not be reached. He looked at the time and it was just past dinner time. Although Richard was a researcher at the Austin Group, he could not miss his home for dinner twice. "I hope nothing has happened." Ben's hands tightened slightly while holding the steering wheel. Although he didn't think he was exposed in any way, what if the aircraft really attracted the attention of some forces and Richard was affected? Ben had to think about these serious aspects. With such bad thoughts in mind, Ben finally arrived at the port. After parking the car on the side of the road, he ran all the way to the location of the container. The person who rented the container could no longer be reached on the phone, and Richard couldn't be contacted either. So Ben called May and asked about the warehouse and the truck. And it was at this moment that Ben rushed to the vicinity of the container. Looking at the person in front of him, his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. Ben, what happened? Ben, I've found a suitable warehouse, but none of the truck drivers are willing to work overtime, even if I offer double the wages. Listening to his wife's voice on the phone, Ben slowly raised his hand and placed his fingers next to his ears. May, it's okay, prepare dinner, we'll have guests coming tonight, we'll be back soon. Having said that, Ben hung up the phone and looked at the person in front who had been waiting for him for a long time. My dear brother, you really frightened me. Ben showed a bitter smile on his face. The person who rented the container at a higher price was none other than Richard, who had been unable to be contacted. Ben, you have learned to hide such important things from me. Richard walked up and gave Ben a passionate hug, but the two brothers were obviously a little upset, and they used all their strength in the hug, so much so that their faces turned red after the hug. What did you tell me when I asked you? Clark was just an abandoned baby you found on the roadside when you were traveling on the farm? Then what is this? Richard pointed to the container nearby. He gave Ben enough respect and investigated to this point, but still did not open the container without permission. If Clark's behavior wasn't so different from normal people, and if I didn't love you and Clark, so I investigated it in my own way, how long would you have kept it secret from me? Ben smiled bitterly. He was indeed not kind enough. He was only concerned with protecting Clark but forgot about Richard. His brother was definitely someone he could trust. I'm sorry, Richard. I'll explain this to you. As he spoke, Ben took out the key to the container, opened the door, and revealed the aircraft inside in front of Richard's shocked eyes. Clark is indeed an abandoned baby, but he was not abandoned on the roadside. Instead, he was an alien who fell from the sky and landed in front of us, right in front of May and me. At home in Queens, Richard sat on the sofa, rubbing his brow with his fingers. So, Clark's behavior is even more exaggerated than what I know so far? Sister-in-law, you restrained Clark's behavior a little when you were chatting with Mary, right? May also smiled embarrassedly. After all, Ben did not tell Richard everything at the first time, so she naturally hid some details in her conversation with Mary. But there is one thing I agree with very much. Richard, who was originally in distress, suddenly changed the subject. That's the change you two have made. My brother and sister-in-law have never been ordinary people. While letting Clark curb his talents, it is absolutely right for you to become his solid backing. Working at the Austin Group and having met many powerful people, Richard has a deep understanding of this world. If a genius is born in a royal family, he will become a saint, but if he is born in a slum, a saint will become a madman. Since you are willing to change, why not add me as one? The next day, Richard and Mary submitted their resignation letters to the Austin Group. For this reason, the two founders of the emerging Osborne Group, Norman Osborne and Otto Octavius, both came forward to try to retain Richard. After all, Richard's knowledge was not inferior to theirs, and he could be said to be an excellent talent. For such a person, the Osborne brothers decided that they would keep Richard in the Osborne Group even if they had to give up part of their shares. But alas, Richard left not because he got a better job, but to support his family. He wanted to start a new biotechnology company with Ben. With this motivation, no matter how much benefits Otto and Osborne offered, Richard chose to refuse, resolutely left the Osborne Group and joined the newly established Parker Biotech. Starting a company requires capital, but it just so happens that Richard and Mary have saved a lot of money as senior researchers over the years, and this money can just be used as start-up capital to operate the entire company. This wise man, who had forgotten most of his knowledge and was able to say in the future that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, when he decided not to waste his talent when he was young, learned at an unimaginable speed. Almost as soon as Richard had dealt with the affairs of establishing the company, Ben had returned to his former self, from an ordinary office clerk to a qualified biotechnology researcher. Although it would take some time to adapt to the research work, with the help of Richard and Mary, these were not a problem. Parker Company was officially established. Richard used the connections he had built up over the years to recruit some employees and immediately began to research and develop new healthcare products. His job at the Austin Group is to study animal genes. It seems that the Austin Group intends to use animal genes to create super soldiers in order to cater to the government's super soldier program that has not been abandoned since World War II. But in fact, Richard doesn't like to study these weapons that hurt people. After investigation, he found that it is now 1998. With the rapid development of science and technology, people's living standards are constantly improving, but the most necessary thing to enjoy life is health. Richard believed that in order to ensure their own health, Americans with a little capital would be willing to spend money, and as long as the drugs they researched were of high quality, they would be successful. This is indeed the case. Relying on the savings of Richard and Mary, the company, after 6 months of intensive research, finally launched a drug that can prevent a large number of basic diseases. After passing the wide inspection and being put on the market, it has a simple sound effect and excellent quality. Parker Biotech has completely taken off. Richard escaped the threat of bankruptcy and made Ben's family multi-millionaires. At the same time, May's work in the community has also made new progress. With the fame of Parker Industries, May, as a family member, has naturally received more support from people, and now she can be elected as a community counselor soon. As his life changed, Clark's situation also changed. His monstrous talent was obscured by his wealthy family. People thought, isn't it normal for Clark to perform outstandingly when growing up in such a family? As long as Clark doesn't act too exaggerated and beyond common sense, with the power and wealth that the Parker family has now, there is no need for any words, and the people around him will help Clark come up with an explanation that they think is reasonable. No one is willing to admit that he is inferior to others. If this is the case, they will blame their weakness on the unfairness of God. Look, Clark has such a good family, so isn't it natural that he is better than me? It's just that simple. And time just passed, 2 years. After the company got on the right track, Richard and Ben gradually withdrew from the front line of scientific research, but only provided the company with correct guidance in the general direction of scientific research. But even so, they are still very busy every day. As a result, Clark was gradually ignored. Because of his personal talent and family background, even though he is a Kryptonian with extraordinary empathy, he is still influenced by the compliments from people around him. Clark, who is still an elementary school student, looks like a school bully in school. If it were just that, it would be fine. Clark would not bully others. He began to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, but to gain the admiration of others he relied on his own abilities and charm, not by bullying the weak. But the main problem is that Clark is not an ordinary earthling after all, and the talents he possesses are not just physical fitness and brain. As I grow older, even if I don't know my own identity, under the sun, some abilities that should appear will eventually begin to emerge slowly. And today is the day when the ability awakens and problems arise. At Parker Biotech, Ben ran to the chairman's office in a panic and saw Richard sitting there. Richard, Clark is in trouble. Let's go. Without asking what happened, Richard pulled his bag and walked out of the school gate with Ben, got in his luxury car and rushed to Midtown High School. But when they arrived, they saw Clark's teacher and all his classmates gathered at the door of the toilet. Mr. Parker, you're finally here. The teacher was naturally talking about Ben Parker, not Richard Parker. After all, Ben was Clark's father. May I ask what happened? The teacher hesitated for a moment and pushed out a thin child. Judging from his physique, he should be a few grades older than Clark, but there were shocking burns on this child's arms. I don't know what happened. Everyone said Clark was with Matthew, but after a scream, I only saw burns on Matthew's hands, and Clark locked himself in the toilet. No matter how I asked, he didn't say a word. Ben glanced at Richard, and Richard instantly understood what he meant. He took out his phone and started calling an ambulance. Although he didn't know what happened, since Matthew's injury was caused by Clark, they had to be responsible. At the very least, the medical expenses would be fully covered. At this time, Ben slowly came to the toilet door and wanted to turn the handle to open it. At this time, Clark in the bathroom covered his eyes tightly with his hands, but even so, he could not cover up the increasingly bright red light in his eyes. Clark, are you okay? Outside the door, Richard took Matthew to the outside of the teaching building to wait for the ambulance, while Ben immediately walked forward, grabbed the handle and tried to open the toilet door. The sound of the handle twisting frightened Clark, who was in fear. He immediately reached out and grabbed the handle tightly, preventing Ben from opening the toilet door. It was obvious that Clark did not lock the toilet door at all. The reason why the teachers could not open the door was because Clark held the handle tightly with his own strength. With the teachers and these elementary school students, it was impossible for them to open the door without Clark's consent. But Ben's voice did not calm Clark down, but made him more sensitive. Because he suddenly realized that he was not a human being at all, he was completely a monster. He didn't want his beloved father to see himself as a monster, and he didn't want to lose this beautiful family. But Clark was more unable to control his ability due to his excitement. His eyes shot out red rays, which shone on the metal door handle. In just a moment, the door handle was heated to over 100 degrees by the heat rays. This. Ben felt a piercing pain in his hand holding the door handle, and instinctively wanted to let go, but in the end, he relied on his willpower to hold on. He knew that Clark must have undergone some abnormal changes again, which made Clark feel scared, so he didn't want to see him. And he couldn't let Clark's abilities be exposed to so many people. So instead of letting go of the handle, he forced himself to hold it tighter, using his broad palm to block the handle that had been burned red. Everyone, Clark may be a little excited. Can you give us father and son some private space? I understand. The elementary school teacher nodded, called the students around her and left. Although she was also very curious about what happened to Clark, as a teacher, she had to respect the privacy of students and parents, not to mention that the person in front of her was a senior executive of Parker Biotechnology, someone he could not afford to offend. Even after everyone around him had dispersed, Ben still didn't loosen his grip on the handle, allowing his skin to burn and the smell of burned flesh to spread. Clark, I don't know what happened to you, but I love you. Ben pressed his head against the door and expressed his emotions in the most sincere words. I hope you can remember this, no matter what you look like, no matter what changes happen to your body, you will always be my son, my family, and the person I love most. In the bathroom, listening to Ben's words, Clark was moved and gradually relaxed. The uncontrollable heat in his eyes began to slowly fade away, and even the strength of his hands that were tightly gripping the handles was gradually decreasing. However, Ben couldn't notice that Clark had stopped resisting, because after one blow to your burned palm, you couldn't feel anything other than the pain. But Ben didn't even utter a groan of pain. You will always be our child, we will always love you. It was not until Clark slowly opened the bathroom door that Ben took his right hand off the handle the moment he saw Clark. Even though his skin was torn off completely, he did not show any expression of pain. Instead, he ignored the red light in Clark's eyes that had not completely disappeared and hugged his child. It's okay, Clark, it's okay. At the school gate, Richard brought Matthew here to wait for the ambulance. He is a biologist, so naturally he has some understanding of wounds. He cannot be called a doctor, but he is sure that the injuries on the boy's arm are definitely not something that can be caused in school. Even if someone rushed into the stove in the school cafeteria kitchen, a normal person wouldn't be injured like this. This is because people can hide and move away quickly after being burned by flames. It is impossible for someone to be like Matthew, whose entire arm was burned and cooked by the high temperature. Unless someone used forceful means to press Matthew's arm under the flaming mountain to burn it, such a wound would never have appeared. But Richard also knew that in the past 2 years, Clark had indeed become gradually arrogant and complacent because of his talent, but he was definitely not a person who enjoyed bullying the weak. Richard was very clear about this. And since all possibilities have been ruled out, the only possibility, no matter how outrageous it is the correct answer. That is, Clark probably awakened some abilities again. In addition to his physical fitness and developed brain, Clark must have other special features. Thinking of this, Richard used the simplest way to get the answer. That is to ask directly. He is not a suspicious person. He is Clark's uncle. If you have any questions, just ask him directly. Student Matthew, may I ask what happened to cause you to be injured like this? Matthew remained silent because the matter was too outrageous. He also thought that he should not expose the truth of the matter, so he hesitated whether to give the answer. Because Clark was his friend, his only friend, and it was Clark, who was younger than him but stronger than him, who saved him from the bullying situation of the North. Matthew, I am Clark's relative. I care about him very much and want to know what happened to him so that I can better help him. If you really know something, I hope you won't hide it. We are all for Clark's good. Even though Ben became a multi-millionaire, he still played the role of an ordinary father in Clark's eyes. However, Richard, as the uncle, did more things in secret. He investigated every friend around Clark, and therefore had some impression of Matthew. His father's name is Jack Murdoch, an underground boxer. What he did was not glorious and even illegal, but he was a qualified father. Forced by life, he had no other choice, but he used all his efforts to ensure that Matthew could get the best education and thus change his life. Therefore, Richard also recognized Matthew as Clark's friend, a child who came from a muddy but kind-hearted child. So he knew that as long as he said so, Matthew would definitely agree to his request. Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, Matthew nodded and said, Clark and I were talking in the hallway about yesterday's football game in New York City. But today, Clark seemed to be still asleep and kept rubbing his eyes. He looked very uncomfortable, but we didn't pay much attention to it. But once, when Clark rubbed his eyes and opened them again, 2 red beams of light were released from Clark's eyes, so my arm. It was that simple. These strange changes were enough to scare Clark, who was only 8 years old. Not to mention that his sudden changes also hurt his friends. Richard also understood why Clark locked himself in the bathroom and didn't see anyone. Because this is no longer just an amazing talent, it is impossible for humans to release rays from their eyes that are strong enough to instantly burn a tough arm. Matthew was taken to the ambulance, and Richard also went to the hospital with the ambulance. He took care of everything in the hospital for Matthew and paid all the medical expenses that might be needed in one lump sum. Richard didn't leave the hospital until Matthew's father Jack arrived. No conflict occurred during the period. Even though Jack knew that his son Matthew's injury was caused by the kid named Parker, he should not show any anger, because the person in front of him was the Parker family of Parker Biotech, not someone an underground black boxer like him could mess with. Although it sounds unambitious to say this, Jack is exhausted just by staying alive and doing his best to ensure that Matthew receives an equal education. How could he have the energy to argue with the Parker family about who is right and who is wrong? What's more, Richard has already paid the medical expenses in full at one time. He has done his best and he has no reason to be angry. Even though he feels very distressed about his son's injuries, he has no right to express his anger. Isn't this a kind of sadness? Richard naturally saw this clearly, but he did not give any further explanation. The moment Parker's company became a huge success, their family had already invisibly opened up a gap between themselves and ordinary people, and this gap could not be erased by their family simply remaining kind. No matter how friendly they are or how well they treat others, the capital they represent will make ordinary people subconsciously look at them as superior. Given such a gap, the best way to deal with Jack is to say nothing, just say hello and leave. Extra kindness will only make others misunderstand you as a hypocritical person. When Richard arrived at the school, Clark had already been picked up by Benjamin, but the shocking burns on his right hand made Richard's eyes tremble. It seems that the power possessed by my nephew is far beyond my imagination. Let's go to the company first, Richard said as he drove away the driver and got directly into the driver's seat. Benjamin wanted to go home directly. After all, Clark's mood was very unstable now. It would be better for Clark to go home and be with his family. But how could Richard not know what his brother was thinking? Before the other party even spoke, he had already refused. I know what you're thinking, but it's useless. The company has developed a new drug to treat burns. You can't just let it go. Besides, have you forgotten? Clark is smart. He won't watch his father get hurt all the time. Hearing this, Benjamin looked at Clark, and Clark nodded. He agreed with what Richard said. He felt guilty enough for hurting Matthew and his father because of his own reasons. If his father's wound was not treated and became worse because of him, he would really want to die. Really? Then let's go to the company. When they arrived at the company, Clark was left alone in the office. Richard and Benjamin did not take the initiative to ask someone to take care of Clark. The main reason was that Clark was not as fragile as he looked, and after something like this had happened, leaving Clark alone might be a better choice. Clark was very quiet, just sitting quietly on the sofa in the office, not knowing what he was thinking about. At this time, Richard had brought Benjamin to the laboratory and conducted preliminary treatment with the latest drug. Benjamin's injuries were still very serious. The skin on the palm of his right hand had almost completely fallen off, and the flesh under the skin looked a little bit like it had been roasted. If Clark hadn't been by his side, Benjamin wouldn't have wanted Clark to be sad, otherwise he would have definitely cried out. When the initial treatment was over, the two still did not leave the laboratory to find Clark, but looked at each other in the laboratory. When the researchers around saw this scene, they consciously gave up the laboratory as if they were used to it. Because similar things have happened more than once, the two bosses always have this expression before they quarrel. If you want to conduct research on Clark's body, I hope you can give up this idea, Richard. They are brothers, and in a sense, they are in tune with each other. Just as Richard is willing to bring Benjamin along to start a company for Clark's future just because he loves Clark. As long as Richard shows a little bit of expression, Benjamin will be able to guess what he is thinking. But only by fully understanding Clark's body can we help him better. Richard also had his own reasons. Compared to Benjamin, he had been a researcher longer and naturally felt that only after fully understanding the situation could he better help Clark. But Benjamin, who has more social experience, has a different opinion. Clark doesn't need help. I believe he can handle everything. What we need is guidance, not interference. Besides, Clark's power is definitely not that simple. He will definitely become stronger. Ben's expression was very serious. During that period of time when he was living as an ordinary person, he abandoned the advanced knowledge he had learned in the past, but because of this, he was able to look at the world with a wise heart. The secrets contained in Clark's body are like Pandora's box. It must not be opened. I believe that you are doing this for Clark's good, but this is also opening up an absolutely wrong path. It will bring disaster sooner or later. Ben knew very well that Clark could not keep the secret forever, so he must not open his body to study the taboo. Otherwise, in the future, Richard's little research data might put all of them in a passive position. Instead, by allowing Clark to choose his own path and providing support only when necessary, they can always take the initiative. To put it bluntly, Benjamin believes more in Clark's own choice, while Richard hopes that he can help Clark face the future in his own way. The same good intentions, but completely opposite choices were made by the two brothers. In the end, Richard chose to back down. I see. You are right. Clark is a smart man. He will definitely make the right choice. As a family, we just need to support him. Benjamin nodded. It would be best if he could convince his brother. As a family, the most important thing is to avoid conflicts. But did Richard really give up? No one knows, and perhaps only he himself knows the answer. The facts turned out to be just as Richard and Benjamin expected. Although hurting his classmates and father was a big blow to him, after returning home, with the love and comfort of his family, Clark quickly recovered in a week. After all, he was seen by the Parker family this time, not by an old farm couple in Kansas in another world. Although they are equally kind, there is a big difference between the Parkers and the Kents apart from their kindness. The fact that Benjamin was willing to set up a biological company so that Clark could display his talents unscrupulously in the future has changed Clark's future. The Kent couple in another world may have thought about change and become Clark's backer, but the fact is, how can two old people who have been farming for a lifetime have the ability to accomplish such a cause? But the Parker family is different. Not only do they have enough ability, they are also willing to give everything for it. Just 1 week after Clark returned to school, after half a month of treatment, Matthew's arm was almost healed and he could be discharged from the hospital. Although it still needs to be bandaged, it's no longer a problem now. After hearing that his friend was discharged from the hospital, Clark, with the support of Benjamin, directly held a welcome event at the school to welcome Matthew back to campus. For Clark, this was just the care and welcome of a friend. For Benjamin, it was just a little money. But for Matthew, who had lived in poverty since childhood and suffered discrimination because of his background, this was the happiest moment of his life. He was originally a little afraid of Clark because Clark's eyes could release deadly rays, but in the face of such a sincere welcome from Clark, he completely disappeared. The boy who was older than Clark and was crushed also completely opened his home to Clark. From this moment on, Clark was Matthew's best friend in his life. Most of the chivalrous people are butchers. Although there is some ambiguity in this sentence, it is the fact. For Matthew, who lives in poverty, he cherishes the hard-earned friendship even more. In the following days, Matthew, who regarded Clark as a close friend, and Clark, who still felt guilty towards Matthew, were almost inseparable. Even though they were not in the same class or even in the same grade, they were often seen by teachers entering and leaving the campus together. Soon, the weekend came and Matthew went to the hospital for a checkup. If the examination was qualified, he would be able to take off the bandage on his arm today. Matthew's father Jack had a sudden black boxing match to attend and was unable to accompany Matthew to the hospital, so Matthew had to go alone. In this situation, Clark naturally took the lead and went to the hospital with Matthew, because he also wanted to witness the moment when Matthew's injuries healed with his own eyes. Perhaps this would help alleviate the guilt in his heart a little. The examination went smoothly in the end. After the Parker family paid all the medical expenses, the hospital naturally gave Matthew the best medical resources. Although such burns were serious, they were not incurable. Scars were inevitable, but they would not leave any sequelae. After the doctor nodded, Matthew tore off the bandage on his arm after leaving the hospital. He had already felt that he was almost well again. If his father had not asked him to do so, he would have probably taken off the bandage on his own initiative. To be honest, I can't stand this bandage anymore. I can't do anything after putting it on. I feel like a piece of trash. Yeah, that's easier now. I don't have to be bound by bandages all the time. The two discussed where to go next. After all, they were both elementary school students. Even if Matthew's family was poor, Jack would not let Matthew, who was only 11 years old, go to work to earn money. So on weekends, Matthew's daily routine was to go to various places to play. This became even more common after meeting Clark. Entertainment costs money. For Matthew, that little money is a problem, but for the Parker family, how much money can a primary school student have for entertainment? But just as the two were chatting and laughing as they walked towards the nearest park, they noticed a blind man who had just left the hospital. There was no one around him, not even a guide dog, and he was just groping his way along the blind path, trying to cross the road ahead. Clark, wait, I'll go help him. After saying something to Clark, Matthew walked forward, intending to help the blind man cross the road, but at this moment, a truck from time and space turned a corner and appeared in front of everyone, rushing straight towards the blind man who had already walked onto the road. Matthew, be careful. Clark, who saw this scene, immediately reminded Matthew, and Matthew also discovered the time and space truck for the first time. However, at this critical moment, Matthew did not choose to dodge immediately. Instead, he quickened his pace and rushed towards the blind man in front of him. He couldn't just sit there and watch the blind man get hit and killed by a truck, so Matthew wanted to save him. Seeing this, Clark no longer had any thoughts of hiding his talent and ran towards Matthew. The speed was so fast that even the people around did not notice when Clark disappeared from the spot and when he came near Matthew. But in the end, Clark was still a step too late. Years of disguise did make Clark behave more like an ordinary person, but when the crisis really came, he could not use all his strength. His running speed was limited, and he could not get to Matthew before the truck. So Clark changed his mind and stopped running towards Matthew, and instead rushed straight towards the truck. Clark didn't know how much power he had now, but even if it was just a little bit, as long as he could slightly change the trajectory of the truck, he would be able to save Matthew and the blind man. As Matthew came to the blind man and pulled him back to the outside of the truck, Clark was hit hard against the side of the truck. The truck filled with chemicals was extremely heavy, but it overturned under Clark's impact and fell to the ground. The front of the truck was only a fist away from Matthew and the blind man. Succeeded. Before Clark could feel happy, Matthew's scream completely brought him from heaven to hell. When he arrived at the front of the truck, he discovered that the chemicals on it had leaked because the truck had overturned. In order to save the blind man, Matthew, who had sprained his leg, did not have time to get up, and his swollen eyes were filled with the chemicals. The burning pain made him scream, and at this time, Clark could no longer hear, but he could see. His eyes passed through Matthew's palms, covering his eyes, and saw Matthew's lifeless eyes. What did I do? In the hospital, Matthew, who had just left the hospital, now entered the emergency room again. Soon after, Richard and Benjamin also rushed here and saw Clark standing at the door of the emergency room with his head lowered and muttering something to himself. Clark. Benjamin walked over and tried to comfort Clark, but was grabbed by Richard. Clark. Richard shook his head. We should comfort her and support him, but not now. On the way here, Richard and Benjamin used the company's power to understand the cause and effect of the incident. From the public's perspective, Matthew was trying to save a blind man from an out-of-control truck, so he was invaded in the eyes by the chemical liquid leaked from the overturned truck, causing him to be admitted to the hospital. That's right, this is the scene presented from the public's perspective. Clark did try his best to hit the truck, and a large number of onlookers saw this scene, but no one thought that Clark's strength was enough to overturn the truck. They thought it was just a coincidence that saved the life of a blind man but caused a child to lose his eyes. But when Richard and Benjamin learned the same story and the same details, they saw what Clark actually did in this incident. Did Clark have the strength to overturn the truck? They didn't know, because since Benjamin hoped that Clark would restrain his inhuman performance 2 years ago, Clark had hardly shown his extraordinary strength. After all, a child of a few years old didn't need much strength in daily life. But can Clark do it? They think so. Although Clark never showed strong power again, they believe that Clark will continue to get stronger as he grows older. Soon, the last person arrived. He was Matthew's father, Jack Murdoch. This father who tried his best for his child did not expect that such an accident would happen to his son again, and all this was actually related to the Parker family. He wanted to be angry, but for the same reason as before, he didn't have the courage to provoke the Parker family. If the last burn was indeed Clark's fault, he had reason to be angry, but this time with the truck accident, he had no reason to be angry at all. With no place to vent his sadness and anger, the father simply collapsed in front of the emergency room door, shedding tears of frustration. "I'm sorry, Matthew. Daddy is sorry for you. Daddy can't protect you at all." Benjamin and Richard could still tolerate this scene, but Clark could no longer sit still. No one knew better than him how Matthew was injured. If he hadn't overturned the truck, the chemicals wouldn't have leaked, and if the chemicals hadn't leaked, Matthew wouldn't have gone blind. If he could react faster, he could save the blind man before Matthew, and no one would suffer. "It's all my fault. If I could control my strength, if I didn't overturn the truck, if I grabbed Matthew before he took action, if I was the first one to rush to save him." Even though he has a more affluent life, Clark, as the son of Krypton and possessing almost all good qualities, is still so kind that he almost attributes all the mistakes to himself. "Uncle Jack, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Matthew wouldn't have been hurt." Clark knelt down in front of Jack, crying and begging for forgiveness. This simply opened up an outlet for Jack to vent his anger, making it almost impossible for him to bear it, and he vented his anger towards Clark. But looking at Richard and Benjamin, who immediately came to Clark and pulled him up, as well as his own remaining sanity, Jack finally stood up, sighed, turned to face the wall and stopped looking at Clark. "You are Matthew's best friend. Matthew often talks to me about you. Matthew's injury last time should have been an accident. I am not curious about what happened, but you definitely don't want Matthew to get hurt." As Jack said these words, his whole body was shaking. It was because Nita knew that Clark was Matthew's best friend that he could not say anything harsh and he could not vent his anger. "I've already planned to transfer Matthew to another school. I'm sorry. Although I know this isn't your fault, I really don't dare to let Matthew stay with you. You may call it superstition or stupidity, but I'm just an ordinary person. I don't want my child to get hurt, so, can you please leave?" Jack's words were very clear, and Richard and Benjamin took the distraught Clark away from the hospital. Of course, they still paid the full amount of medical expenses. However, the next day, Benjamin saw an envelope with Jack's name on it at his doorstep, which contained the medical expenses they had already paid. Obviously, Jack, who was determined to leave with his son, did not want to owe the Parker family anything, because in his opinion, it was not Clark's fault at all. Clark was just an innocent child who happened to appear next to his son and was the target of the anger of his incompetent father. However, after this incident, Clark's emotions became even more devastated. In his opinion, he had completely lost his friend Matthew, and the reason was precisely because of his inhuman power. Clark also felt fear for the first time, but this fear was not because of urban legends and horror stories, but because of himself. Clark was afraid of himself. Even he thought he was a monster that only hurt others. In the next few days, Clark stayed alone in the room, and remained indifferent even when May called him down for dinner. He no longer wanted to go out, because in his opinion, every move he made could hurt others, and sitting in the living room downstairs were the people he loved the most, and he could not hurt them. Benjamin and Richard didn't know, but after this incident Clark had already tested it out. Any part of his body had the power to easily take someone's life. Even a strand of hair could strangle a person to death. He is not a human, he is just a monster. This thought is becoming more and more deeply rooted in my mind. In the living room, May and Mary prepared a table full of dishes, but none of the four people were in the mood to enjoy them. Richard and Benjamin looked worried. They had learned from Clark that he was the one who overturned the truck. In order to save Matthew and the blind man, he overturned the truck in a hurry, but this also caused the chemical to leak and blinded Matthew's eyes. But they also knew that if Clark had not overturned the truck, the out-of-control truck would most likely still hit Matthew and the blind man, who did not completely avoid it. In fact, Clark also saved their lives. Benjamin had naturally told Clark about these things, and even took out the video to analyze it frame by frame, but it was all to no avail, and Clark still felt extremely guilty. This child is so kind. Richard and Benjamin now have no better solution. Clark's kindness is beyond imagination, but his excessive kindness hurts himself, making Clark even begin to fear and hate himself. Maybe we should tell Clark about his background. Suddenly, May proposed this idea, attracting the attention of the other three people present. "You mean, tell Clark that he is actually an alien?" Richard and Benjamin frowned. They were not sure if this was a good idea. What if this exacerbated Clark's current rejection of them? They once believed that Clark could figure it out on his own, but the fact was that not only did Clark fail to come down on his own, but he began to reject himself because of his excessive kindness. May was now also very sad, tears couldn't stop falling, but he still explained carefully. "I think the reason why Clark rejects himself so much now is because he still thinks he is the child of Ben and me, and that he is a human being, but his behavior exceeds that of humans and even hurts others. He thinks he is an alien among humans, a monster, so he rejects himself." Clark lived a human life on Earth, developed human values, and firmly believed that he was a human being. But now, the changes in himself are destroying the worldview he has cultivated over the years. May believes that this is the main reason for Clark's emotional breakdown. "We can't keep this information secret forever. If Clark continues to grow up, sooner or later he will develop all kinds of abilities that we simply can't explain in humans. But by that time, it will probably be too late. But May, do you know what this means? Do you know what it means to let Clark know that he might be an alien and his homeland is in the universe? Richard's question made May silent. How could she not know that if Clark knew he was an alien, even if he still loved them, he would inevitably be curious about what his hometown was like, why his parents sent him to Earth, and what kind of people his parents were. He might even leave Earth and return to his hometown. May had thought about it since the first day she adopted Clark. She had thought about this possibility, but she couldn't just sit back and watch Clark continue to hate and be hostile to her because she was afraid that Clark might leave them. She couldn't do that because she loved Clark too much. May has a point. Ultimately, it was Ben who stepped up and brought this discussion to an end. No matter where Clark comes from, he is May and I's child, and he is our family, so I believe that no matter where Clark goes, we will still be in his heart. If the truth can ease his pain, then there is no reason for us to keep it secret. As he spoke, Benjamin looked at Mary and saw her big belly, which meant that Richard and Mary's child was about to be born. Mary is about to give birth. Richard, you shouldn't leave too far away. Leave this matter to me. I will let Clark know how he came to be with me. Benjamin didn't plan to take Clark directly to the warehouse to see the escape pod he took to Earth. He wanted to recreate the scene of that year and let Clark witness with his own eyes how he came to this Earth. Then, I leave it to you. The decision had been made, and Richard had no reason to refuse. Besides, after all, he believed in his nephew. Clark would not feel alienated from them just because he knew he was not from Earth. He was a kind child who blamed all the mistakes on himself, and they all believed in him. A few days later, Ben had arranged everything and successfully persuaded Clark to come out and go to a place with him. Until they got in the car, Clark thought his father was going to persuade him, but Benjamin didn't say a word until they were on the road. Clark, we're going to Kansas today. The next few days might be a bit boring. You can take a look at the comics I prepared for you. Hearing this, Clark also discovered the box on the back seat. After opening it, he found a complete set of detective comics. I don't need to explain detective comics, Doge. And the superhero above is truly known as the greatest comic book hero, Superman. Superman? I've always heard about him from my classmates, but comics are fake after all, so I don't particularly like to read them. Benjamin, who was driving, smiled at Clark, who said he was not interested but still opened the comic book obediently. Really? I thought you'd like it. After all, you and this superhero are a bit similar, don't you think? Looks like. Clark thought about it and realized that he was incredibly strong, had a well-developed brain, and his eyes could emit heat rays. Now that you mention it, it does seem very similar. Clark didn't doubt anything, but his interest in Superman grew deeper and deeper, and he couldn't wait to open the comic book and start reading. But Benjamin's face did not look so good at this time. Originally, they didn't think that Superman and Clark in the comics had anything in common. When they came up with the name Clark, they didn't consider Superman at all, and they were not fans of detective comics. But as Clark gradually awakened the power of his eyes to release heat vision on campus, his heart inevitably began to beat. The content of this detective comic could be not an entertainment comic but a popular science article. Krypton, Superman, and an old couple in Kansas. Can they really be the same family? New York is an 18-hour drive from Kansas, and the number would be even higher if you add the time it takes to get to the farm after entering Kansas. Benjamin, who was originally planning to travel as a father and son, naturally would not rush on the journey. Instead, he took 4 days to enjoy the scenery along the way while heading to the designated location. During this time, Clark also finished reading the Superman comics that Benjamin prepared for him. However, the more he read, the more Clark began to doubt whether he was really a Kryptonian. But wasn't this a fictional comic story? How could it appear in reality? But apart from some doubts, the beautiful natural scenery and Benjamin's company did calm Clark's heart gradually. Although the guilt in his heart did not change, but in such a warm journey with only the father and son, his trembling heart gradually calmed down. Until, they ran head-on into a tornado. Yes, head-on collision. The tornado appeared too suddenly. Even though Benjamin was prepared and had been paying attention to the U.S. disaster warnings, he still couldn't escape the tornado that suddenly appeared nearby. Logically speaking, the movement trajectory of a tornado should follow certain natural laws, but this time, the trajectory of the tornado seemed particularly outrageous. Ben tried to escape many times and changed the direction of escape many times, but this tornado seemed to have its own consciousness and kept chasing the two people's car. It was as if it had set its sights on them and would not stop until it killed them. At the same time, the tornado was moving at an abnormally fast speed. Benjamin had already stepped on the accelerator to the utmost, but he still couldn't escape the disaster that was chasing him. So, after struggling for nearly half an hour, the car stopped. The tornado was close enough that the strong wind stopped the car from moving. The tires were still spinning, and the friction with the ground produced thick black smoke, but the car could not move forward even 1 meter. Clark, father, both of them were extremely anxious. Faced with such a horrific natural disaster, they had never thought of confronting it head-on. Even though Clark knew that he was very powerful, he had never thought that he could confront such a horrific tornado head-on. Suddenly, a large tree flew over and hit the driver's door heavily. The vehicle was instantly deformed. When the door was smashed open, Ben also fell unconscious due to the heavy blow. After releasing their foot on the accelerator and losing the last bit of resistance, the vehicle was dragged uncontrollably towards the center of the tornado. At this moment, the lives of the two men were hanging by a thread. No. Bang! Clark let out a loud scream in his childish voice, and with a loud bang, he slammed open the car door and rushed out. His feet stepped directly into the ground under the huge force, and his calves were almost completely submerged in the concrete floor. He just held on to the car that was rolled up by Longju with both hands, and used his own strength to fight against the power of nature. Looking at Benjamin, who was unconscious in the cab, and his father, Clark's eyes turned red and a beam of heat shot out, cutting directly off the back half of the car, reducing its weight and also relieving some of his own burden. The cut-off rear half of the car was swept up to a height of thousands of meters by Longju in the blink of an eye, and it is precisely because the tornado possesses terrifying power, the power that can easily take the lives of others, that Clark exerts even greater strength. He wouldn't allow anyone to take his family away from him, not even nature. At the critical moment, Clark's strength was further stimulated, and the half-car he was holding in his hand slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, Clark already felt that this tornado was aimed at him. Although the tornado was just a naturally occurring disaster, Clark could still feel that the tornado was targeting him. The tornado, or rather, this nature, this world, wants to kill itself. There was no evidence, but Clark just had that feeling. In this situation, if I stay with my family, I will only hurt him. After figuring this out, Clark tensed his muscles. Although he was only an 8-year-old boy, he was like a strong man. He swung the entire car and threw it towards the direction of the tornado. He controlled the force and angle well, and the half-car that was thrown out would slide on the ground for hundreds of meters before stopping. Although it might be bumped, the father in the driver's seat would definitely not be injured. At this time, the tornado had come behind Clark. After Clark relaxed his mind, he could not resist the huge attraction and was sucked into the air. Where is this? When Clark opened his eyes again, he saw endless space. Sure enough, this tornado was abnormal. How could a normal tornado carry people into space? But at the same time, Clark suddenly realized that he didn't seem to need to breathe. He was used to breathing in and out for 8 years, but it turned out to be a meaningless behavior. Can I still go back? At #UN and at %#2 at #UN. Clark's body suddenly flickered like a distorted TV, as if a virus in a computer was being attacked by security guards, and his entire body was twisting and jumping. What's happening here? Clark had no idea what was going on, and he couldn't understand it at all. He had a super brain, but he lived the life of an ordinary 8-year-old child. Knowledge that he had never received could not appear in his mind out of thin air, so he couldn't understand the current situation at all. However, after this special situation occurred, Clark's body seemed to be pulled by a special force and fell to the ground. Hot? This was Clark's only feeling. The high temperature that broke through the atmosphere made him feel as if he was about to melt. He continued to fall downwards until he broke through the clouds and saw a large farm and the cliffs near the farm. I'm going to fall off a cliff. Clark instinctively wanted to stop this from happening, but his body was restrained by an unknown force and he couldn't move at all. He could only fall straight towards the cliff. At the deepest part of the cliff, a hexagonal space tunnel had opened at some point. As Clark fell into it, the hexagonal spacetime tunnel also closed. A series of situations were like traps that were set up one after another, and eventually, sent Clark away from this world. When Clark opened his eyes again, he found himself in the bustling metropolis again. Although it appeared in a big city, the big city in front of me had an indescribable sense of weirdness. Clark's clothes had been burned up when he broke through the atmosphere. Helplessly, he could only walk to a clothing store on the street, leave enough banknotes on the counter, and get a set of children's clothes to change into. But what he didn't notice was that while he was changing clothes, countless figures began to gather from all directions and walked into the clothing store. These people all had red eyes, ferocious and bloodthirsty expressions on their faces, and there was even blood dripping from their fingertips. It was obvious that before they hurt others, they would hurt themselves first. They are just like the zombies in science fiction horror movies, but unlike ordinary zombies, their bodies have not rotted. But like zombies, they will continue to attack any living objects. When Clark changed his clothes and walked out of the dressing room, what he saw were countless hideous faces and their ruthless attacks. What? Following Clark's screams, everyone rushed into the clothing store. The small shop was packed with people, just like during a $0 shopping event. Clark's screams of fear seemed so insignificant amid their bloodthirsty and beast-like roars. No, stay away from me. Clark was not injured. His body was much stronger than he imagined. Even if these ordinary people had undergone unknown changes in their bodies, it would be almost impossible for them to hurt Clark. But looking at the faces gathered in front of him and the blood dripping from their mouths, Clark still collapsed. Such a scene was too intense for Clark, who had the mentality of an 8-year-old child. Under such stimulation, Clark's strength burst out again. Dozens of adult men were pushed by Clark's brute force, breaking through the reinforced glass of the clothing store and coming to the street. Once in the open field, these ordinary people could no longer restrict Clark's movements. He quickly broke free from their grasp and ran away without caring about his clothes being torn again. Help! Someone is attacking me. He saw quite a few figures, but when Clark got closer, he found that the people moving on the street, like those who attacked him from behind, had red eyes and blood on their fingertips and mouths. It was conceivable how many people they had attacked before. Oh no, it's blocked. Clark can't fly. Faced with people surrounding him from all directions, he has nowhere to escape and can only watch these crazy people approach him. At the same time, I was also afraid in my heart. Could this be some special virus? I might become like this. Clark cried. After realizing that he had no way to escape, he could no longer suppress his fear and burst into tears. After all, he was only 8 years old. Even if he had the physique of a Kryptonian, he was only 8 years old and had never realized his identity. Therefore, his Kryptonian physique had never been stimulated, and the education he received was just that of an ordinary human being. Which 8-year-old child would not be terrified when faced with such a scene? Not everyone has an old grandfather living in their mind, and not everyone can be older than everyone in the book in their past and present lives combined. The crowd was getting closer and closer, but Clark didn't resist at all, because his mind was blank. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. Starting with the appearance of the tornado, everything happened too suddenly. Clark's young mind was unable to understand it at all. Just as the approaching crowd was about to touch Clark, a blue and red figure flew in from the sky like a phantom. As it swept across the ground, it also took the crying Clark away. When his vision rose above the clouds, Clark suddenly realized that he seemed to be saved, and the person who saved him. Clark was held in the man's arms. When he raised his head, he could see the familiar profile. He seemed to have seen this face somewhere. And then, Clark saw the big S logo on the other person's chest and the red cape fluttering in the wind behind him. Superman. Hearing Clark's words, Superman also lowered his head and gave Clark a gentle smile. Don't worry, you're safe now, but wait, you'd better close your eyes, otherwise you might get infected with the virus. Superman was clearly just speaking simply, but there seemed to be some magic in his words, which calmed Clark, who was still a little frightened. At the same time, Clark also asked the question that he couldn't help but ask since he saw Superman. Isn't Superman a fictional comic book character? Superman frowned. He was indeed famous, but it was definitely not because of comics. There was no comic book about him in this world, and he had never sold the rights of his image to anyone. The only comic characters here were Spider-Man and Iron Man. However, even though he was confused, Superman did not ask right away. Instead, he spoke to Clark while slowly descending. Close your eyes and don't look at any LCD screen. Hearing this, Clark also obediently closed his eyes, feeling the breeze blowing on his face from beyond the biological standpoint, until they arrived inside the Daily Planet. At Superman's signal, Clark opened his eyes. Really, the Daily Planet? At this time, Superman didn't care about Clark's surprise, because he was also surprised, because the child in front of him looked almost exactly like himself when he was a child, except for the hairstyle. They were exactly the same person. Clark, you're back. When Superman's wife learned that Superman had returned, she immediately stepped forward to greet him, but at the same time, she also noticed Clark looking around. Who is this child? Feeling the gazes of the two men, Clark finally turned his gaze to Superman's face. This time, without Superman's magnificent pectoral muscles blocking his view, Clark was able to see Superman's appearance clearly, but even with just one glance, he realized something. Because Superman's face was so similar to his own, he was still wondering where he had seen Superman's face. It turned out that it was in the mirror in his own home. Although due to his age, Superman's face has more vicissitudes and maturity that Clark does not have, as well as the perseverance as a warrior and hero, but anyone who has seen Superman's face will not make a mistake. Clark looks exactly like Superman when he was a child. Child, what is your name? Clark Parker, and you are? Clark Kent. So, I'm really the Clark Kent from the comics? I'm really a Kryptonian. I'm not human. Clark looked at his hands in confusion. Yes, they were exactly the same hands as humans, with similar forehead lines, questioning, and the ability to grasp. He always thought that he was a human being, and at most he had some slightly more outstanding talents. Even at the moment when his eyes released heat vision, he always thought that he was just a special human being. Superman on the side had a strange look on his face. Anyone who knew that he was just a cartoon character in someone else's world would feel a little uncomfortable, because it means that the pain and sorrow in their world, and the joy when hope comes, are actually just entertainment in the daily life of ordinary people in other worlds. But the same problem also arises. Clark can guarantee that the child in front of him is himself. He has checked it with his X-ray vision and the child is himself. There is no doubt about it. He is a Kryptonian. No, I am human. I must be human. At this moment, Clark was extremely excited. Everything he once believed in collapsed, his 3 views were destroyed, and his eyes glowed red uncontrollably. Superman's son Jonathan Jr. and Batman's son Demir Strong became nervous. The strong man is the son of Superman, so he naturally knows how terrifying the power of their heat vision is. As for the latter, Damian, the son of Batman, immediately thought of the fact that they were now in the Daily Planet. Once such a thermal vision erupted, the entire Daily Planet would collapse. But someone was faster. Superman arrived in front of Clark first, and placed his large palm firmly in front of Clark's eyes, allowing the hot vision to continue shining on his palm. He did not choose to stop Clark from venting his emotions, but chose to accept the pain that was vented out. Because as the same person, Superman experienced the same pain when he was young when his father Jonathan told him the truth. The only difference is that when my three views collapsed, my parents who loved me were always by my side, while the self in another world in front of me came to another world by accident. No one understands the pain of this nuance better than Superman himself. Clark was too small. Even for Clark, when he used his full power to unleash his heat vision, there was a time limit. The same was true for Clark. He was exhausted and stopped. At this time, Louise also returned here with a box made of special materials in her hand. Clark, be careful, Lois reminded softly, and Superman nodded. After gently opening the box, he took out a stone-emitting green light with his hands, and walked in front of Clark, enduring the discomfort caused by his body. I wonder about that, too, but... As the kryptonite approached, Clark's body also reacted. The discomfort from the cellular level swept through his body. Clark, who couldn't bear it anymore, vomited out almost everything he had eaten yesterday at once. Green Arrow, who had been watching and on guard, couldn't help but speak. I never knew kryptonite could have such a profound effect on a Kryptonian. Canary, who was standing by, rolled her eyes at her husband. When you were 8 years old and drank the blood of a demon, you had the same reaction, even worse than this child. Green Arrow smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Instead, he went to the rooftop with a bow and arrow. There were many infected people now, and they had to be careful of the heroic infected people who might attack the Daily Planet building. Gradually, Clark adapted to the radiation of Krypton. After all, such a reaction was only caused by the sudden disappearance of his ability. The radiation of kryptonite itself would not cause adverse effects on the body of Kryptonians, at least green kryptonite was like this. At this time, Superman also said helplessly, "It turns out that even if you are not me, you are a pure Kryptonian. This is absolutely true. But as far as I know, the L family doesn't have a brother who looks exactly like me." Superman stood up and knew that Clark needed some time to calm down. He looked at the survivors around him and said, "Everyone, we need to tell all the survivors in the world now that the Daily Planet has Superman, and the Daily Planet has the protection of heroes. Only by gathering all our strength can we protect humanity." People believed in Superman's call, and Damian and little Jonathan put aside their curiosity about Clark and did what they could. Superman slowly walked to Clark and squatted down, waiting for his younger self to calm down completely. Gradually, Clark finally calmed down. It might be because of his highly developed brain, which allowed him to quickly figure out the current situation. It might also be because it was simply because Superman beside him always exuded a reassuring aura. "Can you tell me your story?" Clark turned his head and looked at Superman in front of him, but Superman just waved his hand and said with a smile, "Look, you already know my story through the comics, but it's obvious that your life is different from mine. Maybe, in this world, I'm the one who can understand you the most." Superman is still the same Superman. Looking at the smiling face of the man in front of him, Clark's heart is filled with hope for some reason. This characteristic that could only be seen in a few words in the comics, when he really came face to face with Superman, he suddenly discovered that Superman really has the power to bring hope to people. This is the greatest and most powerful superpower of the greatest hero. My world is actually very similar to this world. Clark told the story of his life so far, which was so ordinary. These stories were more about the life of their Parker family, but they were so heartwarming. This made Superman think of his childhood life with his parents on a farm in Kansas. From Clark's words, Superman roughly understood that it was a world very similar to his own, except that the one who picked up the Kryptonian child was not an old couple from Kansas, but a young couple traveling from New York City. But what is the same is that they all gave this alien child a warm home. On the side, little Jonathan and Damian, who were passing by, had changed expressions because they heard several familiar names from Clark's narration. Finally, little Jonathan, who couldn't help himself, came over. "Dad, Clark." "No, Clark from another world? Excuse me, who is the richest man in the United States in your world?" "The richest man." Clark didn't know why little Jonathan asked this question, but he answered after thinking for a moment. "I don't know the exact amount of wealth, but based on public perception, the richest man should be Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries." After hearing Clark's answer, Jonathan showed an expression of as expected. Damian also came over. "Now it seems that we roughly know which world you come from." As he spoke, young Jonathan looked around and finally took out a Marvel comic directly from a desk drawer in the Daily Planet. The protagonist printed on it is Iron Man, also known as Tony Stark. "So, our world is a comic book world." At this time, Green Arrow, who had just switched shifts with Canary, spoke again, but what greeted him was Damian's expression of looking at him as if he were a fool. Even Superman was embarrassed to look at Green Arrow at this time, because even someone like Superman who didn't like such complicated thinking knew that their world would definitely not be a comic book world. It can only be explained by that damn Schrodinger's cat. Quantum entanglement occurred between the two worlds, and the information from the other world came to this world in this way, becoming the inspiration for some cartoonists. These cartoonists presented the information from the other world through comics. Some of this information is correct, but it cannot be applied to all of them. Damian's explanation can be said to be the best explanation. Apart from this, there is no other way to explain such an outrageous phenomenon. After knowing that Clark's world has comics from their world, Superman also tried to ask Clark if he had seen comics about their current events. "I'm sorry, but I don't really like reading comics." If my dad hadn't prepared some for me to prevent me from getting bored in the car, and if I hadn't behaved in some way, I probably wouldn't even have read Superman's solo issue. Superman smiled awkwardly after hearing this. This sounded fine, but considering Clark's identity, he always felt like he was disliked by himself. However, as Clark's side gradually stabilized, the Daily Planet's broadcasting system was also repaired. You young people can chat while I go take care of some things. Superman said this and left the room and went to the rooftop, wanting to gather all the heroes in the world. Apart from Batman, only Superman could do it. Even Batman, in a sense, only had such appeal because of Superman's trust. Little Jonathan and Damian, who stayed in the office, began to tell Clark what was happening in the world. In short, a special virus broke out. The source is unknown, and the symptoms are that it controls the infected, making them brutal and madly killing other non-infected people. The transmission method is the most terrifying thing about this virus, and it also eliminates Clark's doubts. After learning that this was the world with Superman in the comics, he was still wondering what kind of virus could wreak havoc on so many people in this world full of superheroes, so that the heroes had no time to react at all. And the answer is the developed internet in modern society. Clark's world was still in 2000, and the internet was far from being so developed. But in the world we see today, it is obvious that the internet has penetrated into every field of the world. This virus can be transmitted through the internet. In addition, it can also be transmitted directly through contact and body fluids. The virus will enter any electronic device that is connected to the internet and has a display screen. As long as a person's eyes see the infected display screen, they will be infected by the virus. Even powerful heroes are no exception. Before Superman came, Green Arrow, Canary, and Green Lantern Hal Jordan were camping on the outskirts of Metropolis. Unable to bear the couple activities between Green Arrow and Canary, Hal Jordan decided to go back to the tent alone to play with his phone. But just by glancing at the screen of his mobile phone, Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern known for his strong willpower, was infected and was eventually killed by the joint efforts of Green Arrow and Canary. What about Batman? Realizing the dangers of this world, Clark wanted to use the information he got from comics to help. The first person he thought of was Batman, who had an IQ like a demon in the comics. If it's Batman, then he must have a way to deal with this virus. Damian, you should be able to contact Batman on the ground. Halfway through his speech, Clark became aware of the sad look on Damian's face in front of him. Yes, he only saw the plot in the comics, but for these people in front of him, the miracles that Batman created time and time again happened to them. Even he could think of contacting Batman at the first time, so how could these people not think of it, especially with Batman's son Damian? I'm sorry. Batman can no longer respond to anyone's expectations. Just before Clark arrived, Damian tried to contact Batman through the bat pager in his hand under everyone's attention, but by that time, Batman had already been infected. He can only rely on Mr. Freeze's battle suit to maintain his sanity in a short period of time and try to make as many preparations as possible. It was Batman who discovered the virus as soon as it broke out and analyzed the route of its transmission. But even if he put the entire Wayne Manor into silent mode immediately, he still couldn't prevent the virus from invading, and Nightwing Dick and Robin Tim were infected. In order to protect Alfred, Batman fought with the two men, but facing two apprentices he had taught personally, he could not retreat unscathed. In the end, after Batman told them how the virus was transmitted and how to deal with it in the future, he died completely with a hoarse roar and the sound of Alfred's gunfire. Alfred will probably be here soon. Damian tried his best to hide his pain, but tears still seeped out from under his Robin eye mask. No matter how awkward the relationship between them was, at the moment of Batman's death, all the conflicts disappeared, leaving only a child grieving for his father. I'm so sorry. Clark didn't know what to say. At the same time, he felt that although he was also a Kryptonian and had superpowers, he was like a burden. He was able to save Benjamin from the tornado, but at this moment he could not play any role. At this time, Superman came over. Joe, Damian, Canary, and I are going to Chiseled Stone City. Barry and Wally are hiding there. The speedsters must not be infected, otherwise, it will become a disaster for the whole world. During this time, you must cooperate with Green Arrow and guard this place until we come back. Superman and Canary, who obtained the Green Lantern ring and became the new Green Lantern, left the Daily Planet building and headed for Keystone City. Before leaving, Superman told everyone that Wonder Woman Diana had responded to Superman's broadcast, and it would not be long before she would rush from Washington to Metropolis to meet up with everyone. Before Wonder Woman arrives, what these young people need to do is to stabilize the survivors brought here by Superman and be vigilant against attacks from the infected. After all, no one knows now how many superheroes have been infected by this virus. These things are not difficult. Although Damian is of the younger generation and lacks experience and ability, his personality is exactly the same as Batman's and his style of doing things is more cruel due to the influence of his mother. It is no problem for him to suppress these ordinary survivors. At least as long as the number of survivors does not increase, the current survivors will not dare to do anything wrong under Damian's nose. But Damian had things to do, and Green Arrow, as a senior, had his own ideas and soon went to patrol various places. Little Jonathan and Clark, who stayed where they were, looked at each other, and both sides could not hide the embarrassment on their faces. For little Jonathan, his father's childhood self was right in front of him, and he felt so embarrassed. After all, since he was born, his father was the Superman who stood tall and brought hope to the world, while Clark in front of him was just the opposite. Not only did he not have a firm will and superpowers, he was even extremely confused in his heart and was even more useless than him. However, if one wants to separate Clark and Superman, it is difficult for little Jonathan to do so, because the blood connection tells him all the time that the child in front of him, who is younger than himself, is definitely his father. Although they have different life experiences, Clark and Superman are exactly the same person at a genetic level. Clark was equally embarrassed. Who in the family would understand? What should I do when I see my future son when I am only 8 years old? But after thinking about it carefully, Clark found that it was like a blind monk finding the highlight. It seemed that no matter what, it was certain that he was little Jonathan's father and that this could not be changed, but it was not certain whether little Jonathan was his son. After all, there is a high probability that there will not be a reporter named Louise in his world. In other words, his future son is unlikely to be Jonathan. Even if he has the same bloodline as himself, the other half of his bloodline is different. I am your father, but you are not necessarily my son. This is the situation now. Thinking of this, Clark's expression became strange uncontrollably, so much so that little Jonathan couldn't help it and finally took the initiative to speak. It feels like, you seem to be thinking of something very rude. Superman can use his super brain to observe numerous subtle changes in the human body and thus achieve an effect similar to mind reading. As Superman's son, little Superman, Jonathan may not be as capable, but he has learned what he should learn. Facing a guy like Batman who can even deceive himself with lies, this alternative way of reading minds is not very effective, but little Jonathan can still figure out what Clark, an 8-year-old boy, is thinking. Ha ha ha, sorry, I just can't help but think that way. Little Jonathan rolled his eyes at Clark, but at the same time, the awkward atmosphere between the two was shortened a lot because of this little fantasy. Clark's behavior is completely unrelated to Superman, and mortals help little Jonathan separate him from the image of his Superman father. You and my father are both named Clark, so I will call you by your last name from now on. How about calling you Parker? Of course, no problem. There was no longer any barrier in the communication between the two, and little Jonathan began to patrol around with Clark. As a person with superpowers, even though little Jonathan was just a child, he needed to take on certain responsibilities at this time. Clark also took this opportunity to ask Jonathan Jr. about the Kryptonian's superpowers, but after a simple examination, Jonathan Jr. determined that because Clark had not yet established the awareness that he was a Kryptonian, but had always firmly believed in his heart that he was a human, his Kryptonian physique was actively suppressed by him. Most of the sunlight received in the first 8 years was wasted, and the body was not stimulated at all, so it was impossible to master the biological force field, and naturally it was impossible to learn to fly. Being able to learn to use thermal vision after training is already the limit. Along the way, the two patrolled and practiced at the same time. Little Jonathan is different from Clark, and even from his father. Even the current Superman wasted a lot of time when he was young because he did not realize that he was not human. But he is different. He has known since he can remember that he has Kryptonian blood in his body. Kryptonian's physique and superpowers have never been suppressed, so even though little Jonathan is only a few years older than Clark, he is fully capable of suppressing Clark's thermal vision when it gets out of control, allowing Clark to learn thermal vision here without worrying about hurting anyone. Gradually, just as Clark and his friends learned to control their thermal vision, the whole ground began to tremble with a roar. At the same time, Damien's voice rang out from the bat pager left by Damien on little Jonathan. Xiao, there are infected people approaching. It's the giant woman. The giant woman is coming here with a large number of infected people. Hurry up and get to the rooftop. Clark and little Jonathan both heard Damien's words. After looking at each other, Joe flew directly out of the window beside them, and Clark ran to the roof at full speed. When he arrived, he found that the battle had already begun. Clark didn't know the gigantic woman. He didn't like reading comics in the first place. But now, even without the introduction of the comics, he knew what kind of superpowers the other party possessed just from the code name and appearance. The body is larger than the Daily Planet building, and it is not just a mortal body. Green Arrow's explosive arrows can only make small wounds on the opponent's body at a time. It is obvious that while the opponent's size has grown, he has also strengthened his body. Otherwise, if it is just a different bone structure from humans, even if the bones become thicker in the same proportion, they will not be able to bear the increased weight. Clark's analysis was quick, but he didn't come up with anything useful. It only allowed him to quickly understand the current situation. Green Arrow's explosive arrows can cause damage to Giganta, but Green Arrow's attention is attracted by the ordinary infected people brought by Giganta. He must prevent these infected people from entering the Daily Planet building. This is even more true for Damien. Before the virus broke out, he came to Superman's house to play video games with little Jonathan. Although he brought his Robin uniform, he did not bring more weapons, so he could only join Green Arrow to fight against ordinary infected people. For a while, the only one who could fight the giant woman was little Jonathan, who was obviously not good at fighting and couldn't bring himself to do it. At this time, Superman and Canary had also arrived at Keystone City. In an underground shelter that Batman had already prepared, the two found Barry Allen, the Flash, and Wally, the Kid Flash, who were sitting there obediently and staring at each other. When was there a lead shelter here? And you can sit here quietly and be so lonely. After coming in, Superman looked around and found that almost all the electronic products originally prepared in the shelter were smashed to pieces by the two speedsters. It was obvious that someone had told the two speedsters everything about the virus before they arrived. It's Batman. The Flash told Superman the answer, and it was Batman who asked them to hide here in advance. Even before Damian contacted Batman, after Batman realized that the virus could be transmitted through body fluids and the internet, the first person he thought of was not Damian, who was playing video games at Superman's house, but the two speedsters. Batman knows that if the speedster is infected with the virus and becomes an infected, there will be two more demons in the world who use light beams to spread death. Therefore, even if he gives up the great role that the speedster may bring, he cannot allow the speedster to be infected by the virus. For this reason, when contacting Superman, Batman didn't even tell Superman where Barry was, for fear that Superman would want to gather the power of heroes and expose the speedster to danger. It's just a pity that even though Batman chose to conceal it, and even though the lead used in this shelter could hinder Superman's supervision, Superman still used various means to find the two speedsters, wanting to take them away from here and go to the Daily Planet to reunite with everyone. Superman was completely unaware that his unintentional actions had completely ruined Batman's most important plan. I didn't expect that Batman had even anticipated the biological virus, and prepared it specifically for you speedsters. After listening to Barry's story, Canary couldn't help but sigh that Batman was indeed the smartest man on Earth. Without any signs at all, Batman had actually prepared in advance for the zombie virus, a plot that only existed in science fiction movies. He is Batman after all. Barry's tone was a little low. When talking to Batman, he also knew that Batman had been infected. Presumably, now they have completely lost this smartest human being. We don't have time to be sentimental for our partners. There are still many more people who need our help. Superman consoled, and suddenly, his super hearing picked up the sounds of battle coming from the Daily Planet, as well as his son's roar. An enemy has attacked the Daily Planet? We have to go back. Green Arrow and the kids may not be able to hold out for long. He heard that the enemy was just a giant woman, which was not a threat to little Jonathan, but if little Jonathan couldn't bring himself to do it, it was very likely that ordinary people in the Daily Planet would be infected, and most importantly, another self. Superman knows very well that in this virus-ridden world, every Kryptonian is a huge threat, even if the other person is only 8 years old and can't even fly. But even such a person, once infected, is likely to swallow the sun in the future. Don't be surprised, because Superman knows himself clearly and he can definitely devour the sun within 10 years. If Clark is infected and given the opportunity to learn to fly, he can do the same thing. The four of them did not hesitate at this moment. Superman did not search while flying like he did when he came, but flew towards the Daily Planet at the fastest speed. The speedsters naturally didn't want to be left behind, and in the blink of an eye they turned into lightning and caught up with Superman on the ground. For a moment, only Canary, who had just become a Green Lantern, was left. Although her flying speed was also first-rate, it was still a little slower than these two perverts. At this time, in the Daily Planet, Clark was about to go down to help Damian and Green Arrow fight against ordinary infected people, but suddenly found that little Jonathan was grabbed by the giant woman. Joe. Clark couldn't regard Joe as his son. After all, he was only 8 years old, but the similarity in personality and blood connection made him regard Joe as his friend. Seeing little Jonathan in danger, his eyes suddenly turned red, and his hot gaze shot mercilessly towards the giant woman's hands that were holding little Jonathan. Clark's thermal vision could not burn through the giant woman's skin at this time, but it was enough to make her feel pain. At the moment when his strength was weakened, little Jonathan struggled to break free from the restraints and hurriedly said to Clark, "Don't attack. He may still be saved." This is the superhuman kindness of little Jonathan. Because he is not sure whether the other person is completely incurable, he would rather put himself in danger to save the other person's life. And at this moment, this kind spirit slowly spread into Clark's heart. But, I believe in Dad. He will definitely find out what's going on here and will be able to come back in time. However, the next person to arrive here was not Superman, but Alfred, who came here with Batman's relics after killing the infected Batman, burying 3 members of the Bat family, and so on. Alfred, who was flying the Bat plane, had just approached when he saw the huge gigantic woman fighting with little Jonathan and the young master. Without hesitation, Alfred immediately controlled the Bat fighter to shoot riot bullets. However, how could the riot bullets used to subdue ordinary people possibly hurt the giant woman who could even withstand Clark's thermal vision? Such an attack not only fails to harm the gigantic woman, but also puts Alfred in danger because the gigantic woman shifts her attention to Alfred. Unable to dodge the giant woman's fist, the back half of the Bat fighter was shattered, and the remaining body was also caught in the giant woman's hand. Alfred was about to be crushed into a ball of scrap metal along with the Bat fighter. Little Jonathan finally couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't hold back any longer and rushed towards the giant woman with all his strength, wanting to knock her down with one punch. But faster than him was another red and blue phantom. No one noticed what was happening. The giant woman was hit hard in the face and fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, the Bat fighter in her hand exploded. Alfred, who was inside, was held by Superman and slowly descended from the air. After Superman appeared, Barry Allen the Flash, Wally the Kid Flash, Diana the Wonder Woman who responded to the call, and Canary the Green Lantern who arrived a few seconds later also slowly descended from the sky. Superman finally caught up. Superman didn't use all his strength in that punch. After all, he had the same idea as little Jonathan. He was unwilling to kill these infected people before he was sure whether they could be cured. Because in Superman's heart, they all loved the hope of having a cure. But the infected giant woman would not be grateful to Superman for showing mercy. After staggering to her feet, she wanted to continue attacking the Daily Planet building because she could sense that there were still many lives inside the Daily Planet, and her mission was to bring life to death. Hey, big guy, come and hit me if you can. The Flash is still the fastest. Haha, Kid Flash took the lead. The two of them couldn't stop talking and began to taunt the giant woman in various ways. At the same time, they stood on the shoulders of the giant woman in a few flashes. The amazing thing is that the giant woman, who should have been infected by the virus and lost her mind, actually fell for this taunt. She immediately changed her target and punched the two speedsters. But how could a punch that even Damian could easily dodge hit the speedster before the plot kill? After several attacks, the giant woman not only failed to hit the two speedsters, but she herself was dizzy, her feet slipped, and her entire huge body began to lose balance. Canary also seized this opportunity. The green energy released by the Green Lantern formed a giant version of the Green Arrow's boxing gloves, and punched the giant woman's jaw hard, knocking her completely off balance and falling to the ground. It's time to end it. If we don't deal with him, she won't give up attacking us. At this time, Wonder Woman's patience had reached its limit. The giant woman was a villain in herself, and now that she was infected with the virus, Wonder Woman was even more helpless against her. She picked up her Vulcan sword and jumped off the rooftop of the Daily Planet, and at the same time, the sword in her hand stabbed towards the giant woman's forehead. If this attack was successful, even if the giant woman was infected with a virus that could ignore most fatal injuries, she would definitely die. But before the attack was about to hit, Wonder Woman's wrist was grabbed by someone and the attack was stopped. Diana, we are not sure if she can still be cured, so we can't kill her. Naturally, only Superman has the ability to stop Wonder Woman's attack, and Diana naturally loudly rebuked Superman for such behavior. Clark, when will you abandon your unnecessary kindness? She was never a good person to begin with. But Superman still shook his head and retorted, no matter what she did in the past, we have no right to take each other's life. It is still standard Superman behavior. This spirit makes Superman, but it is also Superman's biggest weakness. He always has the greatest kindness towards human beings. Even if that person is a bastard who does all kinds of evil, Superman still loves everyone. Perhaps in Superman's eyes, those so-called super criminals are just children who have temporarily gone astray. The Justice League admires Superman's idea but does not agree with it. Each member of the Justice League has his or her own style of doing things. But no one noticed that Clark's eyes were always on Superman at this time, perhaps because Superman was the superhero Clark knew best, or perhaps because the two were actually the same person. Clark did not agree with Superman's behavior like others, but instead felt identification and admiration for it. Boom! Finally, a roar and explosion ended the quarrel between Superman and Wonder Woman. When everyone looked towards the site of the explosion, they found that a big hole was blown in the giant woman's head, and on the other side of the hole, stood Cyborg. He helped everyone make a choice through practical actions instead of letting them argue. We have more important things to do. We don't have time to argue here. Gigante is dead, and even Superman will not blame Cyborg for the Gigante incident anymore. He is a saint, but not a bitch. The group gathered again on the top floor of the Daily Planet and began a discussion. Actually, it would be more accurate to say that Cyborg explained to everyone the cause of everything. The story begins not long ago when Darkseid led his demon-like army to invade the Earth. That invasion gave people a sloppy feeling from the very beginning, and Batman realized this from the beginning, but because the enemy was Darkseid, even if the opponent's attack seemed sloppy, the Earth needed to do its best to resist Darkseid, which did not give Batman any time to think carefully. And the battle was over soon. There was no splitting of the Justice League, no taking either Superman or Batman offline before the war began. With the Justice League quickly assembled, Darkseid was quickly defeated in the fight and was knocked to the ground by Superman with a single punch. Everyone in the Justice League knows very well that with their current abilities, it is impossible to kill Darkseid. They can defeat him, but they cannot kill him. So Superman spoke up and asked Darkseid to take his demon-like army to leave the Earth, return to Apocalypse and swear never to invade the Earth again. In fact, no one expected Darkseid to really stop invading the Earth, but no one expected that in the face of such a request, Darkseid readily accepted it and left a word. I don't have to come back anymore because I've got everything I wanted. Finally, through the sonic boom tunnel opened by the Mother Box, Darkseid returned to Apocalypse and left the Earth with his army. Up to this point, it is a common memory for everyone. Even Damian and little Jonathan, who did not directly participate in the battle with Darkseid, have heard this story from their parents. And then, Cyborg told his story. Darkseid's target has been me from the beginning, or rather, the other half of the anti-life equation hidden in my body. Everyone knows that Darkseid has always held half of the anti-life equation, and his goal of invading the Earth is to find the other half of the anti-life equation. But no one had ever imagined that the deadly anti-life equation was actually hidden in Cyborg's body, integrated with his genes and information. Behind Darkseid's seemingly careless invasion, his goal was actually very clear. He wanted to capture me from the very beginning. To this end, he even used himself as bait to attract your attention. It was only when he left that you noticed that I had disappeared. Cyborg's words made everyone present feel a little embarrassed. Except for Damien and little Jonathan, everyone else participated in that battle, but no one realized that Cyborg disappeared in that battle. Even after realizing that Cyborg was captured by Darkseid, only Superman and Batman took some action. Green Arrow and Green Lantern didn't care at all and continued their camping activities around the world. But Cyborg didn't come to denounce everyone. He continued to talk about what happened to him after being captured on Apokolips. After research, Darkseid and his men confirmed that Cyborg's body did contain the other half of the anti-life equation. There were even some minor incidents in the middle. Darkseid even pulled out Cyborg's tongue to prevent him from spitting sweet words. And then, when integrating the anti-life equation, Darkseid ran into trouble. Cyborg and the other half of the anti-life equation have become one, and it is impossible to take the equation out separately, so the fusion can only take place within Cyborg's body. Darkseid uses the power of the mother box to fuse the two parts of the anti-life equation within Cyborg's body, but this raises another question. The anti-life equation will kill all life. Even if Cyborg has the anti-life equation in his body, it does not mean that Cyborg can ignore the power of the equation. Once the fusion is successful, Cyborg is almost certain to be killed by the anti-life equation, and in that case, the anti-life equation in his body will completely disappear with the death of Cyborg. Therefore, in order to ensure that Cyborg would not die during the fusion process, Darkseid chose the simplest and most brutal way, which was to integrate death as well. Darkseid summoned the god of death Black Runner, and fused Black Runner into Cyborg's body. For a moment, Cyborg's body was filled with the mother box, the complete anti-life equation, and the death power of Black Runner. This indeed achieved Darkseid's goal. Cyborg survived and everything did not disappear because of his death. However, unexpected changes occurred. The combination of multiple forces caused the anti-life equation to mutate. He was no longer his original appearance, but became a special virus that existed in every part of Cyborg. The first person infected by this virus was Darkseid. Darkseid realized the seriousness of the matter, and before his consciousness was completely corrupted, he ordered Cyborg to be sent back to Earth. And at the moment Cyborg returned to Earth, Darkseid, the powerful god, exploded. His body disintegrated, and the powerful force completely destroyed Apokolips. The steel skeleton that returned to Earth was connected to the Earth's network the moment it returned. As mentioned before, everything in Cyborg's body has turned into a virus, including blood, cells, and even data on the internet, which carry the anti-life equation virus. So, in an instant, the virus spread through the ubiquitous internet on Earth and infected everyone in the world who was looking at an electronic device connected to the internet at that moment. Disaster broke out. Silence. There was a long silence, and no one blamed Cyborg. Any of them would not have a good ending if they fell into Darkseid's hands alone, and the current situation was not Cyborg's fault. But even so, no one took the initiative to speak, and in the end, it was Green Arrow who took the initiative to make a joke. The good news is, Darkseid, the enemy that has always threatened the Earth, is likely to be destroyed along with Apokolips, and the bad news. The bad news is that there is a high probability that we will follow in the footsteps of Apokolips. Wonder Woman took over Green Arrow's words, and this also brought a heavy atmosphere to the surroundings. We will not fail. By gathering everyone's strength, we will definitely be able to survive this disaster. He is still a Superman, bringing hope to everyone at a time when morale is at its lowest. Along with hope also arrived Wonder Woman's exclusive pager. After nodding to everyone, Wonder Woman walked aside and answered the message from Washington, D.C., but soon her expression became visibly worse. Finally, when the call ended, Wonder Woman came to Superman and told him another bad news. Superman, Washington, D.C., the infected Atom has invaded Captain Atom's body and destroyed his myocardial cells. Now, Captain Atom is about to self-destruct. What? With an exclamation, the two flew to Washington, D.C. together without any further communication. At this time, Cyborg also came to Clark. Superman told me that you are the 8-year-old from another world, right? Looking at Cyborg who came to find him, Clark nodded blankly. After all, from the conversation just now, Clark knew that Cyborg could be said to be the mother of the virus. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? However, Cyborg smiled with satisfaction at Clark's vigilance. Well done, stay vigilant if you don't want to bring this horrible virus back to your own world. At this time, Superman and Wonder Woman have also arrived in Washington, D.C. from Metropolis, and found Captain Atom who was about to self-destruct above the White House. When the disaster occurred, the U.S. government immediately took action, using Captain Atom's power to fight the virus, but no one expected that as the Atom was infected, Captain Atom not only failed to become a superhero who saved people, but instead became a super nuclear bomb that threatened several cities. Diana, let's do it together. It is good. Superman and Diana flew towards Captain Atom together, lifted him up and flew to a higher place. Captain Atom's self-destruction only took tens of seconds, during which time Washington, D.C. notified Diana of the news, and the two flew from Metropolis to Washington, and finally carried Captain Atom upwards. But this is already the limit. Before Superman could take him to a higher place, Captain America's body exploded on the spot, and the atom inside him was naturally the first person to die. Following closely behind are the 3 cities of Washington, Baltimore, and Metropolitan City, as well as all the survivors in these cities. Clark only saw a dazzling white light, and then a terrifying shock wave came from Washington. Even without trying it himself, Clark knew that it was impossible for him to block such violent energy with his current body. Just when Clark thought he was going to die, Canary used a green light to put up a protective shield, protecting the building where the Daily Planet was located, and also protecting the few remaining survivors inside the building. And anywhere in the other 3 cities was razed to the ground. This is the power of self-destruction, Captain Atom's full explosion. 3 cities are just like this. Clark felt the terrifying energy explosion in person in the green light protection shield constructed by Canary, and his body could not help but tremble. On the side, little Jonathan sensed Clark's fear, so he walked over and patted him gently on the shoulder. Don't be afraid, everyone will protect you. But such words made Clark excited. I am indeed scared. But I also hope to be able to help everyone. I don't want to be a burden to you, and I also have strength. Except for Superman, who was staring at the ruins of the 3 cities in a daze, everyone, including Wonder Woman who was flying beside Superman in the sky, heard what Clark said at this time. I always thought I was just an ordinary person, but the truth is, I am also a Kryptonian, and I also have superpowers. I just hate myself. I failed to protect my friends in my own world, and when I came here, I became a burden. Then what's the point of having such power? Everyone sighed silently in their hearts after hearing this. All those who knew Clark's background simply regarded him as a young Superman. But until this moment, they realized that Clark was not Superman, he was Clark Parker, a Kryptonian living in a different environment. At this time, Damian came over and also put his arm on Clark's shoulders. It's not your fault that you have power. No one can decide their birth. If you feel confused, why not let go of these responsibilities that don't belong to you? If it were an ordinary person, Damian's persuasion would definitely have achieved good results, but he still underestimated Clark, or rather, underestimated Kall. The innate empathy of Kryptonians basically means that they are unlikely to give up this responsibility. Just like Superman, who is looking at the ruins of the city with sadness at this moment, when they realize the extraordinary power they possess, it is impossible for them to let go of the responsibility in their hearts. Even if Superman in another world turned evil because of the death of his wife and son, and became cruel and dictatorial, he still took on his responsibility to protect humanity, but in a different way. I can't do it. I obviously have the power, so how can I just ignore something like this? I also want to do something. I also want to help others like you, instead of just living under your protection. Clark realized the despair of this world, so he couldn't just sit back and watch. In his own world, it was because he didn't react in time that his friend Matthew went blind. In this world, he absolutely couldn't just watch like that again. At this moment, the heroes didn't know what to say. Cyborg and Green Arrow were not good at persuading others, and Canary was even less so. As for Damian and little Jonathan, they themselves are not mentally qualified to be heroes, so naturally they cannot speak any profound truths. But there was only one exception. Wonder Woman, who also noticed Clark, slowly descended from the sky and stood in front of Clark. I heard that you want to take responsibility like us. Feeling the powerful and heavy aura from Wonder Woman is a completely different feeling from that from Superman. Although they are both superheroes, Wonder Woman is more like a ruthless warrior than Superman, who always brings hope to people. Especially in such a disaster, Wonder Woman's warrior attributes are more prominent. No, that's right. Clark suppressed his discomfort and nodded, and the next moment, Wonder Woman in front of him attacked and punched Clark in the face. Wonder Woman's movements were not fast, at least that was the view of little Jonathan standing by, but for Clark, he could only barely see Wonder Woman's fist swinging towards him. Instinctively, Clark wanted to raise his arm to block, but he was still a step too late. Wonder Woman's punch hit him hard in the face. His body flew backwards and broke through the green light barrier that Canary was gradually withdrawing, falling from the rooftop dozens of meters away to the ruins on the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Pain. Clark had never felt such pain since he was born. With his extraordinary talent and the love of his family, he had never endured such pain. Almost instinctively, Clark was about to cry out, but at this moment, Wonder Woman, who had already come in front of him, shouted, "Shut up." This loud shout frightened Clark and also forced him to hold back his tears. Diana this. At this time, Wonder Woman's sudden action also successfully attracted Superman's attention. It's not that he didn't hear Clark's words, but because of the destruction of the 3 cities and the survivors in them, Superman had no time to take care of it. After discovering that Wonder Woman was attacking Clark directly, he immediately wanted to step forward to stop her, but was interrupted by Wonder Woman's wave of her hand. Superman, I remember you said on the radio that we need to gather all our strength to fight the virus? Is that right? Knowing what Wonder Woman meant, Superman nodded with a complicated expression and planned to continue persuading her. That's true, but he's just a child. But he is also a Kryptonian, a future Superman, isn't he? He is you as a child. This sentence made Clark completely speechless. What else could he say? To excuse himself? After Clark himself said that he hoped to help, he simply couldn't say such a thing. At this time, Wonder Woman had already turned her attention back to Clark, who had stood up. Crying was just a child's instinct. Clark's super-developed brain and empathy far beyond that of normal people made him regain his sanity, and he looked at Wonder Woman firmly again. In other words, after Wonder Woman's attack just now, he is now able to face up to this powerful heroine and the cold aura she exudes. It's pretty cool. In response, Wonder Woman nodded. After being attacked by her, Clark not only did not continue to be afraid of her, but instead had the courage to look her in the face. This proved that the other party's statement of wanting to take responsibility was not just talk. If you don't want to live under our protection, then become stronger and become a powerful warrior. If you don't have strength, all your ideas are false. This is what Wonder Woman thinks. She herself became a warrior and gradually became a hero after gaining power. I will train you, and I hope you won't let me down. The matter between Clark and Wonder Woman ended quickly. In the following days, Wonder Woman would train Clark using the training method of the Paradise Island warriors. On the other side, on the rooftop of the Daily Planet, butler Alfred also found his young master Damian. Master Damian. Alfred's face was filled with deep sadness. He had always regarded Bruce Wayne as his own child, and the same went for Dick and Tim. They were Bruce's adopted children, so they were also his children. But not long ago, he witnessed Bruce killing Dick and Tim in order to protect himself, and after Bruce was completely controlled by the virus, he killed him with the shotgun in his hand. He had killed his own child, and this would be a source of eternal sorrow for Alfred for the rest of his life. Alfred, Grandpa. Looking at the sad old man, Damian hesitated for a moment before calling out the name the old man was most expecting. Sure enough, after hearing Damian calling him Grandpa, Alfred's sad face finally showed a bitter smile. The estrangement in this family finally disappeared completely. If Bruce and the others hadn't died, it would have been a great thing. Thinking of this, Alfred squatted down and put the suitcase in his hand on the ground. This is what Master Bruce asked me to pass on to you at the end. Actually, this thing has been kept in the warehouse. Bruce has been preparing for this for a long time. After a series of tests, the suitcase was slowly opened under Damian's fingerprints. What caught everyone's eyes was a slightly smaller bat suit and many USB flash drives. These USB flash drives record all the preparations Bruce has made for the future. Some of them can be used now, but some have already been used a lot, such as the correct way for the Justice League to deal with what happened when Batman lost control, which will never be used again. Although it was just the first small suitcase, it contained everything of Bruce. Now, he handed it all over to his son, Damian. Damn thing. Damian, who had been forcing himself to stay rational, couldn't hold back any longer and tears flowed uncontrollably. He felt sad, not for Batman, but for his stupid and stubborn father. Since you've already prepared it, why don't you take it out earlier? After the roar, Damian took his suitcase and walked into the only intact Daily Planet building. Soon, after changing into a perfectly fitting bat suit, Damian appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, all the heroes felt that Damian had changed. Although it was just a well-fitting battlesuit, the moment Damian put it on, he had become Batman, the new generation of Batman. It seems that Batman's will has been passed down. Green Arrow couldn't help but sigh, but his name Green Arrow could no longer be passed on. He had already tried to contact the heroes of his Green Arrow family, but they, without exception, had all lost contact. In the current disaster, there is only one possibility, that is, they are all infected, without exception. There is no time to waste, guys. At this time, Superman and Wonder Woman also flew back with Clark alone, and Superman spoke to everyone. Now Metropolis, Baltimore, and Washington have been destroyed. The city is no longer suitable for us to live in. We need to find a new place for the survivors and start implementing the plan left by Batman. Everyone nodded. They had no time to waste. They had to race against time to save as many people as possible. In response to this, Superman also began to arrange tasks. Green Arrow, Canary, and Damian use the power of the Green Lantern to take the survivors of the Daily Planet to my Fortress of Solitude, where they will greet the superheroes who will arrive next. As for the rest of us, from now on, satellites, optical cables, and everything related to the internet must be destroyed. Understand? The heroes were immediately excited. Superman, with his son Jonathan Jr., and Barry, with his nephew Wally, began to destroy servers, optical cables and other internet-related things around the world. They had to completely destroy the internet that hosted the anti-life equation virus in a short period of time. Wonder Woman also had such a mission, but she was not in a hurry to implement it. Instead, she took Clark directly to outer space. From the moment Clark realized that Bite was a Kryptonian, he no longer needed to breathe and could survive in space as long as he had the yellow sun shining on him. On the one hand, Diana came here because she needed to destroy all the artificial satellites to limit the spread of the internet. On the other hand, there was no weakening of the atmosphere here, which allowed Clark to receive the maximum amount of sunlight and gain superhuman powers at the fastest speed. During this period of time, many heroes also gathered towards Superman's Fortress of Solitude, including naturally some villains who loved and hated the heroes. Naturally, this also includes Superman's mortal enemy, Lex Luthor, who is known as the second smartest person on Earth and now the smartest person on Earth. He has also come to the Fortress of Solitude and joined the camp of heroes. However, there is one member of the Justice League who has not yet arrived at the Fortress of Solitude, and that is Aquaman, Arthur. Fast forward to the time when Superman realizes the outbreak and rushes home to stop Jonathan Jr. and Damian from continuing to play video games on network TV. In the waters near Atlantis, a cruise ship lost power and stopped on the sea. Aquaman Arthur discovered this and suspected that the cruise ship had lost power, so he wanted to come over to help. However, when he boarded the cruise ship, he discovered that although the entire cruise ship could make subtle sounds from time to time, overall, it revealed an atmosphere of deathly silence. In response, Aquaman became alert, his muscles tensed, and walked towards the door leading to the cabin. But the moment he opened the door, countless infected people poured out and swarmed towards Aquaman. Although he is often ridiculed as the shame of the Justice League, Aquaman is the king of Atlantis. The nails of these infected people are completely unable to break Aquaman's skin, so naturally there is no way to infect him. But unfortunately, Aquaman chose the wrong way to handle it. After a brief fright, he decided to investigate these infected people, but he did not choose to knock them down directly on the cruise ship. Instead, he chose to jump into the sea and lure these infected people into the sea, the main battlefield of the Sea King. But he overestimated himself and underestimated the anti-life equation virus. He was indeed not injured, but the blood of the infected person carried the virus and spread rapidly in the sea water, and entered his body with Aquaman's breathing. He thought he had a superb physique and was immune to all poisons, but in the end he paid a price for it. He was not injured, but because he drank sea water for breathing, he was infected and became an infected person. A hero of the Justice League fell. Still haven't learned to fly yet. By the time Wonder Woman had dealt with all the satellites, Clark was still shining in the yellow sun's light in outer space. But even so, let alone flying, even the biological stance has not yet emerged. It seems that the Kryptonian bloodline is not so determined, or it may be because of you. Superman's speed of becoming stronger is not as fast as that of little Jonathan. Wonder Woman doesn't know what secrets the Kryptonians' bodies have, but she knows that they have no time to waste. A week is enough for these superheroes to destroy the internet on Earth. It's time to go back. Pulled by Wonder Woman, Clark returned to Earth and came to the Fortress of Solitude, which was transformed from a Kryptonian spaceship by Superman. At this time, some new heroes have gathered here. The less famous ones are Hawkman and Hawkgirl. As for the famous ones, there is Martian Manhunter, a member of the Justice League, and Lex Luthor, Superman's archenemy. In such a crisis, Lex put aside the conflict between him and Superman, responded to Superman's call and came here. When Wonder Woman and Clark entered the Fortress of Solitude, they happened to see Lex find Superman and express his opinion. Superman, you have to know that this time the virus spread through the internet and indeed infected most people in an instant, but there are also many survivors. Although the technology in your Fortress of Solitude fascinates me, the Fortress of Solitude alone cannot accommodate so many survivors. We need other safe places to accommodate the survivors. Superman nodded in response. The size of the Fortress of Solitude was not that big. It was okay as a base for superheroes, but it would be impractical to use it as a base for survivors. Luthor's proposal happened to be what he was most concerned about right now. He turned his gaze towards Gotham and said, "In Gotham, that's Batman's territory, but in a sense, it's the easiest area to deal with when an infection breaks out there." Although Batman is a member of the Justice League and can always achieve unexpected results with his wisdom in various battles, in essence, Batman is just an ordinary person. The enemies he faces, even if they have superpowers, will not be that powerful. The heroes and criminals there tend to be more of a battle of wits, so it has become the safest place. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy were not infected, and they killed almost all the infected heroes and villains. That's right, this is Gotham's monster room. If these enemies were normal people, even Superman would have to worry about being cheated and losing everything after entering Gotham. But if these people lose their minds, then even Poison Ivy, who is not a threat at all in Superman's eyes, can easily become unstoppable in Gotham. Today's Gotham has been controlled by Poison Ivy and has become a paradise for plants. These plants not only kill most of the infected, but also resist the infected who want to invade. Poison Ivy's fighting power depends on the strength of the surrounding plants. Without any human or legal constraints, Poison Ivy turns the entire Gotham into her own garden. In this case, if a battle breaks out in Gotham, even Wonder Woman will not be able to gain any advantage from Poison Ivy if she forces her way in without a good countermeasure. If we can convince Poison Ivy and ask her to take in the survivors, then we can definitely protect most people. I'll go. At this time, Damian and Green Arrow also came over. They both heard the conversation between Superman and Luthor. Damian naturally volunteered. Among the people here, I should be the one who knows Poison Ivy best, so I will be the one to convince Poison Ivy. Superman instinctively wanted to refuse, because in his opinion, Damian and little Jonathan were just children, and these children should not be put in danger before the adults were defeated. But the reasons given by Damian were very sufficient. After Batman's death, none of the heroes present had ever come into contact with Poison Ivy, let alone understand her. Only Damian, the young man who once followed Batman to protect Gotham, was the most qualified person to carry out this mission. Okay, then Green Arrow and Canary will follow you. Be sure to pay attention to your own safety. Although I don't know Poison Ivy as well as you do, no one who has access to Batman's database is safe. Damian smiled at the concern in Superman's words and said half-jokingly, "Are you talking about yourself? In Dad's database, your information is ranked first. Superman was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled again. He did not feel angry or aggrieved at all about Batman's vigilance, because this was originally Superman's commission. It was he who commissioned Batman to be prepared to kill him at any time. Even the kryptonite stock in Batman's hands was actually provided by Superman. Really? You're worthy of being Batman. Time waits for no one. After deciding to set off, Damian, Green Arrow and Canary set off immediately, but it is obvious that Gotham alone is not enough. Although no detailed research has been conducted, they can still feel that these infected people seem to know the location of living people like them, and will find them accurately, wanting to convert them as well. Although they don't understand the principle behind this, considering that the source of the virus is the mysterious anti-life equation, everyone can only accept this result. Diana, you're back. At this moment, the two also noticed Wonder Woman taking Clark back to the Fortress of Solitude, and at this moment, Superman seemed to suddenly realize it and said to Wonder Woman, Diana, could you please communicate with Queen Hippolyta of Paradise Island? We need more, larger safe areas to accommodate the remaining human survivors. Wonder Woman did not refuse this. Of course, no problem. I just happen to want to find time to bring Clark to Paradise Island for some proper training. If it was peacetime, and someone asked Wonder Woman if she could open Paradise Island to tourism, Diana would give the other person a big fight. But now that the world is about to be destroyed, Paradise Island will naturally not stick to the rule that men are not allowed to enter. When it is time to make adjustments, you still need to make adjustments. Thank you. Wonder Woman nodded and was about to take Clark, who had not yet had a sip of water, to Paradise Island, but at this time, Superman spoke again. You may need to stay on Paradise Island for a long time to protect the survivors there. But this time, please make another trip to the Fortress of Solitude. The Kandak guarded by Black Adam is still intact. If possible, I hope to convince him to take in more survivors so that we can protect the Earth together. Wonder Woman had no objection to Superman's idea of working with Black Adam, but at the same time, she also reminded Superman. Black Adam is not such an easy person to talk to. Or rather, in his eyes, other than himself and his people, no one else can be considered a human being. I can help you, but you can't rely on Black Adam for everything. In fact, with the power they have currently gathered, they can completely use force to force Black Adam to cooperate, but Wonder Woman knows that Black Adam is not a villain, he is the king of a country, whether they recognize it or not, whether other countries recognize it or not, as long as the people of Kandak agree with this, Superman will not use force against Black Adam. I see. Superman nodded. He had also fought with Black Adam. With his super brain, he could naturally roughly infer the outcome. However, no matter how slim the hope was, he had to try, because more and more people were being rescued, and Gotham and Paradise Island alone could not accommodate so many people. According to Luthor's prediction, they should be able to find 10 to 20 million survivors, a number that Gotham and Paradise Island cannot accommodate. I'm just reminding you. Without saying anything more, Diana took Clark and flew to Paradise Island, which naturally didn't take much time. When the female warriors of Paradise Island saw Diana coming back, they were very happy at first, but when they saw Diana coming in with an 8-year-old boy, they all showed surprised expressions. Diana, I remember, you don't have a boyfriend in the human world. How could Diana not know what dirty things these women who had never seen a man were thinking? She threw Clark to these Amazon soldiers in a bad mood. He is a Kryptonian, a Superman from another world, but you can see now that he is too young, so I want to train him well. After all, no one knows what will happen in the future. I see. So now we are preparing a place for him to stay. After Diana explained it all, the Amazon warriors didn't care anymore. After catching Clark, who was thrown by Wonder Woman, they asked directly, no, just take him to the arena. You can train with him in the future, according to your original training, and let him live in the arena. The Amazon warrior hesitated for a moment, but after looking at Diana's serious expression and Clark's equally determined face, he finally nodded and led Clark towards the direction of the arena. Boy, even though you are a Kryptonian, you still have to be careful. The Amazons use real swords and guns in their training. I can do it. As long as I can gain the power to protect others, I can do it. The female warrior didn't say much about Clark's determination. After all, everyone can talk big, but few can really stick to it. Even if the child in front of her grows up to be the strongest hero Superman, it is not an easy task to survive the training of Amazon warriors. Watching Clark being taken away, Wonder Woman nodded and walked towards the palace. She wanted to tell her mother, Queen Hippolyta, about the current situation and ask her to open Paradise Island to take in the survivors. This was not a difficult task. From the moment she agreed to Superman, Wonder Woman knew that Queen Hippolyta would never refuse this. The world is on the verge of destruction, so Paradise Island naturally does not need to exclude outsiders in order to protect itself and maintain neutrality, so it easily agreed to this. Next, the heroes will gradually transfer the survivors rescued from all over the world to Paradise Island. Similarly, Wonder Woman has not forgotten Superman's commission and immediately plans to go to the Fortress of Solitude to reunite with Superman, but before that, she plans to go to the arena to see how Clark performs. When she arrived at the arena, Clark, who had just watched a combat training between Amazon warriors, stepped into the arena. The person he had to face was the warrior who was commissioned by Wonder Woman to bring him to the arena. The female warrior, holding a shield and a sword, was the first to stand in the arena, but she noticed that Clark was standing next to the weapon rack, looking very hesitant. At first, the female warrior thought that Clark was afraid and did not dare to enter the arena, but she did not expect that after hesitating for a moment, she finally took a shield from the weapon rack and walked into the arena. You don't have a weapon? Just a shield? The female warrior frowned, not understanding what Clark was doing, but soon she understood this behavior from Clark's performance. Clark hesitated, but finally spoke timidly. Those weapons are all sharpened. I'm worried. At this moment, the female warrior just laughed, but she was laughing because she was angry. You mean, you're worried about hurting me, so you don't plan to use a weapon? Aren't you worried about getting hurt yourself? Wonder Woman shook her head outside the court. Should she say that they were indeed the same person? Clark's current behavior was exactly the same as the Superman she knew. This excessive kindness always made people feel disgusted, but also at ease. Clark raised his shield. If there is a shield, it should be. Before Clark could finish his words, the female warrior launched an attack without hesitation. Although the biggest impression given by Paradise Island is that it is the hometown of Wonder Woman Diana, and the ordinary Amazon warriors are almost as inferior to Wonder Woman as heaven and earth, but that is only compared to Wonder Woman. Even though Clark is a Kryptonian, he has only recently realized that he is a Kryptonian. In terms of physical fitness, he may really be no match for these Amazon warriors. Faced with the attack, Clark instinctively raised the shield in his hand to block the opponent's sword. The huge force from the shield made Clark fall to his knees. But what he was facing was not an irrational infected person. The battle-hardened Amazon warrior naturally would not attack at the shield. Seeing that Clark's thin body was almost completely hidden under the huge shield, she raised her foot and kicked Clark out. He flew dozens of meters away and hit the inner wall of the arena heavily. Ahem. Wonder Woman had held back in her previous attack, but this time, the female warrior showed no mercy and hit Clark directly in the abdomen, causing him to spit out blood. I heard that you were a Superman when you were a kid, but now you are just a weakling. It is the right of the strong to show mercy. Before you have enough strength, in this arena, you must keep your extra kindness. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will not survive for more than a week. There was clearly murderous intent in the female warrior's words. The fights between the Amazon warriors were originally ruthless actual combats, and serious injuries were inevitable. However, the strength of each person was roughly similar, and they knew each other well enough, so no one died in training. But if the target is Clark, this kind of guy who always has pure good intentions but is annoying, the female warrior is really not sure whether someone will not stop and kill Clark directly. Although the opponent is a Kryptonian who has not grown up is not invulnerable to swords and guns. As she spoke, the female warrior drew out a long sword and threw it in front of Clark. Now, pick up your weapons and start formal training. Just when the female warrior thought that Clark would see the reality clearly and put down his weapon obediently after being frightened by her murderous aura, she found that Clark did not even look at the long sword beside him, but stood up on the ground with his shield, looking at the female warrior with firm eyes. I don't want to hurt anyone again. Even if it's training, I absolutely don't want to hurt anyone. You don't think that the next plot is that the female warrior is moved by Clark's will and acknowledges Clark's willingness to protect others. I'm sorry, this is not a story of a heroic legend. No one will agree with others simply because of a sentence or a person standing up after falling down, let alone the Amazons who are warlike and competitive. Clark's words not only failed to gain her recognition, but also angered the warrior. Clark, who was not as strong as himself, actually gave up using the sword during training and only used a shield. The reason was that he didn't want to hurt himself? What's the difference between this situation and an ant running up to you and saying that he's worried about stepping on you to death so he just waits for you to leave first? Compared with the firm will shown in Clark's words, what the female warrior saw more was the other party's contempt for her. Although Clark herself absolutely had no intention of despising the other party, such behavior itself was a blow to the female warrior's self-esteem. So Clark not only failed to gain the other party's recognition, but was instead subjected to the female warrior's ruthless and rainstorm-like attack. The female warrior is stronger in strength and faster in speed. At this moment, Clark is no match for his opponent in any aspect. He can only hold the shield in his hand tightly with all his strength, because he feels that as long as he relaxes a little, this shield, the only one that can protect him, will slip out of his hand under the opponent's attack. Wonder Woman, who was observing all this in the dark, shook her head. She understood Clark's idea better than the Amazon warriors who had been staying here, because she herself had fought side by side with Superman, who had the same kindness, countless times, and she had also quarreled with Superman because of this kindness that seemed incompatible with ordinary people. Clark is right. There is nothing wrong with a person sticking to his own ideas. Wonder Woman can only say that Clark is still too young. He did not have a clear understanding of the Amazon race and the personalities of the Amazon warriors living on Paradise Island. They are proud warriors who have absolute confidence in their honed martial arts. This confidence and self-esteem is everything to these female warriors. Not even Superman himself would say I will protect you in front of them, because Superman knew that it was okay for him to do so, but if he said it to their faces, these female warriors would really fight with Superman for the pride in their hearts. Even if their strength was far inferior to Superman, they would not have any fear. Both of them are Superman, a Superman who is called the god of the earth. They dare to risk their lives. What's more, Clark is just a kid who didn't know he was a Kryptonian a week ago. Wonder Woman has already left secretly, and she is going to the Fortress of Solitude quickly to reunite with Superman and the others. But Clark still endured the merciless attack of the female warrior. Apart from avoiding the fatal parts, the other attacks of the sharp sword had no effect at all. Several times, Clark thought he would soon say goodbye to his arm or even his thigh. Even if he eventually managed to dodge these attacks that could have crippled him, the sword would still leave deep scars on his body that were visible to the bone. What's wrong? You don't want to hurt me, do you? But look at yourself now. You can't even protect yourself. How dare you say that to me? The female warrior roared, but as she looked at Clark, who showed no resistance, she gradually felt bored. So, in the next attack, the female warrior used the shield in her hand to collide with Clark's shield. Unlike the slashing of a long sword, the collision between shields was a test of pure strength. The female warrior, who was stronger, successfully knocked Clark's body backward, and he was about to fall to the ground in the next moment. But what was faster than gravity was the attack of the female warrior. With a flick of the sword in her hand, Clark's shield flew out of his hand, and at the same time, a deep scar appeared on the back of his hand. Bang! Finally, there was another impact of the shield. This time, without the protection of the shield, Clark's chest was hit so hard that the sound of broken bones rang through his mind. What followed was severe pain. Clark flew backwards dozens of meters, hit the inner wall of the arena, and collapsed to the ground. The shield that was thrown away just happened to fall next to his hand. Boring. In the end, you still can't stand up, right? The female warrior believed that she had figured out Clark's limit in the previous attack. Under such an attack, it was almost certain that the opponent would fall into a coma and there was no possibility of him waking up. Just when she was about to leave and come back to check the situation later, the sound of the metal shield hitting the ground attracted her attention again. When she turned around, she found that Clark had once again leaned on the shield and barely stood up. Oh, it seems that those nonsense you said were not just talk. The weapon that had just been put away was unsheathed again, and the female warrior once again came to the center of the battlefield. At this time, she had almost calmed down after beating up Yvonne Clark. At the same time, she also noticed Clark's eyes, a look that was extremely pure, full of kindness. Excuse me, what is your name? The female warrior did not expect that Clark, who stood up again with his willpower, did not choose to attack at the first time, but asked such a question that had nothing to do with training. What? You want to know my name, and then come back to seek revenge on me in a few years when you become a real Superman? The sarcastic words almost came out of her mouth, but after the female warrior noticed Clark's clear eyes again and the kindness in them without any resentment, she regretted it, and an inexplicable guilt filled her heart. Now I have only one thought in my mind: I deserve to die. No, I won't seek revenge on you. I just want to thank you. Thank you for training me. Thank you for making me realize my shortcomings. It was my mistake for not considering your thoughts. The female warrior was stunned for a moment, then started laughing. So, you little brat, you were still thinking about me when you were attacked in bed and in such pain. The female warrior raised her head. It must be said that Clark succeeded. He proved his will with his actions. In the eyes of these Amazon warriors, standing up again after being knocked down by the enemy is nothing. Every qualified warrior can do this. As long as they are not dead, they will not give up fighting the enemy. But she thought she couldn't be as kind as Clark, who still considered her enemy even though he was suffering, even though the gods were threatened, even though her attack could really cause him lifelong disability and ruin his future. She admitted it, acknowledged Clark's unrealistic kindness, and was willing to work hard for his unrealistic idea. She knew that the other person was a Kryptonian and would grow up to be stronger than her in a short period of time, but as long as she could still do it, she would teach the child in front of her everything she knew. She would become a strong warrior and a great hero, she was sure of it. Thinking of this, she picked up the sword again and walked towards Clark. A new round of training was about to begin. You want to know my name? Then wait until you can really conquer me with your shield in your hand. Black Adam was flying at a very high speed in the air. Even though he didn't make any attacking movements, lightning was constantly being released around him. Every bolt of lightning could accurately penetrate an infected person and directly kill any threat that intended to approach Kahndaq. He has always been like this. Kahndaq is a country with relatively backward technology, as can be seen from the fact that their king is actually Shazam, who lived 5,000 years ago. Therefore, Kahndaq, which was relatively backward in technological and social development, was the least affected when the virus first spread widely due to the internet. Because of the existence of God, few people in Kahndaq have mobile phones, and the few survivors are killed by Black Adam the moment they appear, before they have time to spread the news. If this happened in the United States, and the government's first reaction to a virus like this was to kill the infected directly, many people would oppose government policies in the name of humanitarianism. But unfortunately, this is Kahndaq, a country still under a feudal monarchy, where Black Adam is the absolute law. Therefore, no one opposed Black Adam's actions, and Black Adam successfully used his cold-blooded action mode to protect a number of ordinary people that the entire Justice League combined could not protect. When the thunder and lightning gradually dissipated, there were no enemies on the ground except the corpses of the infected. Now, Egypt and Israel close to Kahndaq are almost all occupied by the infected, and even the United States, which is crowded with superheroes, has fallen. How could these two countries in Africa survive? These infected people continued to sense the breath of living people and attacked Kanduk over a week, but Black Adam's way of dealing with them was always so decisive, which was killing. Now, almost all the ordinary infected people nearby have been killed. Before a superhero strong enough to fight Black Adam is infected, he can completely ensure the safety of Kanduk. However, at this time, he did not return directly to his palace, but floated in the air because 3 more uninvited guests came. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter flew in front of Black Adam at this time. Justice League, why don't you save ordinary people all over the world? Why do you come to my country? Black Adam's attitude towards Superman is naturally not good, because they are almost completely opposite in terms of their behavior style and thoughts and ideas. That is, in terms of abilities, the two have some similarities. Black Adam, your country, Kanduk, can be said to be the safest place on Earth today. We hope you can take in more survivors. Then we can work together to guard the border of Kanduk and better protect these ordinary people. Nowadays, there may be no country in the world that would refuse Superman's help. If Superman and the Justice League are there to protect the border, then at least this country will definitely be able to hold out longer in this disaster. But Black Adam is an exception. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in jointly protecting Kanduk, but it's obvious that I'm capable of protecting Kanduk's safety now. On the contrary, your arrival will bring new threats to Kanduk. Not to mention the long-term consequences, the joining of Superman will inevitably restrict Black Adam's actions. The reason why he can make Kanduk the safest place on Earth today is not only because of his God-given abilities and combat power that can rival Superman. The more important reason is that he is decisive and ruthless enough. He can directly kill anyone who shows signs of infection, even if that person has not yet become sick. Whenever possible, he will do it. But Superman can't do it. Superman, who can't even bear to kill the infected, is the biggest threat to Black Adam. Black Adam is not afraid of any opponent except Superman. Therefore, he would rather face the next army of infected people alone than cooperate with Superman. 2 people with different ideas stand together, and even other heroes who support Superman join in. Black Adam can imagine what kind of situation he will face in the future. I have no interest in saving humanity, nor do I have any thoughts on your superhero games, so leave Kanduk quickly, or I will launch an attack. Superman wanted to say something, but was stopped by Martian Manhunter and Wonder Woman. Black Adam's words had made it very clear, and there was no point in them saying anything more. All right. In the end, Superman had no choice but to give up and left Kanduk with Wonder Woman and Martian Manhunter, flying towards the Fortress of Solitude, and seeing if he could rescue more survivors along the way. And after making sure the 3 had left, Black Adam also flew back to his palace. Shazam! Along with a magical spell, a bolt of lightning hit his body accurately. The next moment, Black Adam temporarily withdrew his divine power and turned back into a mortal. Tez Adam. Did anything happen in the city? After Black Adam returned to the palace, his ministers immediately came up to him, but he was unable to answer Black Adam's questions. The thunder did not cause panic, but with almost all the countries outside losing contact, the situation has changed too drastically. We are now unable to tell what is good and what is bad. In Kanduk, Black Adam used his wisdom from Thoth to govern the entire country, and his subjects had long been accustomed to relying on this omnipotent king. Black Adam had anticipated such an answer, and after casually changing into the king's robe, he decided to go on a secret visit. The wisdom of God is not omniscient and omnipotent. He needs to see with his own eyes how people are living today before he can make the most accurate and correct decisions. So, accompanied by a group of ordinary ministers, Black Adam left the palace and walked into his own country. Along the way, he also saw a lot of problems. Black Adam did possess extraordinary wisdom, but Kanduk was just a small country after all, with scarce natural resources. With the destruction of other countries' regimes, some of Kanduk's material supply industries had problems. Black Adam discovered these phenomena and had begun to think about solutions. At this moment, they noticed a woman squatting at the door crying. Black Adam could not sit idly by and watch the people's sadness, so he immediately stepped forward to ask, "Great King, my child, he has a serious illness. I am really powerless to help him." Hearing this, Black Adam secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With his wisdom, most of the diseases in the world could be cured, so he said to the mother, "Open the door, maybe I can help you." "Thank you, Great King." As she spoke, the woman unlocked the door with her key and made way for Black Adam. Black Adam trusted his people, so he pushed open the wooden door without any hesitation. But at this moment, a little boy covered in blood rushed towards Black Adam with a roar. Realizing that the other party was an infected person, Black Adam immediately chanted a spell to regain his divine power. Sand. But before he could chant half of the spell, Black Adam, who was still immortal, was scratched on the chest by the little boy, and at the same time, the second half of the spell came out of his mouth. Thumbs up. The thunder with divine power crossed the roof and fell on Black Adam. He regained his omnipotent power, but at the same time, in the beam of lightning, an infected person with terrifying strength was born. It seems that our plan A has failed. On the way back to the Fortress of Solitude, the 3 members of the Justice League even carried back a building, which contained the survivors they had rescued along the way. However, they, who should have been happy for saving so many people, now feel invisible pressure. Judging from the current situation, the number of survivors should be similar to Luthor's prediction, which is about 1,500 million. However, such a large population cannot be accommodated by the Gotham Forest and Paradise Island. As a city, Gotham itself can accommodate a very large population, but in order to resist the survivors, poison ivy has transformed Gotham into a green Gotham Forest. Although it has enhanced the protection, it has also lost a large number of residential areas. In addition, poison ivy herself is not capable enough, and she is simply unable to protect so many survivors. This is based on the premise that these survivors are willing to be obedient. If those survivors cause trouble in the Gotham Forest, Superman doesn't have to guess that those troublemakers will definitely become nutrients for Gotham's plants. Poison ivy can definitely do it. So Gotham can only accommodate those obedient survivors, and the real troublemakers still need Superman and others to deal with them. But then Paradise Island would not have enough land. Paradise Island could not even provide enough houses for 1,500 million people. There is only one way now. It's not that Superman can't think, but he knows that a Superman who is willing to think is an innumerable threat to the whole world, so he took the initiative to give up most of the opportunities to think in order to give everyone peace of mind. Now, with Batman dead, Superman must take a comprehensive view of the overall situation. We need to go to Atlantis to find Aquaman, or someone else who has the ability to control the ocean to assist us. With their help, we can forcibly raise the altitude of Paradise Island by dozens of meters and expand its area. Such behavior would cause great damage to Paradise Island itself, but in today's world, Wonder Woman had no other choice but to agree to Superman's proposal, but new problems arose as a result. Superman, what is the current situation in Atlantis? When the Martian hunter asked the question, he noticed that Superman's face changed drastically, and he was looking in the direction of Atlantis. The Black Ocean Current. No, that's Arthur. Arthur is infected. He is using the seawater to carry the virus and is getting closer to Atlantis. As soon as he finished speaking, Superman turned into a red and blue light and rushed into the distance. Damn, is this guy Arthur still infected? As she spoke, Wonder Woman also chased in the direction of Superman. Although everyone had speculated when Arthur did not respond to Superman's call, they all tacitly found reasons for themselves, thinking that Arthur just needed to focus on protecting his country in this disaster, so he did not participate in the war. Unlike Wonder Woman's Paradise Island, which has a small population and is led by Queen Hippolyta, Arthur is a superhero, but he is also the king of Atlantis. So everyone hopes that Arthur is unable to get away because of the affairs of Atlantis, but now, this fantasy is shattered. Aquaman, Arthur, and you are infected, which also means that in the near future, the entire ocean will become a breeding pool for the anti-life equation virus. At this moment, mankind has lost the largest amount of water resources. Because it's not just the sea. At the moment Arthur was infected, all the rivers connected to the sea and all the lakes that were nourished by rainfall will give birth to countless viruses. Human beings no longer have any water resources except for the water resources prepared in advance by a few facilities. The scene changed, and at this time Superman and Wonder Woman rushed into the sea one after another, and arrived at the outskirts of Atlantis in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Arthur's wife, Sea Queen Mera and Sea Storm Gast were trying to control the ocean currents. Because in the distance within their sight, the black ocean current symbolizing death and containing viruses was approaching the Atlanteans. The Atlanteans can breathe in water, instead of not needing to breathe, and this will also cause them to inhale the viruses contained in the seawater into their bodies. Now most of the Atlanteans have been transformed. Behind the Sea Queen and the Sea Storm is the last pure land of Atlantis. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not fight against the terrifying black ocean current, because when it comes to controlling the ocean, there is a true controller of the ocean in that black ocean current, and this is driving death. No, Arthur's control over the seawater is better than ours. We can't resist this black ocean current at all. Sea Storm was anxious, but compared to Aquaman Arthur, he was still too weak. Even if he worked together with Queen Mera, they were unable to defeat the opponent. What else can we do? The last Atlantean is behind us. We must stop him. But sometimes, reality cannot be reversed by willpower alone. The gap between Arthur and Mera and JAS is as huge as the gap between Superman and Superboy. Just as the two were about to be touched by the black ocean current and were about to be infected by their instinctive breathing, a red beam of light dropped from the sky and evaporated all the seawater in front of them in just a moment. At the same time, viruses that travel along with seawater are also eliminated. Superman and Wonder Woman rushed into the ocean and came to Mera and JAS. Sea Queen, Sea Storm, we can't stay here any longer. Quickly organize the Atlanteans to seek refuge in the waters near Paradise Island. Superman and I will hold off Arthur here. That's right, to resist Arthur. At this time, Arthur was surrounded by black ocean currents. Even Superman didn't dare to approach directly. The Man of Steel was not invulnerable. If he got close to the polluted sea water, he might be infected without paying attention. Therefore, Superman could not take such a big risk. And if he doesn't get close, with his heat vision and cryo breath, Superman will never be able to defeat Arthur unless he evaporates or freezes all the water in the ocean. Understood. At this time, Mera also knew that it was impossible to protect Atlantis with her strength, so she did not refuse and went with Sea Storm to guide the remaining Atlanteans to take refuge. Go ahead, Diana. Okay, then I'll go first. Diana nodded, flew in front of Superman, and gathered the divine power in her body into the divine power wristbands on her hands. And in front of her, Arthur was approaching quickly with a large number of infected Atlanteans and some unspeakable sea monsters. Just as the black current was about to touch Diana's body, the wrist guards on her hands collided heavily. The divine power was released instantly through the impact generated by the collision of the wrist guards. And the next moment, the sea parted. The horrific impact blew back the black ocean current along with the infected people in it, and the sea was directly split into two. In the eyes of these powerful heroes, the legend of opening the sea was nothing more than an imagination of their battle scene. However, after using this move, Wonder Woman would become stiff for a moment. Seeing that the divided sea was about to open up again, Superman stood up again. After taking a deep breath, a strong freezing breath blew out of his mouth. After Wonder Woman opened the sea, Superman used another breath to completely freeze most of the ocean in front of him. In the ice condensed from the dark sea water, the hideous faces of the Atlantis infected and some sea monsters could be seen. Where's Arthur? Although she was stiff, it only took a second for Wonder Woman to recover. However, she could not see Arthur's figure on the ice in front of her. He ran away. With the speed at which he swam in the sea, it was impossible for my freezing breath to freeze him. This is the reason why Superman can only watch the sea water being polluted but cannot defeat Arthur directly. Although Arthur's swimming speed in the sea water is still not a match for Superman's full-speed flying, it is enough to avoid most of Superman's moves. So there will be another battle between us in the future, right? Superman nodded silently, and Wonder Woman sighed at that. He didn't believe that Superman really had no way to deal with Arthur in the ocean. After all, Superman still couldn't bear it. He was still fantasizing about healing everyone and making the world return to its original state. Therefore, he instinctively restrained his strength and did not defeat and kill Arthur directly. This will always be Superman's biggest weakness, and at the same time, it is this kind of broad love that makes Superman. But Wonder Woman will not stop persuading. She is not an idealist. Superman brings hope to people, but at the same time, as a warrior, she needs to show everyone the reality. This is how their Justice League has been maintained all along. Superman, it's time for you to wake up. We need to think more about the living. Sometimes, death is inevitable. Superman just nodded silently. Wonder Woman knew that the other party heard what she said, but she didn't know how much effect it would have or whether it could make Superman understand. Fortunately, they still have time. As long as she is still here, Superman is still here, hope will not be lost. They still have room to plan step by step. The infected Arthur did not completely lose his mind. After losing his helpers, he did not continue to attack Atlantis. So next, under the command of Mera and Jas, all the remaining Atlanteans gathered in the waters near Paradise Island, and used their power to ensure that the nearby water sources could still be used. Later, with the help of Mera, Superman, and Wonder Woman rushed into the ground and forcibly lifted Paradise Island upwards, allowing more land to emerge above sea level, expanding the area of the entire Paradise Island by more than 3 times, and gaining living space for the surviving humans. In the next few days, led by powerful heroes such as Wonder Woman, Superman, Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, and Canary, everyone began to search for survivors around the world and take them to Gotham Forest or Paradise Island for resettlement according to their personalities. As a result, Diana did not return to Paradise Island for several days, and only Mera took over the task of protecting Paradise Island instead of Diana. However, this has little to do with Clark, as he is still training with the female warriors in the arena. After realizing his identity as a Kryptonian, he trained consciously and his growth rate was so fast that it was like turning on a cheat. Both his physical fitness and combat skills were growing at a speed that seemed terrifying to ordinary people. 3 days ago, he was beaten unilaterally by the female warrior. Now, although he still does not have the advantage in strength and speed, he can skillfully use the shield in his hand to block the opponent's attacks and find the right time to launch a decent counterattack. As for Mera, she knew about Clark's existence, and also knew that Clark was an 8-year-old Superman from another world. But now, with her husband infected and the country almost completely destroyed, she naturally had no mood to talk to a child like Clark, and Clark naturally would not take the initiative to find this unhappy aunt. And today, Wonder Woman is back. The survivors from all over the world have basically been found, so Superman and his friends suggested that Diana return to Paradise Island to protect this last pure land. As for the survivors who are still outside, they will screen and transport them in waves. Wonder Woman agreed. Now that even the ocean is controlled by the infected, Paradise Island is no longer as safe as it was at the beginning. Ordinary infected people naturally cannot get close to Paradise Island, an isolated island far away from the mainland, but this is not a problem at all for the infected Arthur and the sea monsters. The power of Mera and Sea Storm alone is far from enough to fight against Arthur. However, Wonder Woman, who had just returned to Paradise Island and exchanged a few words with Clark in the arena, suddenly heard someone calling her name in the sky. Warbird? So you're alive too. When he arrived, he was a dark-skinned boy with blue feather wings. His ability seemed to be to fly using those wings, and he had the ability to talk to birds. However, that's all Wonder Woman knows about the other party. Wonder Woman? In Jotunheim Prison, Kandak's Black Adam is leading a large number of infected people to attack Jotunheim Prison. Please, help us. Black Adam? Is he infected too? Wonder Woman was shocked. She thought that Arthur lurking in the ocean was troublesome enough, but now even Black Adam was infected. Add to that the troublesome characters with special powers in Kanduk, and it would be terrible. I'm going to rescue them now. You go to the Fortress of Solitude immediately and tell Superman and the others the news. As she spoke, Wonder Woman, who had just returned, soared into the sky again and flew towards Jotunheim prison. Warbird did not hesitate and turned around and flew towards the Fortress of Solitude. He probably knew that with the strength of Wonder Woman alone, it would be no problem to fight against Black Adam, but to fight against Black Adam and the army of infected while protecting the survivors in Jotunheim prison would be a bit beyond his ability. Who is Black Adam? Is he a strong enemy? Lady Diana actually needs to ask Superman for help. After both of them left, Clark asked the female warrior who trained him. In his opinion, Wonder Woman Diana is a strong person who is no less powerful than Superman. However, even such a person needs the help of Superman and others in the Fortress of Solitude to fight against the enemy named Black Adam. Black Adam? If he is also infected, then he is indeed a very strong person. Paradise Island is isolated from the world, but it is not so stupid as to know nothing about the outside world. Even if it is just for self-protection, Paradise Island needs to have enough understanding of the outside world. Therefore, every time Wonder Woman returns to Paradise Island, she actually brings some news from the outside world. It is not surprising that this female warrior knows Black Adam. Black Adam possesses the power granted by the wizard Shazam. As long as he says the word Shazam, he can gain the power of the Egyptian gods, and these powers are: the endurance of Shu, the god of order, allows Black Adam to not need to breathe or eat, and to have a body of steel similar to Superman. The speed of Horus, the god of vengeance, allows Black Adam to fly and have super fast speed. The power of the sun god Amon is so strong that he can even compete with Superman. He may be the second most powerful being after Superman. The wisdom of Thoth, the god of wisdom, literally makes Black Adam extremely smart and acquires a lot of knowledge. Of course, after being infected, the power of the god of wisdom may no longer be usable by the other party. The power of Aten, the ancient Egyptian sun god, not only strengthened his body, but also allowed him to travel through space and control lightning. The courage of the serpent god Mahan, though it is called courage, gave Black Adam the ability to heal himself and others from fatal injuries, and further enhanced the strength of his body, while also granting him immortality. After talking about the powers of the six gods, Clark knew what a powerful enemy Black Adam was, not to mention that such an enemy could spread the nearly irresistible anti-life equation virus simply by harming his opponent. Does that mean that it is dangerous for Ms. Diana to go to the rescue alone? The female warrior nodded and did not deny it. If Diana faced Black Adam alone, even if the other party was irrational, it would be very difficult for her to remain uninjured throughout the whole process. At this time, the female warrior also realized that something was wrong with Clark. Hey kid, you don't want to. Before she could finish her words, the female warrior saw the shield coming towards her. Instinctively, he jumped back to avoid the impact of the shield, but when he looked over, he found that Clark had flown in the direction Diana left. It was obvious that this guy wanted to help Diana. Bastard boy. She cursed inwardly, but the female warrior had no intention of stopping him. Not only did she know that she couldn't fly and couldn't stop Clark, who was determined to leave, but also because she knew that even if she succeeded in stopping Clark at this time, with this boy's kindness, he would definitely find a chance to slip away. You kid? When did you learn to fly? Just a little while ago. When I get back, we'll continue training. As he spoke, Clark accelerated and flew away. This kid. The female warrior smiled, but a hint of worry still unconsciously appeared on her face. You must come back alive. I don't want to chop off your head with my own hands in the future. On the other side, in Jotunheim prison, the survivors looked at the huge number of Kanduk infected people, picked up their guns and placed them against the windows, spewing flames. However, such attacks are fine against ordinary infected people, but against some of the powerful ones who master magic, such as the Black Witch Eve, or simply the opponents disguised as Black Adam, thermal weapons are completely ineffective. I have an idea. At this moment, Zankin's girlfriend Shunshan suddenly thought of a solution. She jumped onto the windowsill, and with a purple flash, she disappeared on the spot. The next moment, she appeared on the back of the rapidly flying Black Adam. Squatting on Black Adam's back, Shunshan watched Black Adam crash into Jotunheim prison. At the moment before the contact, she put her hand on Black Adam's back, activated the power of instant movement, and she disappeared on the spot with Black Adam. Soon, she appeared in Jotunheim prison again. Where did you send him? In response to the survivors' questions, Shunshan stomped his feet on the ground. In the mountains. I used my teleportation ability to teleport him directly into the mountains. Shunshan also knew that it was impossible to suppress Black Adam with just a mountain, but what they had to do now was to hold on as long as possible and wait for Wonder Woman to come to support them. Sure enough, at the moment when Shunshan finished speaking, the entire Jotunheim prison and the mountain on which the prison was supported began to tremble. Cracks began to appear continuously, and in the cracks, strong and terrifying thunder continued to overflow. Black Adam is about to escape. There are also some people with superpowers among the survivors of Jotunheim prison, who are more than capable of dealing with other Kanduk infected people. But now it seems that before they are bitten by the infected, the escaped Black Adam will turn the mountain and Jotunheim prison into ruins. The counterattack stopped. Due to the collapse of the mountain, Jotunheim prison collapsed, and the survivors inside could not even stand steadily, let alone fight back. What's worse is that the Black Witch Eve opened the portal and teleported countless infected people directly into the castle. The survivors didn't even have time to react before they were ambushed and lost nearly half of their strength. At the same time, accompanied by the explosion of lightning, the mountain that suppressed Black Adam collapsed completely, and Jotunheim Castle collapsed. The survivors inside lost their ability to resist under the torrential rain. At this moment, an afterimage flashed across the sky and came to the collapsed castle, holding up the collapsed Jotunheim prison with both hands, preventing the collapse of the building and allowing the survivors inside to finally fight back against the infected who had already invaded. This person was naturally Wonder Woman, who came to support. She used her hands to hold up the 36,000-ton building at this moment. This was not her full strength, but she could not let go, because she was holding up not only the building, but also the remaining lives inside. What's worse is that at this time, Black Adam, who had escaped from the trap, was flashing with lightning all over his body and had already appeared in front of Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman did not take action. Even though Black Adam was rushing towards her with lightning flashing all over his body, she did not loosen her hands that were holding up the castle. She believed that Superman would arrive at the critical moment, just as she had created miracles time and time again. But, this time, Wonder Woman guessed wrong. Superman can indeed create miracles. As long as Superman is willing, no one knows where Superman's limit is. But she forgot that Superman is not omniscient. At this time, Warbird had just arrived at the Fortress of Solitude and had just met Superman. Superman, one step late. Just when Wonder Woman was about to be infected by Black Adam, a figure fell from the sky. He was not fast and not strong, but he arrived at the last moment and armored Black Adam on his back. Black Adam, without any warning, was knocked to the ground by the heavy blow. Clark? Why are you here? Superman didn't make it in time, but Clark, he did. He imitated Wonder Woman, holding onto Jotunheim Castle with both hands, and spoke with gritted teeth. I can do it. I can definitely hold on for a while. Miss Diana, go deal with Black Adam, otherwise, all the survivors will die. Wonder Woman was shocked for only a moment. She quickly regained her composure and tried to loosen her hand. She found that Clark's current strength was indeed not enough to support the entire castle, but it was enough to slow down the collapse of the castle. It could last for 30 seconds, and these 30 seconds. Enough. Without hesitation, Wonder Woman let go of her hand and rushed towards Black Adam on the ground. Before Black Adam stood up, she punched him hard in the face, knocking him to the ground again. But just as she was about to make the finishing blow, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, covering Clark, who was holding on above, and accurately hit Black Adam himself. What? Clark let out a scream. His skin was charred by the lightning, and wisps of smoke and dust were coming out. As his consciousness dissipated at this moment, he also fell downwards. Compared to Black Adam, he is still far behind. Even the real Superman would feel pain from such magical lightning, let alone him. Wonder Woman hurriedly caught the falling Clark, and just when she was about to prop up the entire castle, a green light enveloped the castle and prevented it from collapsing. Looking up, Hawkman, Hawkgirl, Superman, Cyborg, Martian Manhunter, and Canary, they used Cyborg's sonic boom channel to finally arrive in time to rescue. Diana, clear out the infected inside the castle? Let's deal with Black Adam. Superman, Cyborg, and Martian Manhunter rushed towards Black Adam and knocked him to the ground again after he had just stood up. After Canary used the green light to take the unconscious Clark from him, Wonder Woman, Hawkman and Hawkgirl entered the interior of Jotunheim Castle and began to eliminate the infected who came in through the portal. All the members of the Justice League except the Flash gathered together, and the army of infected led by Black Adam was immediately defeated. Maybe in a one-on-one fight, Superman, Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, and others don't have the confidence that they can defeat Black Adam alone without getting hurt, but the combined efforts of the three are enough to completely suppress Black Adam. As for the infected people who entered the castle, it was even simpler. Most of them were ordinary people from Kanduk. Facing a hero like Wonder Woman, they had no power to resist at all. It looks like we are about to win. Canary, who was maintaining the green light to protect the castle, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Clark, who was unconscious beside her. But then she realized that Clark had left the spot and flew towards the inside of the castle. This kid, when did you wake up? Before we could stop it, the situation changed once again. Eve, the witch who could use teleportation magic, saw that they were no match for the Justice League, so she immediately opened the portal and sent away the surviving infected people and Black Adam, who was now being beaten by Superman. At this moment, an accident happened. Hawkman's broad wings were not suitable for indoor combat. When the portal opened and the infected began to retreat, his wings were caught by the infected. The power of countless infected people made him unable to resist at all, and he could only watch himself being dragged into the portal. And if he entered the place full of infected people alone, there is no need to say what the result would be. Even when Wonder Woman wanted to rescue, it was too late. The distance was too far and there were survivors blocking the way, so she could not get to Hawkman. Just when they thought Hawkman was infected, Clark rushed out in time again. Attacked by magic lightning, there was no intact part of him at this time. But even so, he still rushed to Hawkman at the last moment, broke the arm of the infected person who was holding Hawkman with one punch, and rescued Hawkman. Eventually, the portal closed and the battle was over. Just now, I was saved by this kid. Hawkman wanted to thank him, but when he turned around, he found that Clark had completely fainted. He was seriously injured and was just holding on to complete this last rescue. It seems. Superman flew into the castle of Jotunheim at this moment, and sighed as he looked at the unconscious Clark. We all underestimated this kid, myself included. Even though he knew the other person was him, and even though Clark had been training with Wonder Woman, Superman never thought that they would need the child's power one day. But now, the other party has proved to them with facts that he can also be a hero who protects others. At this moment, looking at the unconscious Clark, all the heroes stood up straight unconsciously. Where am I? When Clark woke up again, the Kryptonian's super self-healing ability had completely made the wounds on his body caused by lightning disappear. However, it can be seen from the ceiling alone that this strong futuristic technological style is not Paradise Island. Hey, are you awake, kid? After waking up, the first thing Clark saw was not Superman, Wonder Woman, and other familiar superheroes, but a bald man wearing green armor. Lex Luthor. I have good news for you. You have been recognized as an immigrant hero. But in my opinion, it just means that the heroes have finally admitted their own incompetence and that they are not strong enough. They have to rely on a kid like you to participate in the battle. Luthor stood up. Even though he was now on the same front as the heroes, his words still showed disdain for those superhumans. As a human supremacist, he believed in the power of humans themselves. Those guys who became heroes by relying on small probability mutations and powers that did not belong to humans were all garbage in his eyes. Now that you're awake, come with me to the hall. Maybe you can watch a good show. There are not many remaining heroes, but not few either. Although the only ones who can carry the banner are still Superman, Wonder Woman, Canary with the Green Lantern ring, and the two Flashes who are not allowed to act in most cases. But the rest of the heroes also provide fighting force, so the lobby of the Fortress of Solitude has now become a meeting room for the heroes to hold meetings. Everyone formed a circle tacitly, and in the middle were Superman and Talia, who was arguing with Superman. Luthor and Clark came here one after another, and after arriving here, Luthor seemed to have forgotten Clark and went directly to his small team in Lex group. Clark was noticed by Hawkman. Clark, here. Speaking of the heroes here, who is most grateful to Clark, it is naturally Hawkman. Although Clark may have acted out of instinct at the time, he still saved Hawkman's life. If it weren't for Clark, Hawkman would not be standing here intact now. Hello Hawkman, what happened? After greeting Hawkman, Clark looked towards the center, where Superman and Talia's argument continued. Hawkman sighed. What else could it be? Not everyone agrees with Superman's noble ideas. At this time, Talia's voice came. Superman, it's time for you to put away your foolish compassion. Now that the Earth has become like this, you are still unwilling to kill those infected people. Sooner or later, you will kill us all. Talia is the current leader of the League of Assassins and the mother of the current Batman Damian. The story between her and Batman is very complicated and will not be elaborated here, but in general, although she loves Batman and even gave birth to Damian, a son for Batman, she was born in the League of Assassins and is disgusted with Batman's principle of not killing. After all, the Alliance is an organization that believes in stopping violence by killing. In order to eliminate the evil in Gotham City, it can make the decision to destroy Gotham City. This shows what kind of organization it is. The Alliance is now in name only, but that doesn't mean Talia can accept a Superman who is kinder and more merciful than Batman. We cannot yet determine whether those infected can be saved. If possible, I am willing to give those who have been infected a chance. Superman still has the same reason. Even though Cyborg, the mother of the infection, has given up on researching the antidote, he still hopes that one day he can cure these infected people. Don't you think about us living people? What you should do now is to fly into the sky and use your thermal vision to eliminate all the infected people, instead of being soft-hearted here. If you continue like this, sooner or later we will all be infected, and then you will be the culprit, a butcher. Talia's insults became more and more unpleasant, mainly because Superman really had no intention of considering her proposal. At the side, Superman's wife Lois couldn't stand it anymore. Superman could ignore the insults, but she couldn't. So Louise personally came out and started to quarrel with Talia. Thus began the argument between Superboy and Batman's mother. Damian watched this scene helplessly, but he knew that he could not stop his mother at all. She just thought the same way, and from a realistic point of view, Talia's proposal was not wrong. Little Jonathan, on the other hand, was quite interested in watching the quarrel between the two mothers, and seemed to find the scene very exciting. In the crowd, Hawkman, who had watched the entire scene, waved at Clark, as if to say, look, this is what it is like. Since the virus broke out and Batman's death was confirmed, such quarrels have occurred many times. The last time was when Luthor proposed to abandon the Earth and seek refuge on other planets, and Superman also refused. And Luthor's mouth was definitely more unpleasant than Talia's. Gradually the quarrel stopped and Superman clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. In short, we still have hope, humanity still has hope, so there is no need for us to give up on anyone. There must be a way to save everyone. Superman's words put an end to everything. The focus next is still on resettling the survivors. Do not kill the infected unless necessary. The heroes present were filled with hope when they saw Superman in the center, and they agreed to Superman's proposal one by one. Seeing that the matter was a foregone conclusion, Talia didn't say much, but only said one sentence to Superman at the end. You are just like Batman, a saint, but also stubborn. To this, Superman responded with just one simple sentence. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Talia was so angry, but there was nothing she could do and she could only leave. Now, the superheroes have spread out, the shelter has been found, and now they need to transfer survivors around the world to Paradise Island and Gotham Forest. They are superheroes, but they are not qualified managers. The huge workload brought by tens of millions of survivors will make all heroes very busy in the future. Hawkman did the same. After saying goodbye to Clark, he left the Fortress of Solitude with Hawkgirl. Just when Clark didn't know what to do, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Turning around, Clark saw the familiar bald head. Mr. Luthor, what's the matter? Faced with Clark's question, Luthor did not answer directly, but directly asked another question. How do you feel about Superman's current decision? Although Luthor did not stand with Clark, he had been secretly observing Clark during the discussion just now. When Superman made the decision, Hawkman beside him expressed his agreement, but Clark did not agree with Superman's approach of protecting the infected. Clark chose to accept it, but did not express his subjective agreement. Clark was silent. He didn't know why Luthor asked this question. The most important thing was that in the comics, Luthor was a villain, so Clark was naturally wary of Luthor. But what he didn't know was that Clark's silence was already a satisfactory answer for Luthor. You hesitated. It seems that deep down, you don't completely agree with Superman's decision. Finding that his thoughts were seen through, Clark could only nod. He also wanted to use his abilities to protect others, but Clark's efforts were different from Superman's. He did not try to possess powerful powers but hide in human society for decades. Instead, after realizing that he was a Kryptonian, he was sent to Paradise Island for training. He realized that although he had power, he was still weak. In this situation, Clark has love in his heart, but he does not love everyone indiscriminately like Superman does. So Clark actually has very complicated feelings about whether or not to show mercy to the infected. And this is exactly the result Luthor wanted. I need your help. Clark followed Luthor, left the Fortress of Solitude, and came to Gotham City in Luthor's aircraft. Here, Superman and others promised not to interfere in the management of Gotham and leave everything to Poison Ivy to judge, so unless necessary, Superman would not even use his supervision in this direction. Therefore, this place became the farthest place from Superman. But it was in this place that Luthor brought Clark to a secret underground laboratory, and at this time, someone had been waiting here for a long time. This person is none other than Wally the Flash. Clark and Kid Flash Wally didn't have much communication, but they were both considered to be of the younger generation and knew each other when they were at the Daily Planet. Wally looked at Luthor. You even need Clark's Kryptonian powers to help. Is it really necessary to go this far? It's always a good idea to be just in case. Luthor walked straight to the two specially shaped chairs and adjusted something, while explaining to Clark. The situation is now too complicated, and I am the smartest person on the planet after Batman's death, so I want to find a safe path that can protect the remaining survivors. As he spoke, Luthor connected some special wires to his head and pointed to another chair in front of him. I plan to use Wally to help me connect to the Speed Force for a short period of time, so that I can quickly analyze what might happen in the future. Unfortunately, no matter how smart I am, I only have an ordinary person's brain. Using the Speed Force to predict the future is too stressful for my brain. So I need to use your Kryptonian brain. Clark walked forward silently, sat on the chair, and asked Luthor. Superman can help you with something like this, so why are you looking for me? The reasons Luthor gave were convincing, and Clark did not doubt whether the other party had ulterior motives. After all, even Wally had decided to help Luthor, so it seemed that the other party could not do anything bad. But before helping Luthor, Krakow also wanted to get Luthor's answer. You know the answer to this question, don't you? Even you yourself have doubts about Superman's decision, don't you? This is why Luthor asked that question before bringing Clark here. If Clark's answer is to support Superman without hesitation, then Luthor will give up looking for Clark's help, because Clark will be the same as Superman. Even if Clark chooses to help himself, Superman, who knows Luthor's plan, will try his best to stop Luthor while foreseeing the future through his own wisdom. I see. Clark understood that Superman might help Luthor predict the future, but the predicted future was no longer something Luthor could plan. Luthor knew what kind of plans he might make, and he also knew that Superman would never help him, so he turned to Clark, who was also a Kryptonian and whose position was not firm. Clark put the instruments on his head and then sat down obediently. What's next? What do we need to do? It was not Luthor who answered, but Wally. He put his hands on the shoulders of the two men, and lightning representing the Speed Force began to flash on his body. Next, I will help you connect to the Speed Force, and Luthor will use your brain power to predict what may happen in the future in a short period of time. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning of the Speed Force connected the three of them. As the provider of the Speed Force, Wally himself could not see what Luthor saw, but Clark, who lent his brain function to Luthor, followed Luthor's thinking and saw what might happen in the future. Should we say that Clark's computer is indeed a Kryptonian computer? Luthor initially thought that he could only roughly judge a few futures, but after connecting to Clark's brain, combined with all the current known situations, Luthor actually saw only one future. It was a port where superheroes were transporting survivors to Paradise Island and Gotham by cruise ship. At this moment, Black Adam led almost all the remaining infected people to launch an attack through the portal. Because of the large number of survivors, the few heroes were forced to separate. Under the powerful force of Black Adam, the weak heroes were infected first, including young heroes such as Damian and Little Jonathan. Soon after, Atom Blaster, Supergirl, Power Girl, Hawkman, Hawkgirl and other ordinary heroes were also infected one after another. When Superman and Wonder Woman came to rescue, it was too late. The power of the infected and the power of the heroes were reversed in a short time. Wonder Woman was wounded due to carelessness and completed the transformation in an instant. Next came Martian Manhunter, Superman, Flash and Wally the Flash. When these pillars of heroes were also infected, the world became completely hopeless. The screen disappeared. After Wally noticed something was wrong with the two, he cut off the connection with the Speed Force. At this moment, Clark collapsed in the chair, holding his aching head. Those scenes just now, compared to Clark, Luthor, who put all the pressure on Clark, was in a very normal state. However, when he thought about the future he had just analyzed, he felt something was wrong. No, Superman is unwilling to defeat the ordinary infected. This is the main reason why they will be defeated in the future. I must think of a way to eliminate most of the ordinary infected. In fact, Luthor had already thought of this method when he was thinking through the Speed Force just now. At the same time, this also means that Clark also roughly knows what Luthor will think next. Clark, I don't expect you to be as kind as Superman to help me, but I just hope that you don't tell Superman about this. I have to prevent future events from happening. After saying that, without waiting for Clark's reaction, Luthor Iu left directly, and only Wally came over and helped Clark up. What on earth is Luthor thinking? Clark thought about it and finally shook his head. This is a plan that Superman would never agree to, but I agree with it a little bit. Just like what Luthor said, that kind of future must be prevented no matter what. Clark finally decided not to tell anyone about his idea of meeting Luthor, and Wally, who had been working with Luthor without telling Barry, naturally didn't ask any more questions. With Wally's super speed, the two arrived at the Fortress of Solitude in the blink of an eye, and met Superman and others who were about to go out. You guys are here, Wally. Barry wants to see you. And Clark, can you come and help us keep order among the survivors? With Damian and the others. No problem. Except Clark, no one knows Luthor's plan at this time. Now, Luthor has boarded a plane to Paradise Island, and the person he is looking for is now living in the shelter on Paradise Island. Flash and Pied Piper, your sacrifice was worth it. Clark's ability is now recognized. Of course, a big reason for this is that there are very few heroes now. Now that all governments in the world have completely collapsed, it is too difficult to manage the remaining survivors relying only on the current number of heroes. So no matter how reluctant they are, they can only let the younger generation like Clark take on some tasks. It is obviously impossible for Superman and Wonder Woman to take Clark with them at all times. Given their speed, it is impossible for Clark, who has just learned to fly, to keep up. So the task of working with Clark was given to Damian and Little Jonathan. As for Wally, who is also considered to be of the younger generation, because of his special identity as a speedster, unless necessary, he will stay in the Fortress of Solitude with Barry the Flash and will not do anything risky. By the way, are you planning on dressing like this to be a superhero? The tasks of their younger generation are also very simple. They don't even need to rescue the trapped survivors. They only need to maintain order among the survivors while transporting them to the shelter. Such a relaxing action would naturally make them pay attention to other things, such as Clark's clothes. Although he had received combat training on Paradise Island and had been led by Wonder Woman for a while, Clark was still wearing ordinary clothes. Standing next to Damian, who was wearing a bat suit, and Little Jonathan, who was wearing his own Superman suit, he really looked out of place. The main thing is that I don't have a hero costume either. And I've changed into new clothes since my previous ones were ruined by Black Adam's lightning skin. Hold on. Little Jonathan seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and instantly turned into a shadow and ran into the depths of the Fortress of Solitude. But in less than 2 seconds, he ran back again, grabbed Clark's wrist and pulled him away. Forgot you couldn't change in the hall. In almost the blink of an eye, Damian was the only one left in the hall. Really? Even Superman isn't that careless. How could he just? Deeply complaining, but Damian was too lazy to say anything. At this time, Little Jonathan had brought Clark to his room and began to rummage through the closet. Finally he pulled out a set of red and blue clothes from the closet and handed it to Clark. This is the birthday present my dad gave me when I was 8 years old. It's a set of Superman suits made with Kryptonian technology. Except for the style and size, it's the same as the one I'm wearing. It's no different from the Superman suit my dad is wearing now. How do you like it? Hurry up and try it on. Clark nodded, took off his civilian clothes, and put on the battle suit made of Kryptonian technology. Unlike Superman's tight-fitting tights, this suit is closer to the style of ordinary people's daily life. Although it also fits the body, it does not reveal the body curves. The pants and clothes are also separate, and the clothes even have zippers for easy putting on and taking off. It can be imagined that Little Jonathan, who had no need to hide his identity at all, probably wore this kind of clothes every day when he was 8 years old. If we were to talk about the similarities, it would probably be the red and blue color scheme, the S logo on the chest representing the L family's emblem, and the red cloak. But what surprised Clark was that the clothes fit him too well. It didn't look like the clothes Little Jonathan had worn. Instead, it seemed like clothes tailor-made for him. Don't be surprised. Kryptonian technology. When I was 8 years old, my body shape was a little different from yours. I was thinner than you, but not quite right. As long as the difference is within a certain range, this suit will automatically adjust its size according to the wearer. I couldn't wear this suit until I was 10 years old. Clark nodded, and gained some unimportant new insights into Kryptonian technology. Then he left the room with little Jonathan and found Damien, who was still waiting in the hall. Wow, this suit is much more pristine than when little Jonathan wore it without being rubbed. Damien and little Jonathan met through their fathers. At the beginning, they had a fight and were finally stopped by their fathers. At that time, little Jonathan was wearing this set of clothes. Who are you calling a little dog, Damien? I didn't say anything, you admitted it yourself. Clark smiled. It seemed that even superheroes were not so far away from ordinary people. They also had the same joys, sorrows, anger and happiness as ordinary people. Over the next few days, the heroes began to work together. Canary, who possessed the omnipotent green light, led a group of superheroes to rescue survivors trapped by the infected around the world. Superman and Wonder Woman, these heroes with outstanding combat capabilities, began to escort the survivors in batches to Paradise Island and Gotham Forest. Young heroes like Clark and Damien are not good at management, so they act as security and maintain order among the large number of survivors. The days passed one by one, and 2 weeks had passed since the virus outbreak. Clark began to help others as a hero, and he was happy to do such things, but there was one thing that worried him, that was Luthor disappeared after using his brain power and the help of the Speed Force to predict the future. Except for coming to the Fortress of Solitude for regular maintenance of internal communications, Luthor seemed to have disappeared. Except for Clark, who knew the truth, the other heroes were so busy that they didn't realize Luthor's abnormality. Until this day, the heroes gathered in the Fortress of Solitude again and everyone unanimously reached a decision. That is to transport most of the current survivors to Gotham Forest at one time by cruise ship. After filling up the Gotham Forest directly, the Gotham Forest will be completely handed over to Poison Ivy for management. This will also allow more superheroes to concentrate their strength to protect another shelter on Paradise Island. This is a very good plan. Otherwise, if the goods are always transported in small batches, not only will the superheroes have to divide their attention to protect the safety of the two routes, but they will also constantly conflict with Poison Ivy. But when Clark arrived at the mission site and looked at the familiar port, he suddenly remembered that he had seen such a scene when Luthor foresaw the future. It is behind this scene that the invasion of the Kandak infected is hiding in the dark and ready to move. For this operation, the heroes gathered all the cruise ships in the world near this port, with the aim of bringing all the millions of people in this port to the Gotham Forest for protection at once today. If such a plan were to be carried out by the country, it would be almost impossible to accomplish even if all countries united together. To complete the migration of millions of people in one day would exceed the country's limits. Just take the cruise ships and cargo ships that can carry so many people. There is no port in the world that can accommodate this number of ships. But they are superheroes. Things that the country cannot handle are not impossible to accomplish in the hands of these superheroes. The enlarged Atom Smasher can even lift a cruise ship or cargo ship with one hand. With him replacing the operator on the water, Superhero Dream only needs to protect the safety of the route to complete the task. Here, Clark and others' task is still to maintain the stability of the crowd. But this is a huge crowd of millions of people. Even if the survivors sent to Gotham City were carefully screened by the Flash and Superman at super speed, there would always be some undisciplined people compared to the remaining survivors transported to Paradise Island who were well managed. A middle-aged man was walking among the crowd with a big belly. However, at this moment when the world was destroyed by the virus spreading through the internet, he was still looking at his mobile phone in the crowd. He didn't look worried about being infected by the virus, nor did he care how much threat his behavior would bring to other survivors around him. Finally, an old lady couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and said to the old man, "Don't you know that the virus can be spread through the internet? If you do this, aren't you afraid of being infected and dragging all of us down?" The fact that this uncle was able to do such a thing shows that he is a person who does not care about others at all, nor does he care about others' accusations against him. Instead of thinking he was wrong, he even cursed at the old lady. "What does it have to do with you? I watch it if I like. Why do you care?" His attitude naturally aroused dissatisfaction among the survivors around him. After all, they were also selected by Superman and the Flash, and they were the kind of people who were gentle and rational. They all knew the horror of the virus. Then, everyone around joined in and started to denounce the fat uncle. However, such behavior not only did not make the guy feel ashamed, but instead angered him. He reached into the backpack behind him, then pulled out a black pistol and aimed at everyone. "Let me see who of you can say another word." He was so angry that he pulled the trigger without hesitation. He wanted to kill someone to suppress the group of bastards who were insulting him. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, no one was injured. Damien appeared behind him at some point, grabbed his wrist with his hand, and shot the gun into the sky. "Stop your stupid behavior." Damien's style of unknowingly coming behind others has begun to resemble Batman, but it is obvious that Damien's thin figure cannot play a deterrent role like Batman. Instead of showing any fear, the uncle turned around and looked at Damien, showing his cell phone screen. "Is this what you are afraid of? Look for yourself and see if there is any." Bang! With another heavy blow, Supergirl flew over and kicked the phone out of the man's hand, knocking him to the ground. Damian took this opportunity to stomp the phone into pieces. Since you need our protection, then just do as we say. Any problem? Supergirl was still rational and just knocked the man down without hurting him, but Talia, who arrived shortly after, didn't think so. Damian is his son. Even though his son has inherited the mantle of the dim Batman and become the new Batman, he is still her son. And just now, this man dared to point the screen of his mobile phone at his son, exposing his son to the risk of infection? Even if the heroes have destroyed the internet all over the world, who can guarantee that there won't be viruses left in some electronic devices? Faced with the embarrassment of someone who almost killed her son, Talia was extremely angry. She drew her sword and rushed forward, wanting to cut this ignorant guy in half. In the end, it was Damian and Supergirl who managed to persuade Talia to stay. There are so many people watching now, don't be impulsive, we are heroes and cannot kill people. Talia was persuaded, but it was not because of Damian and Supergirl's words that persuaded her. Instead, she saw a very interesting scene. Really? Damian, but your friend doesn't seem to share the same idea as you? What? Damian turned around and saw Clark, who was supposed to use his flying ability to maintain order in the air, appeared here at some point. Even though he was small in stature, his Kryptonian strength allowed him to easily grab the man's collar and lift him up. Clark? What are you going to do? Damian did not rush forward to stop her as he did when facing Talia, but asked loudly, because he knew that his mother Talia would really kill people when she was angry, but Clark was different. He, like himself and Superman, would not kill people. We really won't kill anyone, Damian, but that doesn't mean that people who don't care about other people's safety will just have their phones smashed if they break the rules. As he spoke, Clark's eyes lit up red, and in front of the man's horrified eyes, the thermal vision with strictly controlled power penetrated directly into his eyes, accurately destroying the man's cornea without damaging anything else. What? The man realized that he was blind and rolled on the ground with his face in his hands. Damian also looked helpless. Just as he was about to face the survivors who were rioting because of Clark's brutal behavior, he found that all the survivors around him were looking at the man with a gloating look, and they were not afraid of Clark's violent behavior at all. This is not right. Damian is still too young. Maybe he has inherited Batman's true skills in other aspects, but when it comes to seeing through people's hearts, he is limited by his age and cannot understand it. Talia watched this scene with satisfaction, patted Damian on the shoulder, and looked at Clark, who continued to fly into the sky to command order after doing all this. Damian, although you are a little older and have more combat experience, you are used to accepting the wealth and ideas left to you by your father. But unlike you, Clark, the young Superman from another world, has been thinking all the time. He is not thinking about how to become a qualified Superman, but how to be a better person. His future may be brighter than yours and little Jonathan's. Clark, who was flying in the air to maintain order, heard a familiar voice behind him. He turned around and found that it was little Jonathan who came up to him. What's wrong? Clark's performance was very indifferent, but it was precisely because of this indifference that little Jonathan felt a strange feeling. After spending these few days together, he also realized that Clark, like him and his father, had a superhuman heart, and their styles of doing things were roughly the same. But why did Clark suddenly do such a violent thing now? You shouldn't do that. We have no right to punish others. Just destroy the phone. If we don't have rights, then who does? Clark asked back, and little Jonathan answered subconsciously. Of course it is the country and the law that will judge them. Halfway through his speech, little Jonathan realized the problem and suddenly couldn't continue. You have also realized that the country, the government, and the law have all collapsed. The world today is no longer the society you lived in before. Clark stopped, and little Jonathan also floated beside him. Although in terms of age and strength, little Jonathan was more powerful than Clark now, but for some reason, little Jonathan at this moment seemed to be inferior to Clark. The government and laws that can judge the wicked no longer exist. The reason why humanity can still survive is because of the continuous efforts of the remaining heroes. At this time, heroes cannot just save people, they also need to manage, reward, and punish. In fact, many heroes understand this truth. Clark burned the man's retina without any cover, and grew up in the light, doing so in front of all the survivors and heroes around him. If Talia didn't stop Clark because she didn't care about the lives of strangers, then what about other heroes? What about other heroes who continued to fight criminals when society hadn't collapsed? Why didn't they speak out to stop Clark? Even after the incident, except for little Jonathan, no one came to persuade him. Why, if everyone agrees with your approach, why are you the only one who does this? Jonathan asked this question, and the attitudes of the heroes around him made him waver. But if Clark's appropriate punishment was the right thing to do, why didn't any hero take the lead? Instead, he had to wait until Clark took the initiative to implement it. Isn't the answer in you and me, you and I? Little Jonathan was puzzled. Although he was a Kryptonian, he didn't think he had such a great influence. To be precise, it is in the blood of us Kryptonians. Clark looked in one direction. It was another port where Superman and Lois were directing the survivors to board the ship. Superman gives everyone hope. This is his charm and his most powerful superpower. However, this hope makes people numb. The heroes know that there are better ways to deal with the situation, but they instinctively rely on Superman because of the hope he gives them. As long as Superman is around, they will never despair. This idea has become deeply rooted. To be honest, Clark also envisioned himself when he grew up. He also hoped that he could become such a great hero, not to enjoy the admiration of others, but after knowing his own extraordinariness, Clark wanted to use his power to help more people. But it is precisely because he knows that he is Superman, and there is no difference between them except age, so he is closer to Superman. Therefore, he can maintain his own thinking under this kind of admiration and reliance. Just like Luthor has never considered Superman as his own to this day, so he can maintain the ability to think rationally with the hope brought by Superman. By the same token, with his own wisdom, Luthor can be said to be the human being closest to Superman at present. Therefore, he can see the flaws in the hope brought by this individual. So, it's Dad's presence that makes everyone choose silence. Little Jonathan was silent. He didn't dare to believe this theory, but as he also possessed a Kryptonian super brain, after careful thinking, he had to admit that what Clark said made no sense. Just like the argument between Talia and Superman in the Fortress of Solitude, was Talia wrong? There was nothing wrong with eliminating the infected and protecting the survivors to the greatest extent possible, but when both parties were not wrong, why did everyone choose to carry out the mission according to Superman's idea? You can understand it this way, but you don't have to worry too much. The hope that Superman brings to people has indeed blinded too many people's eyes, but at the same time, Superman also has enough power to support hope. As long as Superman remains Superman, we can continue like this. What I did just now can only be regarded as my own private actions after I couldn't stand it anymore. Clark continued his work of maintaining order, while little Jonathan stayed where he was for a while, until Supergirl flew over and patted him on the shoulder. Only then did he belatedly start to maintain order, but Clark's words kept ringing in his mind. He still trusted his father, but at this point, he could also see the dangers inherent in Superman's plans. If Superman is always there, then there is no need to worry about these dangers, but what if Superman is also infected? Once he had this guess in mind, little Jonathan found that he could no longer ignore this threat. Clark maintained order and used his relatively violent methods to oppress all the disobedient survivors. Although there were almost no other people in this world who dared to use mobile phones like the uncles Haikyong, conflicts were inevitable when there were too many people. In extraordinary times, the best way to resolve such conflicts was never verbal persuasion, but direct violence. Clark will not use his thermal vision to penetrate everyone, but when the thermal vision shines on the other person's feet, no matter how much of a troublemaker that person is, he will temporarily quiet down. Under Clark's influence, many heroes chose to use threats to forcibly appease the survivors. Such a change naturally could not be hidden from Superman, who used his super hearing to cover the entire place, but he did not say much. It's true that he is kind, but he also knows that not everyone is a Superman, and for ordinary heroes, only appropriate displays of violence can get the job done. While maintaining order, Clark kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings, because in the future that Luthor predicted, today, Kandik's army of infected people would attack all the survivors gathered here. Superman intends to make a final push and fully gather the power of heroes after today, but if the same infected people launch an attack today and succeed, there will be no hope for the entire Earth. However, as time passed, the surroundings remained calm. As some heroes began to use appropriate threats of violence, there were even no survivors of the riots. Everything went very smoothly, and even Clark breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Luthor did something secretly and changed the future. This is the only explanation. Otherwise, Luthor is just not smart enough. Even with the help of the Speed Force and the Kryptonian brain, he still cannot accurately judge the future. Take a break, Clark. The tall Atom Smasher said this as he picked up a brand new cruise ship from the side and gently placed it on the water. Yes, it seems that there shouldn't be many problems. Clark also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Today's mission was already halfway completed, and it seemed that the survivors could be safely transported to Gotham. Actually, I still feel a little guilty. If we were stronger, we wouldn't need kids like you to carry out missions. Atom Smasher sighed. This area was almost entirely maintained by the Super Second Generation. He saw it and always felt bad in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. They were short of manpower and could only let as many capable people as possible take part. No need to say that. I have the ability, and using this ability to help more people is what I should do. Having said that, Clark even found a shady place to rest after landing. Although Kryptonians would not be tanned by the sun, Clark felt a little tired after flying for such a long time. Wait, this feeling. The moment Clark landed, a strong spatial fluctuation stimulated the brain of every superhuman, and the surrounding heroes, including Clark, all cast their eyes into the air. There, a huge dark portal opened, and with flashing lightning, the army of infected people led by Black Adam appeared. The Black Witch looked back again, and many infected people who were still in the dark vision teleported through the portal again and appeared in the crowd. Monsters? Monsters are invading. Clark quickly flew into the sky, and little Jonathan and Supergirl also arrived at the same time. We need to hold on for a while. Dad will soon notice the situation here. And many more. Just when everyone was about to rush towards the army of infected in front of them, the giant Atom Smasher reached out and stopped everyone. You go protect the survivors, I'll deal with these infected people that appeared in the sky. As he spoke, the Atom Smasher picked up a cruise ship with one hand, used the huge cruise ship as a weapon, and attacked the infected people directly. Okay, be careful. The super second generation thought about it and realized that they were indeed not suitable to stay and deal with the main force led by Black Adam, so they agreed with Atom Smasher's opinion and flew to the survivors to attack the infected who approached through the small portal. Most of these infected are ordinary humans. After Black Adam was controlled by the anti-life equation virus, although he lost most of his sanity, he still retained some intelligence. While superheroes are transporting survivors around the world, Black Adam is also using Witch Eve's portal to gather the infected around the world. Otherwise, Kandak alone would not be able to gather such a large army of infected people. Those ordinary infected people who used small portals to directly attack the survivors were no match for the second generation. No matter how young they were superhumans with superpowers, and ordinary infected people could not threaten them at all. However, most of these survivors were injured in this sudden attack. On the other side, countless armies of survivors rushed out from the huge portal in the sky and fell into the sea. The huge number of them made the entire sea surface of the port full of swimming infected people, and there was no sea water at all. The Atom Smasher is worthy of his huge size. The giant cruise ship he wields as a weapon can knock over countless infected people with every attack. Even if the number of these ordinary infected people is 10 times more, they cannot threaten the Atom Smasher. But there is one person who can easily kill the enlarged Atom Smasher, and that is Black Adam. Atom Smasher stared at Black Adam's actions intently. He also knew that Black Adam was fully capable of breaking through his skin defense. If that happened, he would be completely finished. But no matter how hard he concentrated, his huge size still made him a sitting duck. Black Adam used his super fast speed to get behind the Atom Smasher, and then his whole body pierced through the Atom Smasher's shoulder like a bullet. Under normal circumstances, Atom Smasher could almost ignore such a wound, but now with Black Adam piercing through his body, the anti-life equation virus also infected Atom Smasher. No, do not want. At the last moment, Atom Smasher swung the cruise ship in his hand and smashed it hard on Black Adam, knocking him into the water, but at the same time, he was also infected and aimed his scarlet eyes at the survivors he had been protecting not long ago. Damn it, Damien, the survivors on the ground are in your hands? Clark, let's go. As little Jonathan said this, he flew towards the Atom Smasher who was about to attack, and his scorching heat vision successfully attracted the opponent's attention. The same goes for Clark standing aside, or rather, because of Xia, the role he can play is to distract the Atom Smasher's attention at the critical moment. But even so, the two people who were dodging were still in the same position at a certain moment, and the Atom Smasher seized the opportunity and slapped them in his hand like slapping a fly. What? The two people who were pressed in the palm of the hand reacted at the last moment. They stood back to back, exerted force with their feet, and with their joint efforts, they finally succeeded in breaking free from the Atom Smasher's big hand. But at this moment, Black Adam appeared above the two of them and controlled the lightning to strike Clark. Be careful. Little Jonathan hurried forward and used his chest to block the magical lightning. Unlike Clark, little Jonathan might not be a match for Black Adam, but he would not be seriously injured by a bolt of lightning. But he blocked the lightning, but he couldn't block Black Adam's next attack. Black Adam fell from the sky, grabbed little Jonathan and slammed him into the ground. Jonathan. Clark came to support, but even though he tried his best, he couldn't even stop one of Black Adam's arms. It was Supergirl and Damien who arrived at the same time, and with their combined efforts, they stopped Black Adam's continued attacks. But even so, Black Adam only roared once and knocked several people away. Maybe their talents are stronger than their predecessors, but now, they are just children after all. How can they possibly fight against Black Adam who is like a devil at this moment? Little Jonathan has been fighting back with his heat vision, but his heat vision is like tickling Black Adam and has no effect at all. Dad. At the critical moment, little Jonathan called out to his father with all his might. At another port a few kilometers away, Superman, who was counting the survivors with Louise, heard the call. Joe. Realizing the child was in danger, Superman instantly crossed the sea, covered the distance in less than a second, and punched Black Adam away. Are you okay, Joe? Superman, who knocked Black Adam away, did not rush to chase him, but looked around. The sea is densely populated with infected people brought by Black Adam. He could certainly suppress Black Adam alone and wait for others to come for support, but by the time they completely defeated Black Adam, all the survivors around him would probably be infected. Therefore, before dealing with Black Adam, it is necessary to first clear a safe area for the survivors. Clark, you go to the shore with Supergirl and the others to protect the survivors. Joe, let's go together. Father and son are connected by heart. Superman didn't have to explain much, and little Jonathan knew what his father was thinking. After Clark, Supergirl, and others rushed to the shore to deal with the small number of infected people, Superman and little Jonathan stood together and took over the task of Atom Smasher to block the huge army of infected people covering the sea. Let's go. Superman and little Jonathan accelerated together, their bodies suddenly swept across the sea. At the same time, super breath blew out of their mouths, and the hurricane they created directly rolled up huge waves on the sea surface of the port. No matter how many infected people there are, they are useless under such godlike power and are directly swept away by the waves and fly into the depths of the sea. At the same time, on the shore, Clark also waved his fist. Although he said that he had seen the disadvantages of Superman's hope, when he really took action, he was actually unable to kill these infected people. Each attack was just enough to break the infected people's limbs, leaving them alive. At this time, a supervillain mixed in with the infected people took action. Aquaman, Arthur's enemy, Black Manta, has also been infected. He used the portal to come here at some point, and the high-temperature rays released from his helmet directly shot through Damian's future girlfriend, Batgirl Steven. Damian's eyes were bloodshot when he saw this scene. The hot rays directly tore Steven in half, leaving him no chance of survival. Damian rushed forward and immediately fought with Black Manta. Supergirl and Wonder Girl also came to support. Although they were not as mature as their predecessors, they could still defeat Black Manta by working together. But on the side, Clark saw an even worse situation. The high-temperature rays from Black Manta's sneak attack not only pierced Steven, but also detonated a cruise ship in the distance that already had survivors on board. "Hold on for now, I'm going to save people," Clark shouted and flew towards the burning cruise ship, crashed directly into the cargo hold of the ship, and found ordinary people shivering in the flames. "Don't worry, I'm here to save you." Without giving the survivors any chance to question his age, Clark took a deep breath and blew out a super breath that was much weaker than Superman and Little Jonathan's, and the flames were immediately extinguished. Then, he found a rope, tied the survivors here to himself, and dragged everyone out from the gap he had created, and transferred them to the roof of a building slightly away from the port. "I'll come back to see you when this is over. Please wait here for a while." After Clark finished speaking to the survivors, he immediately flew towards the burning cruise ship. But this time when he looked with X-ray vision, he found that there were no survivors in the cruise ship. There were only two figures moving on the deck. Is he a hero? Only a superhero can walk in the fire. Clark flew over and wanted to tell the other party that there were no survivors on the cruise ship. After getting closer, Clark recognized the other party from his green skin. He was the Martian Manhunter. Clark didn't know what abilities the Martian Manhunter had, but considering that he was able to go to Kandak as a hero together with Superman and Wonder Woman, he thought that he would not be weak. "Martian Hunter, there are no survivors on the cruise ship. Let's leave quickly. We still need help in other places." "Really? That would be great." Unlike Clark, Martian Manhunter was originally responsible for protecting the safety of the survivors on this cruise ship, so the moment the fire broke out, he began to use his abilities to send the survivors to a safe place. This is also the reason why Clark only rescued a group of people in the cargo hold, and everyone on the cruise ship disappeared. What Clark didn't know was that Martian Manhunter's abilities were extremely comprehensive. In terms of physical fitness, he is almost on par with heroes like Superman and Wonder Woman. Even if he is weaker, he is not much weaker. In addition, he can become invisible, deform, and dematerialize, and he is even the most powerful telepathic master on the entire Earth. But there is one thing that is his fatal weakness. Because he once witnessed his wife and daughter being burned to ashes in front of him, he suffers from a very serious pyrophobia. As long as the flames get close to his body, he will not be able to control his strength out of fear, and may even spontaneously combust due to the out-of-control strength. In fact, he would not be hurt by ordinary flames, as such flames could not harm his body at all. However, the flames generated by his own fear could kill him. Now, in order to protect the survivors, he suppressed the fear in his heart and rescued all the survivors, but in fact, his heart had reached its limit. Not only did his senses become dull, but he couldn't even use his superpowers properly. "There's another person." Clark's words made the Martian Hunter sense the existence of a living person through telepathy, but this person's mind gave the Martian Hunter a bad feeling. The two looked into the depths of the flames together, and a black figure slowly walked out. "Black Adam." The two shouted in surprise at the same time. The Martian Hunter immediately wanted to use his ability to resist, but he was still a step too late. The Martian Hunter in the flames was the easiest to kill. Black Adam was one step faster and cut open the Martian Hunter's abdomen with a knife. For the Martian Hunter, it was just a minor skin wound. But for the anti-life equation, such wounds were enough. At the last moment, the Martian Manhunter knocked Black Adam away, but he himself held his head and screamed, "Martian Manhunter, you!" Clark looked at the scene in disbelief. He didn't know the weakness of Martian Manhunter, so in his eyes, Martian Manhunter, one of the three giants who could stand alongside Superman and Wonder Woman, was infected like this? However, what greeted him was not the Martian Manhunter's usual gentle words, but the other party's monster-like attack. Clark was completely unable to resist the power of the Martian Hunter and was directly thrown out by him, smashing the fence outside the deck and falling into the sea. The good news is that after being infected, the Martian Hunter lost his sanity, and during the battle he had no idea that he still had powerful psychic abilities. The bad news is that in terms of strength, Clark is still no match for his opponent. Clark was pushed into the sea alive. Even though he used thermal vision to fight back, it was just like what happened to Little Jonathan when he dealt with Hey-Ya. It had no effect at all. At the same time, under the control of the virus, the Martian Manhunter instinctively used his transformation ability to change his body structure, causing his body to swell instantly and transform into a giant green monster nearly 4 meters tall, just like Doomsday who once killed Superman in the comics. As the body grows bigger, more powerful strength also emerges. At this time, Clark was pressed to the bottom of the sea by the other party with one hand. The heavy pressure on his chest made him breathless. This was the first time Clark had such a feeling after realizing that he was a Kryptonian. At the same time, this also means that the pressure on the body has reached its limit. If it continues, you will be turned into a pile of minced meat. Clark wanted to call for help, just like little Jonathan called Superman. He believed that Superman would be able to hear his voice. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the Martian hunter used his other hand to press Clark's head into the seabed, burying him under a pile of rubble, so that he couldn't make any sound at all. As for the sound of fighting, in today's environment filled with cries for help and shouts, even Superman would not be able to immediately determine that there was something wrong with the Martian hunter in such a noisy environment. Even if Superman discovered that Martian Manhunter was fighting, he probably thought that Martian Manhunter was fighting the infected. Dying. Clark's heart was filled with this feeling. When he was struck by Black Adam's magic lightning, he could only feel pain, but at this moment, he felt that death was approaching. But maybe death is a good thing. The sea here had no Atlanteans to help evolve, and with the large number of infected people falling into the water before, their blood had already polluted the sea area. Clark could see a pool of scarlet blood approaching him. Once the virus in the water enters the body through the ears, nose, or even certain parts of the genitals, you will also become infected. It might be better to die now than to become a highly threatening Kryptonian infected person. Just when Clark was about to give up, a green ray shot out from the side and knocked the Martian Manhunter, who had turned into a monster, away. Superman doesn't give up so easily. Mr. Luthor. The familiar voice made Clark turn his head immediately. The one who saved him was not Superman or Wonder Woman, but Lex Luthor. The other party was still wearing the kryptonite armor specially used to deal with Superman, and reached out his hand to him. Leave quickly. You don't want to be infected like that. Understood. Clark and Luthor flew out of the sea together, but immediately afterwards, the Martian Manhunter broke through the surface of the sea and caught up. Leave him to me. Luthor didn't know what was wrong with him, but he suddenly acted like a hero, stood in front of Clark, and rushed towards the Martian hunter. But in the end, he was slapped away by the other party and fell heavily on the shore of the port. Is this a joke? Clark didn't know much about Martian Manhunter, but he had some understanding of Luthor, who often appeared in the same comics as Superman. Isn't the reason why that suit can fight Superman due to the weakening effect of kryptonite radiation on Superman? Martians are not afraid of kryptonite. But the complaints in his heart were not over yet. The Martian hunter, who had slapped Luthor away, continued to rush towards Clark. After transforming, his sharp claws pierced him at a speed that Clark could not dodge at all. Oops. Clark quickly raised his hand to block, but in the face of the overwhelming power of the Martian hunter, it was just a show. As long as the attack was implemented, even if Clark did not die, he would eventually be infected due to injuries. But at the last moment before attacking Clark, the Martian hunter stopped, and his pupils, which had been glowing scarlet after being infected by the anti-life equation, instantly regained clarity. Martian Manhunter, you. Although it was only a moment, Clark could see that the other party seemed to have regained his sanity in an instant. What? The Martian hunter's body slowly shrank back to its original shape, holding his head and shouting, "Run quickly." The red light in his eyes was flickering. Obviously, even the Martian hunter could not resist the invasion of the anti-life equation virus. Regaining consciousness in this instant was already his limit. But Martian Manhunter himself knew that if Clark ran away, where could he escape to? There were so many survivors here, none of these heroes would run away, and if they did, they would be infected and would definitely cause a large number of casualties. This instant recovery of consciousness not only allowed the Martian hunter to regain the ability to think, but also gave him a general understanding of the special features of this virus. Those infected will be controlled by the virus and will instinctively spread death and cause life to end. However, there are no restrictions on the specific methods, and the infected person can achieve this goal in any way. This is also the reason why the infected Black Witch Eve will take the initiative to lead the infected to retreat. As long as the reason for the retreat is to destroy life, the anti-life equation will not forcibly control the infected. This also gives the Martian hunter room to maneuver. He used his hypnotic power to hypnotize himself, and after planting the hint in his mind to wait for an opportunity to act, he was once again controlled by the anti-life equation. But this time, with red eyes, he did not directly attack Clark in front of him, but flew away. He hypnotized himself and told himself to use his ability to become virtual to hide in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to infect the superheroes. In this roundabout way, he guided the infected self to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. What's happening here? Clark had no idea what the Martian hunter had realized or discovered. He might have indeed discovered a way to control his behavior to a certain extent in the hands of the virus, but he no longer had the opportunity to tell anyone the news. At this time, Luthor, who had been beaten, also flew up and patted Clark on the shoulder. As much as I hate to admit it, the heroes of the Justice League all possess noble character. I'm sure he found a way to control himself during the brief moment when he regained his sanity. Why are you looking at me? Isn't it normal that you can't defeat the Martian Manhunter when facing Superman's armor? Noticing Clark looking at him, Luthor hurriedly defended his behavior, but no matter how he explained, he could not cover up the fact that he had just been slapped away by the Martian Manhunter. But you've never defeated Superman, right? In a word, the Luthor was sunk directly. Luthor is extremely smart, in terms of appearance. He used some of the technology and kryptonite left behind after Brainiac was defeated by Superman, and directly created a kryptonite armor that can restrain Superman. Even if the target is not Superman, the combat effectiveness of this kryptonite armor itself is remarkable, but the opponents are all a group of cheating guys. Especially that Superman, who has no moral principles when he's angry. Let alone the kryptonite armor, he wouldn't be surprised if Superman became Kryptonite Luthor. Let's not talk about this anymore. Do you have any plans? Clark and Luthor fell to the ground together. Because Clark had once shared the same brain with Luthor, he could roughly imagine what Luthor's plan would look like, but so much time had passed that Clark didn't know how Luthor would actually carry out his plan. When talking about this plan, Luthor once again showed a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, except for the fact that Martian Hunter rescued people in the flames and was caught by Black Adam, which I didn't expect, everything else is under control. But Luthor glanced at Clark. I don't know whether you can accept it. Clark did not continue chatting with Luthor, but immediately rushed back to the battlefield and punched away the ordinary infected person who attacked Damian from behind. Clark, what happened? In response to Damian's question, Clark blew away several infected people in front of him with a super breath, then spoke. The Martian Hunter was ambushed by Black Adam and has been infected and left here. However, before he lost his mind, the Martian Hunter knocked Black Adam to this direction. What happened on your side? Martian Hunter actually. Damian was very shocked. After all, Martian Hunter was one of the pillars of today's heroes. But he quickly calmed down and pointed to the sea. Wonder Woman has come to support us. I think Black Adam will soon be unable to hold on. However, there are too many ordinary infected people. At this time, on the sea, the speeding Black Adam was intercepted by Superman and Wonder Woman from two directions at the same time, and the three of them collided violently. Their powers are actually on par with each other. Even the strongest Superman is not strong enough to crush the other two. But at this time, it was a 2-on-1 fight for justice. It is obvious that Black Adam Ant-Man could not withstand the repeated attacks from Superman and Wonder Woman. If Superman had not persuaded Wonder Woman not to kill him, he would probably have been cut in half by Wonder Woman with the sword of Vulcan not long after the battle began. But even if he showed mercy and didn't kill him, Black Adam was completely subdued. When he reappeared after being hit hard and falling to the bottom of the sea, Superman had already locked his neck tightly from behind, completely suppressing him. At this time, Wonder Woman also took out the lasso of truth and tied it to Black Adam. The infected still retain their intelligence, but because they are controlled by the anti-life equation virus, they continue to cause death. As long as you have wisdom, the effect of the lasso of truth can be activated. Tell me, who gave you your power? The wizard Shazam, the guy who gave power to Black Adam's nephew 5,000 years ago, and finally sealed him after Black Adam took the power. And the other party's name is the key to invoking divine power. Under the power of the lasso of truth, even though Black Adam struggled more fiercely, it was useless. He could only tell the truth to Wonder Woman's question. Shazam. The moment the name came out, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, accurately avoiding Superman and Wonder Woman who were standing next to him, and hit Black Adam perfectly. As a result, the divine power faded, and he was no longer the Black Adam, but turned into an ordinary human being, Tess Adam. Black Adam, who had lost his power, was no longer a threat, but in order to prevent him from saying the word Shazam again and gaining power under the control of the anti-life equation, Superman used his heat vision to accurately cut off his vocal cords the moment he recovered. Thus, Black Adam was completely killed. Black Adam's failure was seen by the Black Witch who controlled the portal. Realizing that the game was over, she knew that she was no match for Superman and Wonder Woman with the power in her hands, so she immediately opened the portal, wanting to take away the army of infected people and find another opportunity to attack in the future. At this time, Green Arrow, who was nearby, knew that he could not let Witch Eve live. As long as this person was among the infected, the survivors might be in danger at any time no matter where they were. So he drew his bow and arrow, wanting to kill the Black Witch Eve with one arrow. Even if the consequence is that the heroes present will have to fight to the death with the infected who remain here, and even if many heroes who are not extraordinary may be infected in the melee, he has no time to hesitate. But just as he was about to shoot the arrow, Luthor came near him and hit his arm with an electric shotgun. The paralysis caused by the electric current made it impossible for Green Arrow to hold his bow steadily, and also prevented him from shooting this time. Luthor, what do you want to do? If Luthor had not already joined them, Green Arrow would never have been approached quietly by Luthor. However, being interrupted at this time, he still asked with confusion and anger. Do you know how many casualties we will have if we fight the current infected people? Even if Superman were here, he wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Then what can you do? Let them go? If this guy uses his teleportation ability to take the infected away, as long as the coordinates are determined, he can even teleport the infected to your bedside. An Eve with the ability to teleport is just so troublesome. Although she is not as threatening as a speedster like Barry Allen, she is just as troublesome. Although Barry Allen is fast, if he is really infected, Superman will still be able to catch up with him. However, once Eve leads the army of infected people into the dark world, even Superman will not be able to find them. What a coincidence? I just happen to have a solution. Now is the time. In order to retreat, all the infected people will definitely move towards the portal, and this is the best opportunity. Luthor, what on earth are you planning to do? As the infected retreated in large numbers, Krakow, who was fighting them, finally discovered Luthor and the people standing beside him. What should I do? What I need to do is to eliminate most of the infected people at once with the least sacrifice. In Luthor's heart, he agreed with Talia's idea to eliminate the infected. But the reason why he didn't stand up to speak for Talia was because he understood that Superman would not allow it, or Superman would never carry out this task. It is possible to eliminate the infected, but we cannot rely on the power of Superman and the pillars who trust Superman. Unfortunately, Talia protested and failed, and she herself did not understand the power of such a large number of infected people. But Luthor is different. Although his armor cannot kill all the infected even if it has no energy left, he has a smart brain and he used his wisdom to achieve this. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, the warbird and his girlfriend flashed here and landed next to Luthor. It seems that everyone hasn't arrived yet. Shunshan looked around and didn't see the person in the plan, so he didn't say anything else. However, Zankin next to him looked puzzled. He didn't understand what his girlfriend was planning. He just followed his girlfriend's request and sent him to the portal. I am coming. It didn't take long before the Pied Piper in green and his homosexual partner, former Central City policeman David Singer, arrived almost at the same time. As with Flash and Warbird, Pied Piper seems to have known what was going to happen, but David Singer acts like he has no clue. After meeting the Pied Piper, Flash nodded to each other and walked together. Are you ready? The Pied Piper nodded. The next moment, the ability of Flash was activated, and he and the Pied Piper instantly appeared inside the portal. Wait, what on earth are they going to do? Seeing their partner go to such a dangerous place, Jean-Chin and David could no longer sit still and immediately shouted at Luthor to ask. Clark, who was standing by, looked at Flash and Pied Piper, and suddenly seemed to understand something. As a hero these days, although my job is just to maintain order, I have also met a lot of people, including the Pied Piper. Although our relationship is not very good, I still know what abilities the other party has as a hero. The Pied Piper plays music with the flute in his hand, and such music can control people's hearts. It has long been proven that the infected are intelligent. Therefore, the music of the Pied Piper will naturally have an effect on the infected. Although compared with the control of the anti-life equation virus, the music of the Pied Piper is nothing, it is still possible to actively attract the infected. That's right. Luthor also saw that Clark had seen through his plan, so he didn't hesitate and told it directly. The Flash brought the Pied Piper to the depths of the dark vision, and then the Pied Piper played music to attract all the infected Eve. In this case, the infected would walk towards the Pied Piper and attack, losing the ability to dodge. In this way, they could kill the witch Eve inside the dark vision. As long as Eve dies, the infected who cannot open the portal will be trapped in the dark horizon forever and will no longer threaten ordinary humans. In order to convince the Pied Piper and Flash, Luthor spent a lot of time and effort to learn more about these two third-rate heroes whom he had never paid attention to before. But the result was good. Luthor convinced the two of them of justice and they agreed to the plan. They will both sacrifice themselves to solve the greatest threat to the survivors. To be honest, this plan is quite shallow. No, I can't just watch Shunshan die like this. After listening to Luthor's plan, Warbird did not refute, because he knew that Luthor could only persuade, and it was Shunshan's own choice to be willing to carry out this action. But this doesn't mean that he will just sit back and watch. Even if he dies, he wants to die with Shunshan. The Warbird flapped its wings and flew into the portal, but David on the side was helpless. He was a truly ordinary person, and even if he wanted to live and die with the Pied Piper, he had no ability to cross the army of infected people. Why not notify Superman now? With Superman's speed, he may be able to rescue them after they kill Eve. Clark did not directly deny Luthor's seemingly cruel plan, because he also knew how much of a threat such a large group of infected people who could be teleported anywhere posed to ordinary survivors. But in his opinion, now that the matter is done, wouldn't it be better to tell Superman the plan and let Superman rescue Flash and Pied Piper? Clark really couldn't accept that such a self-sacrificing hero died like this in the end. I see, is that what you think? If you really tell Superman, he will probably do as Lee said and rush in at the last minute to rescue Flash and Pied Piper. Clark and Superman are the same person, and Luthor knows Superman well, so he knows that if he really does as Clark says and tells Superman his plan at this time, Superman will really take action and may really be able to rescue them. But what's the price? Just a gentle question and Clark fell silent. What's the cost? Clark had never thought about this, but now that Luthor brought it up, he had to face this very realistic problem. I have never studied the dark world and the black magic of clothes, and I can't guarantee how fast the portal will collapse after the death of the Black Witch Eve. Under such circumstances, are you going to tell Superman about this plan and let Superman take this risk? Superman must be willing, but what if Superman can't come back? What if I can't come back? Superman is everyone's hope now, and Luthor must admit this. The reason why everyone can hold on until now and protect nearly 1,500 million survivors is largely due to the existence of Superman. I can't let Superman be in danger because of this. No matter how noble the actions of Flash and his friends are, they are still too insignificant compared to Superman. It's such a simple truth. Because Superman is too important, such risky tasks can only be left to others. At this time, the sound of the flute player's flute had already sounded, and all the infected people began to gather inside the portal. Even Eve, who controlled the portal, began to move uncontrollably at this moment. The plan has already begun. The sound of the flute played by the Pied Piper attracted all the infected people. Even those who were still attacking the survivors outside let go of the prey in front of them and swarmed into the door opened by Eve. At this time, in the dark vision, Eve led an army of infected people towards Flash and the Pied Piper in the depths. At this time, the Pied Piper was still maintaining the sound of his flute, while Flash was holding an energy pistol, pointing the muzzle at Eve who was walking among the army of infected people. She did not rush to shoot, but waited until a large number of infected people entered the dark vision before shooting and killing them. This is Luther's plan. As for whether they can leave the dark world before the portal closes, no one is sure, but she did not regret it. If she could eliminate so many survivors at once, it would be worth it even if she sacrificed herself. At this moment, her lover, the warbird, flew in, crossed the sky above the dark horizon, and landed in front of the two of them. What are you doing? Get out now. She could accept her own death, but could not accept the death of her lover. She herself could not guarantee that her superpowers would allow her to successfully leave the dark realm after Eve's death. The warbird only grew a pair of wings, which would be even more dangerous. Don't think of leaving me alone to die. If we have to die, we have to die together. Zhang Qin's Hudiao was very resolute, and such a simple conversation contained the deep feelings between the two. After wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Shunshan knew that there was no time left for him to be moved. At this moment, most of the infected people had been attracted into the dark vision, and it was time to take action. But when Shunshan was about to shoot, he found that Eve was petite, and there were many tall infected people blocking his way, so he couldn't shoot anyone at all. Leave it to me. I'm not here just to die with you. As the warbird spoke, it flapped its wings and flew towards Eve in the crowd. It grabbed Eve's shoulders with both hands and lifted her up. As a black witch, Eve naturally wanted to resist, but the Pied Piper increased the sound of his flute and forcibly controlled the other party's heartbeat, so that Eve was caught by the warbird without any resistance and thrown in front of Shunshan. That's it, it's all over. Shunshan pointed the gun at Eve's head. Naturally, he would not have any mercy on this infected person who posed the greatest threat to humanity. But just as she was about to pull the trigger, an accident happened. Because the Pied Piper was focused on controlling Eve, the Pied Piper's ability to control other infected people was weakened. A red beam of light attacked, and although Shun Dodge managed to dodge, the gun in his hand was still damaged by the beam. The attacker was naturally Black Manta, who was also among the infected. Damien and the others finally did not kill Black Manta in the battle, allowing him to successfully retreat. At this time, they once again used the thermal rays from his helmet to launch an attack in secret. Not good. Clark in the outside world saw this scene clearly with his supervision, and immediately planned to fly into the dark vision to help Shunshan and the others. Their abilities were not very aggressive, and after losing the energy pistols provided by Luther, they were unable to fight so many infected people. But just as Clark was about to take action, he suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Turning around, he found that Luthor had activated the kryptonite radiation of the armor at some point and grabbed his arm. Under the influence of kryptonite radiation, Clark lost all his superpowers and became an ordinary 8-year-old child. Before Clark could express his doubts, Luthor spoke directly. Don't forget, you are also a Superman. If you are infected, even if you are trapped in the dark vision, I will probably not be able to sleep in the future. At this time, the three people in the dark vision had also encountered a crisis. The sound of the Pied Piper's flute prevented the infected from rushing over to kill them, but that was all they could do. Under the control of the anti-life equation, the infection was still getting closer to them. Once they were approached by such a large number of infected people, they would definitely die. No, it is more likely that they are dead after the flash gun was destroyed. Looking at Eve who was gradually approaching and the many infected people behind her, the Pied Piper made a decision. He stopped playing, holding the flute in his hand and quickly rushed to Eve, who was still affected by the flute sound. Then he raised the flute in his hand as a weapon and stabbed Eve's head with it. Eve died, killed so easily by the Pied Piper. But at the same time, the three of them also encountered a huge crisis. Because they were no longer controlled by the flute sound, the infected people around them also started running and rushed towards the three people. At the same time, due to Eve's death, the portal began to collapse. Hurry up, let's leave quickly. Warbird and Flash are not willing to be trapped and die in the dark vision without any resistance. With Flash's superpowers, their mission this time is just very dangerous and they have to be prepared for death, but it is not a situation where they are sure to die. Flash grabbed Warbird with one hand and Pied Piper with the other. When she was about to use teleportation to leave the dark vision, Black Manta, who had launched the attack earlier, used the speed increased by his high-tech combat suit to knock Flash down, interrupting the opponent's ability. Get out of my way. But the ability of Blink is just instant teleportation. How can he be a match for Black Manta in terms of strength? Even if Pied Piper and Warbird come to help immediately, how can they deal with Black Manta who can fight with Aquaman Arthur? At this time, Luther in the outside world withdrew his gaze from the three people. In his opinion, they were doomed to die in an instant, so he turned his attention to the portal that was gradually collapsing. I see. It doesn't close immediately, but slowly closes after losing the magic power? but without careful inspection, I don't know whether the mechanism of this portal is a door for space teleportation or a space barrier between the two worlds. But just in this moment of distraction, Luther felt a sudden force coming from the hand he was holding on Clark. When he reacted, Clark broke free from his hand and flew into the dark horizon. You brat! Luthor wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Clark had already flown into the dark horizon. In desperation, Luthor checked the armor and found that there was no problem with the kryptonite radiation. What on earth did the other party do to break free from him? It's okay that Superman cheated, but no one knows how strong the other party is at full strength. Even an 8-year-old Kryptonian cub like you cheated, right? You Kryptonians really just eat kryptonite in anger, don't you? Clark rushed into the dark vision without stopping at all. His flying speed was even faster than when he was rescuing people in the outside world. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shunshan and others. Get away. He didn't use his fists. Instead, hot rays of light shot out directly from his eyes. The abilities of Kryptonians are actually far from being as simple as they appear. Just like the ability of heat vision, sometimes heat vision represents extremely high temperatures that can melt almost anything in the world. Sometimes, thermal vision has unparalleled impact force and can knock objects away. The heat vision even has the ability to explode if the Kryptonians need it, causing an explosion at the location of the hit. In Superman's hands, thermal vision is no longer just a simple high-temperature ray. As for Clark, although he doesn't have the control over his abilities like Superman, he can still convert all of his heat vision into impact force versions. This hot gaze did not melt Black Manta with its high temperature, but instead knocked it away. But even without Black Manta, the large number of infected people around, including some infected third-rate heroes and villains, rushed over and attacked Flash one by one. Those of them who still had some rationality could see that Shunshan was the only one who could escape from here, so they all pointed their spears at Shunshan. The three people, who were not famous for their head-on combat, had no power to resist when surrounded by the infected. Hurry up. It was still Clark. He came in front of the three people and used his super breath to blow out a strong gust of wind, blowing away all the infected people around him. At this moment, Clark felt someone grabbing his hand, and he knew that it was Flash who grabbed him. The next moment, accompanied by a pink flash, the four people disappeared from the spot and appeared not far in front of the portal, but still some distance away from leaving the dark vision. Oh no, I can't see clearly what's outside. The transmission went wrong. Regardless of the principle of transmission, when applied to individuals, the user must rely on his or her 5 senses to locate the position. In order to teleport out of the dark vision and return to the port, Flash can only rely on vision to locate. Otherwise, once they are teleported underground or into the deep sea, Clark may be fine, but the others will definitely die. And because of this reason, when the portal was about to close, Shunshan was unable to see the outside environment clearly and was extremely nervous, so the transmission went wrong. I want to teleport again. I can do it. Shunshan immediately prepared herself mentally. The portal was about to close. She could only see the vast sky through the portal. Although it was very dangerous and she didn't know where she would be teleported to, she could only try again. There is no time. It was Clark who was speaking. He had no lofty thoughts. He just felt that he should do this at this moment. So, he wrapped the three of them in his bio-force field and threw them towards a portal that was only big enough for one person. Wait, you. Before Shunshan could be surprised, they were thrown in front of the portal, allowing Shunshan to see Luther and others waiting outside. With the same instinctive will to survive, she activated her ability, took the Pied Piper and the Warbird out of the dark vision and appeared next to Luther and his companions. Seeing that Clark was not among the people coming out, Luthor was shocked. He himself did not realize that just because of a cooperation, he would actually start to care about Clark, the guy who would grow up to be the Superman he hated the most. Superman. At this moment, the slight emotion that suddenly arose in his heart overcame his rational mind. In an instant, he thought of the only way to rescue Clark. That is calling for Superman. Is that a bird? Is that a plane? No, that's Superman. The words circulating among the people in Metropolis represent humanity's love for Superman, and also symbolize the hope that Superman brings to people. Superman, who was cleaning up the remaining survivors in the distance, heard Luthor's call. He did not turn a blind eye just because the person who called him was his mortal enemy. Instead, he arrived near the portal in an instant, and in less than a second, he understood the entire situation here through observation. Luther, just wait for everyone to denounce you afterwards. Leaving these words, Superman rushed towards the portal that was about to close. At this time, in the dark vision, Kra, who sent Flash and several others out, did not give up, but flew towards the direction of the portal. But Luther curled his lips at this time. Why don't you be so kind, Superman? Haven't I been criticized enough by you guys? Even though the portal was not big enough for him to pass through, what if? Never give up hope. This was what Clark had learned from these heroes during this period of time. Wonder Woman would rather withstand Black Adam's attack than support the entire Jotunheim prison. Martian manhunters are still searching the fire for any possible survivors. Superman has never rested for even a second since the virus outbreak, just to protect everyone. Countless heroes are willing to fight to the death to save a life. The scenes that Clark had seen during this period emerged in his mind, and that was why he persisted. At this moment, the portal connecting reality and the dark world was like a mirror. At both ends, two identical yet different people were flying towards each other with all their might. And their figures seemed to overlap at this moment. No, in the end, Clark missed. The portal closed just before he and Superman approached. Clark is trapped in dark vision forever. Just when the readers and all the heroes thought that everything was over, someone moved. Superman, after missing the target, he did not hesitate and continued to accelerate forward. His speed became faster and faster, 10 times the speed of sound, 50 times the speed of sound, 100 times the speed of sound, the speed of light, and even beyond the speed of light. Superman has never flown so fast before, not even when he was racing against Barry Allen, and he has never flown at full speed like he does now. Just like what Batman once said about Superman. Even Superman himself does not know his limits. In order not to destroy this beautiful world, Superman is controlling his own power all the time. This control also forms a psychological barrier, which makes Superman vulnerable to injury, restrained by kryptonite and the red sun, and prone to fatigue and death. But whenever necessary, Superman can always show greater strength, use the simplest power to break the difficulties and bring hope. This is what Superman is like today. When he flies around the Earth, no one realizes what is happening, but then, there is the sound of a mirror breaking. The space was shattered by Superman. His fist reached into the dark vision and caught Clark's empty hand. Snap! With a crisp sound, Clark was pulled out by Superman and fell to the ground in a mess. Superman, who had done all this, felt a tightness on his arm and was bleeding. Shattering the space like this was already the limit of what Superman could do. The force when the space was shattered almost completely disabled his arm. Even if Superman wanted to rely on his self-healing ability to recover, it would take several days. Are you okay, Superman? Everyone gathered around, the main purpose being to check if the injured Superman was infected. Clark, who was frightened by the scene of space shattering, wanted to thank Superman after a brief daze, but when he tried to support his body, the scene that happened when he traveled through time appeared again. His left arm supporting the ground once again showed the colorful chaos that looked like a TV set's distortion. But the next moment, it returned to normal. Could it be? Get up, stop sitting on the ground. Clark was shocked that the vision before the time travel appeared again on him. At this time, Luthor had already walked over and stretched out his hand to Clark, who was sitting on the ground. I have to admit that you did give me a lot of shocks today, but tell me the truth, are you Kryptonians really afraid of kryptonite? On this day, the importance of kryptonite was greatly reduced. In the past, when Luthor lost to Superman, he could still blame it on Superman being too strong. Even with the weakening of kryptonite, he was still no match for him. But this time, Clark's performance was really unexpected. For the time being, it is still effective. Clark was not very clear about this. He just felt a sudden surge of power in him, and the next moment he broke free from Luthor's shackles and flew out. Well, whether it works or not, I don't have any other choice. Luthor pulled Clark up, and the two of them looked at Superman, who was surrounded by the crowd. Today is finally over safely, but Martian Hunter. Luthor began to think about the problem of Martian Hunter. Although Martian Hunter could not teleport with a large group of infected like Eve, and most of the powerful ground infected had been defeated by them, he was still a threat. We're going to make it, aren't we? Clark's tone was full of hope. Even though he knew that he might leave this world at some point, Clark had already put this worry behind him. The world would definitely return to peace. Looking at Superman, who was cared for by everyone, Clark firmly believed this. Next, under the escort of the heroes, after a day, all the infected people were sent to Gotham City, and here, Clark also saw Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn, who now rule the Gotham Forest. Oh, this child, I remember Superman didn't have a second child. Clark's suit shows his Kryptonian identity, but everyone on Earth, whether heroes or villains, knows that Superman is the only Kryptonian on Earth at this time. Kara in this universe has not yet arrived, and Supergirl only has powers but is not a Kryptonian. For that matter, I am actually Kall as well, just from another universe. After hearing Clark's explanation, Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes, but they did not continue asking. After all, it was meaningless. The world has become like this, and the question of where Clark, the Kryptonian, came from is no longer important at all. With a wave of their hands, the two signaled Clark and the other heroes that they could leave. After all, they are just in a cooperative relationship. Staying together will only breed conflicts. Superman and Wonder Woman immediately returned to the Fortress of Solitude, while Damian returned to Wayne Manor. Now that he had some free time, he could go to Wayne Manor to reclaim all of Batman's inheritance, and bury the hastily buried Batman, Nightwing, and Tim in the Gotham Cemetery, right next to Damian's grandpa and grandma, Batman's parents. Clark also planned to return to the Fortress of Solitude. Although things were not so busy now, what if? Maybe there was something he could do to help. But just after Clark left Poison Ivy's plant fortress, Luthor had been waiting for a long time. Finally you came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Luthor? Didn't you go back to the Fortress of Solitude with Superman and the others? Today, the Fortress of Solitude is completely dependent on Cyborg and Luthor to maintain its operation. Logically, the other party should not have time to find him. Why go back? The closed-circuit communication system I helped design will basically be safe as long as the Fortress of Solitude is still there. As for information processing, Cyborg's computer brain is much better than mine, so he doesn't need my help at all. Luthor waved his hand. Besides, you also know that the exposure of my plan has caused dissatisfaction among many heroes. They themselves know that fighting the infected will require many sacrifices, but they do not allow me to use such a plan to exchange the best results with the least sacrifices. They are a bunch of hypocritical guys. There is no use for me except to quarrel with them when I go back. Clark did not refute what Luthor said, but he did not agree with it either. He believed that these heroes were doing their best to protect ordinary people and should not be spoken of like this. But at the same time, Clark, who still retains the mentality of an ordinary person rather than a hero, also understands that Luthor's statement is not entirely wrong. In battles, especially wars, leaders always try to gain the greatest benefits with the least sacrifices. This is why there was a saying in ancient times that a kind person cannot command an army. But heroes are different. The heroes who control this world are all kind-hearted people. They would rather die themselves than sacrifice others for victory. This situation is particularly evident under Superman's leadership. Come on, accompany me to a place, there are some things I think I need to give to you. What? While Clark was still thinking about what Luthor was going to give him, Luthor had already started the thrusters and flew into the air. Seeing that the other party didn't elaborate on his thoughts, Clark didn't ask any more questions and just followed him. And this time, they arrived at the ruins of the metropolis. What are you doing here? Hasn't Metropolis been completely destroyed? Clark had seen the towering buildings of Metropolis with his own eyes, and this city seemed to be a symbol of modern human civilization. But now, when he compared it with this endless wasteland, a feeling of sadness arose spontaneously. Humans are best at rebuilding the future from ruins. It seems that you are still a Kryptonian after all. You have such power, but you feel sad about such a thing. Luthor's ruthless words interrupted Clark's sadness, making him unable to help but speak. So as a human being, do you really have no emotions at all? Luthor, who was digging through the rubble, paused for a moment, then recovered. That's right. I won't be sad about something like this. Since it has already happened, I will just solve any problems I encounter now. Being sad is just a waste of time. Luthor said this, but the physiological changes in his body were captured by Clark's super 5 senses. It was a sad feeling. Yes, Luthor may be arrogant, conceited, and a human supremacist who values strength above all else, but he is also a human being, and Metropolis is where he has always lived. Facing the destruction of his homeland, how could he have no reaction at all? But Luthor knew that he had no sad events. Now that 99% of human beings were dead, as the smartest human being today, he had to remain absolutely calm in order to get through this difficult time. Found it. After noticing the change in Luthor's mentality, the last bit of resistance in Clark's heart towards Luthor disappeared. The inherent impression brought by the comics has been overwritten by the real Luthor he saw before his eyes. At this moment, Luthor, who was digging through the rubble, looked at a metal door on the ground and smiled. If you've read the comics, you should know that supervillains always leave solid underground bases in various places, and this is it. The metal door opened, revealing a staircase leading underground. Clark tried to use his X-ray vision to look, but found that every part of the entire passage was evenly covered with lead elements, blocking Clark's X-ray vision. Obviously, Luthor never intended to reveal the existence of this secret passage to Superman. Is this place really okay? I know. After all, I am also Kall. Luthor has been guarding against Superman to this extent, so why would he bring me to this place? But you're not Superman yet, are you? Clark was speechless after hearing this simple rhetorical question. Although he hoped that he could become a hero like Superman, he also knew that his ideas in many aspects were actually different from those of Superman. Perhaps this is why Luthor is willing to contact Kall himself, but not the Superman Kall of this world. Actually, everything in here is what I prepared for Superman. The two of them walked down, and various display screens lit up one after another after sensing Luthor's entry. Clark instinctively covered his eyes. After living in this world for so long, it became almost instinct for him to avert his sight from the display screen. But Luthor looked calm, and even came closer to operate some data on the display screen that Clark could not understand. Don't worry, the entire underground base uses a closed-circuit network. The virus that Cyborg spread on the internet cannot possibly invade here. But even after Luthor explained it this way, Clark still felt a little worried. What if? What if there is a virus lurking in the network here? There is no such thing as a surprise. The closed-circuit network designed by me, Luthor, does not have any flaws. Even if Batman is resurrected, it is still impossible to break through head-on. He is still as confident as ever, but unlike Superman, Luthor's confidence does not make people feel at ease. Clark only relaxed slightly, his eyes still vaguely avoiding the display screen. Luthor did not explain much about this. He knew what kind of person he was and was destined to not have the terrifying infectious power like Superman. Soon, the two arrived deep into the base, and along the way, Clark discovered many kryptonite creations. Kryptonite bullets, kryptonite spears, kryptonite swords, kryptonite energy guns. These weapons are stored in special display cases that can prevent radiation leakage. But to be honest, this scene also made Clark terrified. What kind of Kryptonian hell is this? Although theoretically, kryptonite is just an ordinary stone from Krypton, but for the Kryptonians living on Earth, isn't this hell? Didn't I remember Damian telling me that the natural kryptonite reserves on Earth have been almost exhausted in many incidents? Apart from the small amount of kryptonite stored in Batman's hands, there is no kryptonite left. Even the ones in Batman's hands were specially given to Batman by Superman. However, in response to this question, Luthor just smiled and then asked directly back. Then guess what is the reason why the energy that came to Earth with Superman is consumed at such an alarming rate? Forward. Clark was silent. This question seemed to be a rhetorical question, but in the current situation, it was basically equivalent to Luthor answering Clark's question. Why is kryptonite so rare? Because there is a wealthy guy who is secretly buying up kryptonite crazily to conduct experiments. Batman only keeps a small piece of kryptonite, but Luthor in front of him relies on kryptonite energy for his armor. Don't mention these, there are no more. Luthor smiled, ignored the shocked Clark, and after a complicated process, opened a safe and took out a red stone from it. This is. Clark, not knowing what was going on, stretched out his hand towards the red stone, but when he was about to touch it, the fingers close to the stone became transparent, followed by severe pain. What? Although it was just a finger, Clark felt a pain worse than death. The solar power in his body seemed to riot and gather in the middle, as if the whole finger was about to explode. Seeing Clark's scream of pain, Luthor immediately put down the stone in his hand, and then, turned around and started operating on the computer. No one really thinks Luthor would take the initiative to care about Clark, whose life is not in danger. As I expected, red kryptonite can make Kryptonians' skin transparent and remove the body's restrictions on solar energy. However, it seems that Kryptonians' physiques are completely kryptonite-proof and can withstand the riot of solar energy in their bodies, so it will not be fatal. After being told that it would not be fatal, Luthor breathed a sigh of relief, as if this result was the most satisfying to him. Have you recovered? At this time, Clark's pain had disappeared, but he didn't dare to approach slowly until Luthor put the red kryptonite back into the box that isolated the radiation. Although he was not injured, and Luthor said it was not fatal, it hurt, and he did not have any masochistic tendencies. That thing is. It was a product that appeared accidentally when I was trying to synthesize artificial kryptonite, but now it seems that this congratulations is just right for now. As he spoke, Luthor clapped his hands, and the floor beneath Clark's feet rose up, revealing a set of black metal armor. And judging from the size of the armor, it seems that Luthor has made adjustments to make the entire armor fit Clark's current body shape. To be honest, these things were originally prepared for Superman, but for now, I think our biggest threat is not the unknown enemy, but Superman. Then, Luthor told Clark his idea. In his opinion, as long as Superman keeps the idea of saving the world instead of seeking refuge on other planets, it is very likely that Superman will be infected one day in the future. As the Martian hunter is infected, this idea becomes more and more certain in Luthor's mind. Red kryptonite will indeed bring you pain worse than death, but at the same time, after the absorption restrictions are lifted, your body will become stronger at a very fast speed under the irradiation of the yellow sun. The energy of the riot is enough to allow you to surpass your own limits in a short period of time. If one day, Superman loses control and Wonder Woman is defeated, then I hope you can stand up and protect the survivors. Clark never thought that the person who had the most hope for him was not Superman, who was the same person as him, nor Wonder Woman who had trained him, nor Jonathan and Damian, with whom he had the best private relationship, but Luthor, with whom he had only had a few exchanges. Why me? If everyone else fails, isn't the one closest to Superman Jonathan? He is much stronger than me now. In response to Clark's question, Luthor, as always, chose to answer it with another question. Will it hurt after removing the red kryptonite? Clark was stunned, but nodded. It hurts, even though it's only in one finger, but if the whole body is affected, the feeling can be described as worse than death. So, only you can do it. Little Jonathan may indeed become stronger than Superman in the future, but Superman protects him too well. If that happens, I guess just punching his father will use up all his strength. Let me fight Superman if necessary. The Fortress of Solitude, where Clark also got his own private room, and at this moment, he was sitting alone on the bed, thinking. It had been a few days since his communication with Luthor, and after he was given the authorization for the underground base, he returned to the Fortress of Solitude with Luthor to continue his heroic work. It has to be said that as the plan went smoothly, Black Adam was subdued, and most of the infected people on land were sent to the Dark World by Luthor's plan. Everyone has indeed felt a lot more relaxed during this period of time. The remaining survivors have all been rescued, which is almost the same as originally expected. A total of about 1,500 million people have been arranged to go to Gotham Forest and Paradise Island. After being freed from the trouble of tedious affairs, the heroes, under the leadership of Luthor and Cyborg, began to develop an antidote for the virus. But it is obvious that the virus born from the self-reflexive life equation cannot be eliminated so easily. Cyborg and Luthor devoted themselves to research, but did not achieve much success. If it were any other situation, the two of them would have just persisted and would have found a way to create an antidote one day. But Black Adam's defeat doesn't mean things are completely over. Because there is a huge threat hiding deep under the sea. Aquaman Arthur has not been defeated until now, but has been hiding in the sea, spreading deadly viruses in the vast ocean. More and more water resources are being polluted, and the water carrying the virus cannot be drunk until an antidote is successfully developed. The Atlanteans, who were used to keep parts of the sea unpolluted, were no match for Aquaman Arthur. More and more Atlanteans were defeated in the battles with Aquaman Arthur for Ocean Authority and became infected. If the threat from land is resolved, humans can slowly expand outward and regain lost land. Then the existence of Aquaman Arthur has almost blocked the future of human beings continuing to live on Earth. If food is gone, it can be grown again, and among the surviving humans there are many who are good at farming. But with the oceans thoroughly polluted and part of the Earth's water cycle completely broken, humans can already see their end on Earth. Are you arguing again? At this time, a quarrel broke out again in the hall of the Fortress of Solitude, and the two people quarreling were Luthor and Superman. Clark sighed, put away his complicated thoughts, opened the door and walked out. In the hall, Luthor mentioned his plan again. Superman, it's time for you to face reality. Yes, we have indeed gained temporary divine power, and the safety of the survivors has been guaranteed, but no one can deal with the infected Aquaman in the sea. As long as he is there, time will not be on our side. In fact, Luthor's statement is already very conservative. From the moment the infected fell into the sea, the water resources were already contaminated. The existence of Aquaman Arthur only used his abilities to speed up this process. But this is our hometown. How can we just run away like this? We still have hope. We will definitely survive this disaster. Superman said the same thing as always, and the reason for this quarrel was very similar to the one 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, not long after the virus broke out, Luthor had already proposed his own Ark plan. Just like the mythical Noah's Ark, a spaceship large enough to accommodate a large number of humans is built, and the surviving humans are sent to a new planet that has not been infected to start their lives. At that time, this plan was rejected by Superman, and the reasons Superman gave were exactly the same as they are now, and at that time, it was also agreed by almost all heroes. Even if some people who were not pure heroes agreed with Luthor's statement, in the end, nothing came of it as Superman's side had more people than him. But this time, when Superman said the same words again and wanted to continue to encourage everyone, he found that there were only a few people supporting him. In fact, Cyborg took the lead in standing on Luthor's side this time. Superman, we can indeed hold on. As you can see, I'm a cyborg. It's not difficult for me to go without water for a year or two, but it's not the same for ordinary survivors. They not only need food, but also clean water. They have thought of some plans to lure out Aquaman Arthur and kill him. Although this still cannot reverse the pollution of the sea water, it can at least buy more time. But all the plans that both he and Luthor came up with failed. The infected Sea King Arthur obviously has a clear idea. He will not actively attack humans. He will only use methods such as polluting the sea water to slowly force all humans to death. Without Arthur taking the initiative, there was no way they could break into the sea full of viruses and defeat Arthur. Because the sea water is full of viruses, even Superman cannot guarantee that he will not be infected. Compared to Luthor, Cyborg's tone was much calmer. He knew that the reason why Superman had always rejected this plan was not because of stubbornness, but because Superman had already lost his home planet long ago. Although Superman was just a child at the time and was sent to Earth early, he already knew the truth about the destruction of Krypton. Krypton did not persecute him, and his parents loved him. Therefore, Superman also identified Krypton as his home planet and felt sad for its destruction. He had already lost his home planet once, so no matter what, he didn't want to give up the Earth, his second home planet where he had lived for decades. Superman, we do have to leave Earth, because ordinary people can no longer hold on. Even if 1,500 million people are extremely frugal, the amount of water they use cannot be underestimated. Under Arthur's active pollution, we have reached our limit, but this does not mean we are giving up on Earth. We are just leaving temporarily. When Luthor develops an antidote that can crack the virus, we will naturally come back. Humph. Luthor behind Cyborg snorted coldly, expressing his disdain for Superman's sentimental behavior, but he didn't say much, because Cyborg's thoughts were actually his thoughts, and he had never thought of abandoning the Earth directly. It was just that under the current circumstances, the resources on Earth were indeed not enough to support their survival. I see. Eventually, Superman backs off. It's not that he was unreasonable, he was just bound by his inner feelings for a moment. Under the persuasion of everyone and in the eyes of all the heroes, he agreed to Luthor's plan. The Ark project has begun. In the laboratory of the Fortress of Solitude, Clark watched Luthor and Cyborg working with despair on his face. They divided the work and cooperated to improve every aspect of the two Ark spacecraft. All the superheroes, including Superman, began to use their abilities to help build two spaceships large enough to accommodate 700 million people. Especially the Flash and Kid Flash. The two of them were of no help at all in the previous operation to rescue the survivors, and at this time, the role of the Speed Force was reflected. As long as the materials are provided, the two can complete the assembly work at the speed of light, greatly increasing the completion speed of the Ark spacecraft. As for why the two Ark ships together can only accommodate 1,400 million people, the reason is also very simple. Mainly including Superman and the warriors of Paradise Island, there are about 100 million humans who are unwilling to leave the Earth even in the face of increasingly harsh environment in the future. Therefore, the Ark is designed to have less than 100 million people. And the reason why Clark appeared here was even more bizarre. Originally, after the quarrel between Luthor and Superman ended, Clark planned to stay where he was and see if there was any need for his help. Although it would most likely be a patrol mission like protecting Paradise Island, it would still be possible to do something, right? But who could have thought that when Luther was leaving, he grabbed himself and dragged him to the laboratory, and in the name of lending a hand, he directly started his Luther Genius Scientist class. Although he could not help at all, this laboratory was not a factory and he did not need to pass wrenches to others, Luther still enjoyed explaining things to him. During the process of designing the Ark, he explained to him all the knowledge involved. You know, Clark traveled through time to the year 2000. Is it really reliable to talk about space travel to an elementary school student in the year 2000? The answer is naturally unreliable. Luther is a genius, but not a good teacher. He just imparts knowledge, but the way he does it is very rough. It is impossible for anyone to understand this way of teaching. Even Cyborg, who had been watching the fun, said that Luthor was not suitable to be a teacher. But unfortunately the student is a Kryptonian. After Superman became an adult, he once read all the medical knowledge known to mankind in 5 minutes and mastered it, doing what ordinary people would need 10 years to barely achieve. Although Clark's brain has not yet reached that level under the influence of the sun, he still has terrifying learning abilities. Under the guidance of Luther, a poor teacher, I really mastered the relevant knowledge. So there's actually no need for me to help. Don't you think I'm in the way now that Luther has shown up? Yes, you are indeed in the way, so you can leave now. It was originally just an ordinary complaint, but what Clark didn't expect was that Luthor actually agreed to let him leave. Oh, and this thing, I'll give it to you as well. Luthor was still concentrating on completing his work, but he still threw the USB flash drive in his hand to Clark. This is all the information about Kryptonian technology in the Fortress of Solitude. With the knowledge I taught you, I think you should be able to understand these things when you return. What the hell? Clark's eyes widened and he looked at the USB drive in his hand, and also at Luther. Good man, you are using Superman's stuff to improve my favor ability, right? But it was obvious that Luthor misunderstood the meaning of Clark's eyes. You may return to your own world at any time. Isn't this obvious? Cyborg has seen your body flash many times. Cyborg nodded slowly and acknowledged it. In fact, it wasn't just him. Most of the heroes who had some friendship with Clark, such as Damian and Little Jonathan, Superman, Wonder Woman, Hawkman, and Hawkgirl, they all noticed the changes in Clark. No, you misunderstood. I'm not surprised that you know I might travel through time again, although this sudden concern is indeed surprising. The main thing is, Clark said to Luther, holding the USB drive in his hand, you gave me something that Superman gave me. Don't you feel guilty about it? Roll. Okay. Paradise Island, Clark returned here again. Before he landed, he saw the female warrior who had trained him for a period of time sitting alone on the beach, looking into the distance. What are you thinking about? Clark landed as if he had sensed something and sat next to the other person. Yo, our future Superman is back. How's it going? How's life as a hero feeling? Clark smiled and looked at his hands. It's great to be able to help others. If I can be stronger, it would be even better. Of course, Clark also noticed that the other party was in a bad mood. Although he seemed to be asking him questions, his eyes were always looking at the sea level and never shifted. Are you really not going to board the Ark and live on other planets? Clark knew that all the Amazons made the same choice when faced with the opportunity to live on other planets, which was to stay and fight until the last moment. However, although this was true, Clark still wanted to know what drove them to make such a choice. I have lived on Paradise Island since I was born and have never seen the outside world. It was not until this time when a large number of survivors poured in that I first learned about the stories outside. She is just an ordinary Amazon warrior who has been training and living on Paradise Island all her life. Even if Wonder Woman encounters any problem in the outside world and needs help from Paradise Island, it will not be her turn. I love Paradise Island, and I also love this world. From the moment I became a warrior, I vowed to protect this place. All Amazons think so. So we will not leave. No matter how difficult the future is, we will fight to the last moment in the way of warriors. Besides, at the end, the female warrior smiled. I have a feeling that in the future, the departure of those people will also require us to continue fighting. Having said that, the female warrior stood up, picked up the sword and shield beside her and said to Clark, are you still interested in my name now? Of course. I must know your name so that I can thank you properly in the future. A familiar arena. Clark followed the familiar figure to this place again. It hasn't been that long, but I feel like everything here is so familiar. Then it's probably because your Kryptonian brains are more powerful than ordinary people. It took me almost half a year of continuous training for me to feel familiar with this place. The female warrior smiled, walked to stand opposite Clark, and skillfully took out the scarred shield from the weapon rack. Obviously, this is the shield that Clark used during those days. After Clark was recognized by the heroes and left Paradise Island to carry out the mission, the female warrior has been keeping the shield. But this time, the female warrior did not throw the shield directly to Clark as usual, but asked with a smile first. So what? Now that you have powerful superpowers, do you still plan to use this shield? Clark smiled and stretched out his hand. The female warrior on the opposite side immediately understood and threw the shield over, which was caught steadily. This is a trial for an Amazon warrior, so it must be conducted using the methods of an Amazon warrior. At this moment, I am not a Kryptonian, but just a warrior accepting the trial of my master. The smile on the female warrior's face became even brighter. Clark's words at this time undoubtedly put himself in the position of Paradise Island and regarded himself as an Amazon warrior. Granted, Clark has access to all sorts of Kryptonian superpowers, super breath, heat vision, biotic stance, flight, and more. But doing so would mean throwing away all previous training, which would be a subtle betrayal. Although the female warrior would not say much, because there has always been the concept of respecting the strong on Paradise Island, she would still feel uncomfortable anyway. But Clark at this time is no longer the Clark who told the Amazon warrior that he didn't want to hurt him. He took into account the warrior woman's pride as an Amazon warrior, and took care of such emotions, picking up Amazon weapons to fight. This is a kind of recognition and also respect. He has learned to care about others' hearts instead of just showing foolish concern. So, the battle begins. The female warrior launched an attack the moment she finished speaking, leaning forward and rushing towards Clark at the fastest speed. And Clark, just as he said, did not use the biological force field to fly, but simply relied on the physical fitness given to him by his Kryptonian blood to raise his shield and meet the attack. He had already memorized the female warrior's attack routines, just as he had been able to grasp most of the basic knowledge of space colonization spacecraft in a week. During his training with her, he had also learned almost all the combat skills from this experienced warrior. So as expected, the shield firmly blocked the sword's blow. The experience during this period made Clark rapidly stronger, and there was no longer any gap in physical fitness between the two. The female warrior whose attack was blocked raised her leg and swept it sideways, but Clark jumped up on the spot, dodging the sweeping kick, and threw the round shield in his hand like a boomerang, hitting the female warrior in the face. Clark used all his strength in this attack, because only fighting with all his strength can show the greatest respect to the Amazon warriors. Good fight. Clark's reaction surprised her. The boy who was once beaten by her has now grown up completely. The training on Paradise Island and the battles he encountered from time to time as a hero recently have made him a qualified fighter. But surprise as it is, the female warrior will not be defeated so easily. Swinging his sword to knock the shield away, he rushed towards Clark who had just landed. But at this moment, there was still some distance between him and Clark, but Clark made a kicking motion in advance, which made him feel a little confused. This kind of mistake in distance control is not something Clark would make. But soon, reality told her the answer. The moment Clark kicked, the shield that was knocked away by her sword flew back like a boomerang and appeared right in front of Clark's ear. From the moment he recognized the shield, Clark used his super brain to make detailed calculations, giving the shield a specific rotation and taking into account the angle at which the female warrior hit the shield, so that the shield flew back in front of him. Bang! Clark kicked the shield hard, and after gaining new strength, the shield hit the female warrior who failed to react in time and knocked her away. As for the scarred round shield, it drew an arc in the air and was caught by Clark. The trick of using the shield that Captain America from another world mastered only after being injected with super serum was mastered by the 8-year-old Clark. But even Clark himself doesn't know it. Although he knew that the world he lived in was also a comic world for this world, just like the comics he read were very different from the world now, the stories in the comics could only be used as a reference, so Clark did not read the so-called Marvel comics. You, kid, have mastered a pretty good fighting method. The female warrior wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Feeling the pain in her chest, she did not show any painful expression, but became even more excited. This guy actually managed to fight with only a shield. But the battle won't end just like that. Are you ready to fight all day? Clark smiled slightly and once again assumed a fighting stance with his shield. Anytime. The two charged at each other again, getting to know each other better during the battle. The prepared female warrior would naturally not be attacked by Clark's trick of using the shield, and the battle immediately turned into a competition of endurance. Clark would be scratched by the sword, but the Kryptonian's inherent healing ability could heal these wounds in a very short time. The female warriors were also attacked, but they managed to hold on with their strong will and the Amazon's already good physical fitness. Unconsciously, more and more Amazon warriors were attracted by the fight between the two and gathered in this arena. And when they found out that the boy who used the Amazon's fighting skills was actually a Kryptonian, this feeling of being recognized immediately made them accept the boy from the bottom of their hearts. In this way, the battle lasted from day to night, and the loss of sunlight did not make Clark weaker. Until the sun rose again, the two continued to fight tenaciously. The female warrior hoped that Clark would surpass her, but when that day really came, she found that she was unwilling to be defeated. The onlookers, the Amazons, had no impact on them. Instead, at this moment, an unexpected person came here. Diana, you're back. It was Wonder Woman. She returned to Paradise Island from the Fortress of Solitude. When she arrived at the arena, she noticed Clark fighting with Amazonian skills and smiled with satisfaction. I lost? The battle finally lasted for 2 full days and 1 night. When dusk fell again, the exhausted female warrior finally couldn't bear the pressure of the continuous fighting and fell to her knees, which also announced the end of the battle. Opposite her, Clark was also wearing rough clothes. The Superman uniform given by little Jonathan had become tattered and had marks all over it from being chopped by a sword. But in the end, he was the one standing at the end. Then, fulfill your promise. Carrying the shield behind him, Clark walked forward and reached out to help the female warrior up. The female warrior also smiled and said her name to Clark and all the Amazons watching around. Shavana, my name is Shavana, an Amazon warrior. After saying that, Shavana completely fainted due to exhaustion, and Clark, who was holding Shavana's hand, faced everyone and raised her hand high. Please remember, Shavana, my respected teacher, a proud Amazon warrior. Shavana, Shavana, Shavana. The Amazon warriors, who had long been attracted by the fight between the two, immediately echoed Clark's shout, shouting Shavana's name and cheering for the two warriors in the arena. On the highest stand, Diana smiled as she looked at Queen Hippolyta, who had come here at some point in her life to judge her. Queen, how does this child feel? Hippolyta glared at her daughter, but still made the comment. What a pity. Such a good child, why isn't he an Amazon? Clark is excellent in terms of fighting skills, strength, and willpower, so as the Queen of Paradise Island, Hippolyta just feels sorry that Clark is still a Kryptonian. It seems we have the same idea. As she spoke, Wonder Woman jumped and landed directly in front of Clark, which immediately scared Clark, who was in the center of the scene. Miss Diana, I didn't expect you to be here too. Although Diana had taken him under her wing for a while, Clark spent most of that time basking in the sun to improve his physical fitness, and he didn't have much communication with her. So when they met, Clark seemed a little reserved. Weren't you quite heroic when you just raised Shavana's hand and spoke? I almost thought there was a male among our Amazon tribe. Hearing the teasing in Diana's tone, Clark felt even more embarrassed and lowered his head silently. Okay, no more joking. After a few quick jokes, it was over. Diana returned to Paradise Island, of course not to visit her relatives or to watch the fun. Leave Shavana to someone else. She needs to rest. As for you, I have something to tell you. Shavana was taken back by other Amazon warriors to rest, while Diana and Clark also left the arena and came to the beach of Paradise Island, where they found the Queen of the Sea, Mara, who was already ready. Because she is the main force in blocking pollution, Mara rarely appears in the Fortress of Solitude. Even though Mara and the Atlanteans have joined for so long, Clark has hardly ever spoken to Mara. But at the same time, after seeing Lee and Mara appear, Clark roughly guessed what had happened. Is the Ark already built? Diana showed a hint of surprise, but soon felt relieved. I had forgotten that you have been living in Luthor's and Cyborg's lab during this period, so you should be the most clear about the progress of the Ark. You are right. With Barry and Wally working day and night, the Ark is ready. Now we just need to prepare enough supplies to take most people to live in the outside world. Unlike ordinary Amazons, Diana, as a pillar hero, will replace Superman and accompany the colonists to other planets. Now, all the heroes have to go to the Fortress of Solitude for a final discussion. I think you are a hero now, so I plan to take you with me. I think I don't need to go. At this moment, Mara suddenly spoke. Although Atlantis has been destroyed by Arthur, all Atlanteans, including me, will not leave the Earth. We will stay here and help the last survivors. The Atlanteans chose the same path as the Amazons. Diana nodded and didn't comment much. Mara had her own choice, but she also said, your decision is yours, of course, but it's best to go. After all, the more we discuss now, the better off you will be when most humans leave Earth. In this way, Mara naturally had no reason to refuse, and went to the Fortress of Solitude with Diana and Clark. By the time the three of them arrived at the Fortress of Solitude, all the remaining heroes in the world had gathered there. Some of them, like younger generations like Damien and Jonathan, will travel to other planets to help the humans who have immigrated there start a new life. A small number of superheroes, led by Superman, will stay on Earth and continue to fight the virus and protect their compatriots who are also willing to stay on Earth. It seems that we are all here. Except for Superman, everyone had a look of relief and joy on their faces. After all, not everyone is called Superman. Most heroes are exhausted from the current pressure. Immigrating to another planet is the best option for them. There's really nothing to say, right? Superman. Luthor stood up. As the proposer of the Ark plan, he was the one who led the entire plan. The candidates have already been decided. Those who leave will carry the hopes of those who stay behind and live on another safe planet without virus infection. They will also look for a solution to this virus crisis. As for those who stay behind, we will do our best to protect them and let them leave safely. In Luthor's words, everything seems so simple. He had already arranged everything. As long as everyone followed the plan, they would be able to successfully land on the second Earth that had already been located. But Clark still saw something wrong on Luthor's face. After spending a few days together, Clark got to know Luthor better. Combined with their previous brain connection, he could guarantee that Luthor must be planning something that no one knew about at this moment. And this plan must be very dangerous. Thinking of this, Clark couldn't help but observe this person, and finally realized that something was wrong. Compared to the initial scene when everyone was united in facing the virus, today's heroes are too relaxed, one can even describe them as slack. Everyone's attention has been diverted, even myself, and everyone seems to have overlooked something very important. Thinking about this inexplicable meeting, Clark felt even more that something was wrong. Luthor has arranged everything. All the plans have been told to all the heroes and survivors through internal communications. The plans have been finalized long ago, and there is no need to gather all the heroes. But why did Luthor host this final meeting which had no meaning at all? And what is it that is being ignored by everyone? Clark was thinking. He had always been happy for Luthor, because Luthor had gained everyone's recognition with his own abilities, and everyone agreed with his ideas. But now it seems that gaining recognition is only Luthor's first step. He obviously used everyone's recognition of him to do something. Although Clark can guarantee that in such a situation, Luthor's starting point is definitely for the betterment of the whole, but with Luthor's extremely radical style, if he came up with any big plan, the people who might get hurt would not be just 1 or 2 people. Clark was still thinking, but soon, reality gave the answer. No one paid attention to Luthor's repetition of the plan that everyone had long been familiar with, and their minds were relaxed to the extreme. At this moment, a huge green shadow slowly emerged behind Luthor. When everyone saw the other party's existence clearly, it was too late. A beam of heat vision similar to Superman's shot out from the monster's eyes, instantly piercing Luthor and splitting his body in two. It's Martian Manhunter. The person that Luthor used the entire ARC project as bait to lead everyone to forget was none other than the Martian Manhunter. At the moment when all the heroes gathered, Martian Manhunter finally launched the attack. After seeing the smile that remained on Luthor's body after being cut by the heat vision, Clark understood it completely. He didn't need any explanation, and he also understood Luthor's plan. After Martian Manhunter was infected, Clark also consulted some heroes about Martian Manhunter's abilities and learned about several particularly troublesome abilities such as invisibility and hollowness. The infected retain their intelligence, and they will use this retained intelligence, make full use of their own abilities, and find ways to make their lives end. This is especially true for a being with complex abilities like the Martian Manhunter. Eve will use her teleportation ability to lead the infected and heroes to fight guerrilla warfare, so the Martian Hunter will naturally use his own abilities to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. Luthor took this into consideration. Superman would stay on Earth, Wonder Woman would go to outer space, and once the last 2 pillar heroes were separated, Martian Manhunter would be fully capable of defeating them one by one. So Luthor planned this plan. He used the ARC project to dilute people's attention to the Martian Hunter, while packaging himself as the hope of mankind and the enemy of the anti-life equation. Bring all the heroes together again today. The careless hero, the fragile hope, the neglected Martian Manhunter. Luthor thought he had created almost all the favorable conditions, and at the cost of his own life, lured the Martian Manhunter out before the ARC took off. Just as Clark figured it out, an accident happened again. Luthor calculated everything, even himself, but he could not calculate every single person in depth. In this meeting, because the Flash was also the one who was going to travel to the alien planet, this time, Barry stood too close to force Luthor. The Martian Manhunter, who cut Luthor in half with his heat vision, then attacked Barry. Even though Barry tried to dodge and his speed force flashed through his body, his back was still scratched by the Martian Manhunter's sharp claws. Everyone saw this scene, but at this moment, no one could care about it, because the Martian Hunter was not a simple enemy. Luthor's death stimulated everyone. Even Superman still held back, but Green Arrow, Canary, Wonder Woman, and others no longer held back. The arrow exploded in the Martian Hunter's face, and the resulting smoke obscured his vision. A huge fist formed by green light energy punched the Martian Hunter away. Diana, holding the sword of Vulcan, can leave deep wounds visible to the bone with every attack. The extremely powerful Superman is enough to suppress the Martian Manhunter head-on. With so many other superheroes rushing in, even the former mainstay Martian Manhunter was ultimately defeated. He was killed in a very short time, and only then did everyone look at the cut-off Luthor. At this time, someone had already arrived in front of Luthor faster than anyone else. Mr. Luthor. Clark held up Luthor's body and burst into tears. He couldn't say such nonsense as "you will be fine." He knew about Luthor's injuries. Luthor also knew that his lower body was separated from his upper body. Although there would be no risk of infection because it was a thermal attack, he was definitely dead. Looks like I messed up. Luthor saw clearly that Martian Manhunter attacked Barry and the speedster was infected. Although the Martian Manhunter was dealt with, more troublesome things happened. He smiled at himself, thinking that he was the smartest man on Earth, but when it came to this life and death moment, he still couldn't create a miracle like Batman. Boy. Luthor frankly admitted his failure and faced his own death, but at the last moment, he looked at Clark in front of him. It was obvious that this kid would become the person he hated the most when he grew up, but at this moment, the other party's next answer was his last thought. Boy, you know what I'm thinking, right? The two of them had once been in tune with each other, just as Clark understood Luthor's plan the moment the Martian Manhunter appeared. Luthor also keenly felt that Clark already knew everything about him. I understand everything. Really? That's great. So this is what it feels like to be understood. The people who gathered around Luthor did not come for profit, but were simply impressed by his strength. In fact, no one understood this arrogant genius at all. But at this moment, the person who understood Luthor appeared. If you could travel through time and leave this world right now, how wonderful it would be. After saying his last words, Luthor died completely. This arrogant enemy of Superman finally died at the hands of his own wisdom. Clark burst into tears, and all the heroes felt sad. Although Luthor was not a good person, his actions during this period made them acknowledge this companion and comrade. Superman, Barry is gone. There was not too long of silence for Luthor's death. With Canary's reminder, everyone realized that a bigger trouble had arisen at this moment. Barry Allen, who was attacked by the Martian Manhunter, was completely out of control at this time. The self-healing ability brought by the Speed Force comes from the performance of acceleration, which can speed up his own self-healing ability, but it is obvious that the self-healing ability of ordinary creatures cannot resist the control of the anti-life equation at all. Barry resisted and wailed, but was ultimately controlled by the virus. Transforming into yellow lightning, he left the Fortress of Solitude at the speed of light and ran towards the Gotham Forest. Barry Allen, the gentle and kind Flash who was once the last conscience of the Justice League, is dead. What appeared now was a demon that spread death at the speed of a billion light. At the moment Canary spoke, Barry had already appeared in Gotham City and instantly infected all the survivors on an entire street. The biggest disaster has happened. I'll stop him. Wally the Flash also has super speed in his body. He knows that there are not many people in this world who can catch up with Barry. Even Superman can only be on par with Barry at most. It is very difficult to catch up with and subdue him. So Wally immediately planned to set out to stop Barry from spreading the virus. But he had just started running when Superman arrived in front of him at a faster speed and stopped him. Wally, wait a minute. Barry has a better control over the Speed Force than you do. It's too dangerous for you to deal with him. We can't afford the loss of 2 speedsters being infected. Hearing this, Wally also stopped, but the problem was still not solved. Then who can stop Barry? If there are no restrictions, he can infect all the remaining survivors in less than 5 minutes, even the Amazon warriors on Paradise Island. Wonder Woman did not refute this. She was confident that the Amazons were all-powerful warriors, but with Barry's speed, being infected would only take a moment. After all, keeping up with the Speed Force was something only a few people could achieve. Of course, I can stop Barry, but... Looking at the confusion on Superman's face, everyone knew what Superman was worried about. Barry's speed is not something that Superman can catch up with easily, he must use all his strength. But given Barry's physical condition, facing Superman at his full strength, it's obvious what the outcome would be. He would definitely die. There was no way Superman would show mercy in that situation. Superman? It's time. Diana suddenly said this, and Superman also understood the meaning of her words. Yeah, it's time. Superman nodded. It was time for him to put away his kindness. He had to kill his former comrade, Barry Allen, with his own hands. I'm going. With that, Superman flew out of the Fortress of Solitude. Instead of chasing Barry on the ground, he flew straight into space and used his supervision to lock onto the running Barry in space. On the ground, Barry can use the Speed Force technology to accelerate the objects he touches, so no matter how fast he runs, he will not encounter much air resistance. But it is different for Superman. He needs to use the Speed Force to constantly fight against the air resistance, and even has to pay attention to eliminating the impact of the sonic boom. Only when he enters the space environment can he truly fly at full speed. Barry seemed to feel Superman's lock on him. Instead of continuing to infect the survivors, he ran at a faster speed and instantly ran around the Earth several times. He wants to escape from Superman's lock. Superman did the same, constantly locking onto Barry's position in space, and also began to fly around the Earth, also at an increasing speed. In the end, Superman, who had no obstacles in space, finally surpassed Barry in speed, and seized the moment when Barry had to turn because of the tall building in front of him, and dived towards the ground. It seems to be the distance from the ground to space, but for Superman, it is only 1 or 2 seconds, and the winner is decided between the two. Superman was like a cannonball falling from the universe, hitting Barry directly and smashing him into pieces. Barry Allen, the Flash, died, without a trace left. Superman stopped and just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but the pain he felt suddenly pulled his heart into the abyss. How come? Looking down, Superman discovered that one of Barry's ribs had pierced a small part of his abdomen. The injury was very minor, but it also meant that Superman's body had been invaded by the virus. No, I want to tell everyone. Superman didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards the Fortress of Solitude. When he entered the Fortress of Solitude, the wound on his abdomen appeared in front of everyone. No one yelled or screamed, no one showed disbelief, but everyone's heart sank to the bottom at this moment. I'm sorry, guys. I'm infected. Little Jonathan and Louise had the biggest reaction. They came up at the same time and hugged the father and husband in front of them. I'm sorry, I can't protect you anymore, so I'm leaving. Go with the Ark and don't come back. After comforting his son and wife, Superman's face had become very bad, but he still told everyone that all the next matters would be left to Diana to decide, and then came to Clark. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I may not be the Superman who can bring hope. Wait a moment. With that, Superman rushed into the depths of the Fortress of Solitude, and reappeared the next moment with a brand new Superman suit in his hands. Follow Jonathan and the others and leave. This is a battle suit specially made for you using Kryptonian technology. I never had the chance to give it to you, but now, I finally get what I wanted. Superman said, stroking Clark's head. You don't have to be a Superman, just be yourself, you will definitely be better than me. Luthor, who understood him, and Superman, who saved him and whom he always admired. In a short period of time, these two important people were going to leave Clark. Clark was already in tears. Superman knew that he had no time left, and finally gave everyone another hopeful smile. Everyone, I believe that you will win the final victory. After saying that, Superman turned around without any hesitation and left the Fortress of Solitude. He soared into the sky, flying towards the depths of the universe without any destination. When he left the Earth, he did not feel pain because of the virus, but shed tears, but he did not hesitate. Joe, Louise, must live. With every thought, he flew across a galaxy. He tried to get as far away from the planet he loved as possible before his sanity disappeared. But, it was all in vain. Along with the painful wails and roars in the universe, the son of Krypton, who brought hope to people and saved the world from disaster, eventually became a slave to the anti-life equation. When the last bit of reluctance in his eyes disappeared, when he looked back towards the direction of the Earth again, all that was left in his eyes was a desire to kill. The former relaxed atmosphere in the Fortress of Solitude has disappeared. When Superman was around, all the heroes could speak freely and express their views and opinions about the future. But now, with Superman falling, everyone suddenly found themselves under the heavy pressure of several more people, and this heavy pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. Even Wonder Woman, the last pillar of heroism, is like this. Maybe on Paradise Island, among the Amazons, she could be a leader, but here, among so many heroes, she was not qualified to lead such a team. No matter how much he learned as an Amazon and a demigod, there was still a huge gap between him and ordinary humans. They couldn't even share many concepts. This is why Wonder Woman always serves as a check on Superman in the Justice League and does not really interfere in the management of the League. But now, even if she is not good at it, she has to take up the banner. In a disaster, only powerful strength can convince people. Superman and Luthor have both fallen, and even if Wonder Woman wants to hide, she can't. Alright everyone, the plan has changed. Many of those who were originally going to follow the Ark to the alien planet will have to stay behind. Wonder Woman didn't say it explicitly, but everyone knew what she meant. Superman tried his best to get away from the Earth, but when he was completely controlled by the virus, he returned to Earth and learned the concept of time. Not only do they have to launch the Ark project as quickly as possible, but most of the heroes have to stay on Earth to prepare for a possible battle with Superman. Damian. Wonder Woman looked at the present Batman, who understood what she meant and pulled out a small box from his bat belt. Bruce prepared countermeasures for all heroes he considered a major threat during his lifetime. Now, apart from your lies against Diana, I only have Superman's box left. Wonder Woman nodded and took the box from Damian. You don't need to look to know that what's inside is the best quality kryptonite prepared by Batman. It is also the kryptonite with the highest radiation level currently. This is the only way a smart person like Batman could figure out to deal with Superman. When Superman loses control, the only way to deal with him is to weaken him with kryptonite and the Red Sun, and then hope that Superman can regain his sanity. That's right, even if the plan is completed to the end, the key still requires Superman to regain his sanity. Whether it is the Red Sun or kryptonite, the influence on Superman is not absolute. The only one who can fight against Superman is Superman himself. Should I say, as expected of Batman? This is really his style. Green Arrow suddenly spoke because the atmosphere was too serious. He really needed to talk, otherwise he would suffocate. Such words that clearly implied the meaning of Black Batman naturally led to Damian's counterattack, and his way of counterattack was very simple, just one sentence. But Batman didn't leave you any options. In one sentence, Green Arrow was silenced. Batman not targeting me doesn't seem to be something to be happy about. Damn Batman. This little farce did not ease the atmosphere in the Fortress of Solitude. They didn't know when Superman would return to Earth and start killing people. Tomorrow, we don't know when Superman will come back, so tomorrow, the Ark will take off. The plan Luthor left behind has been arranged very clearly. Everyone should speed up and execute it according to the original plan. Everyone nodded silently. There wasn't much change. They just had to speed up. This was the best result. In fact, Wonder Woman herself didn't know what she could arrange. Although Luthor was annoying, his abilities were no different. So what about Superman? Someone suddenly asked. The infected Superman is always the biggest threat in everyone's mind. If there is no one to deal with Superman, they will never have confidence. Wonder Woman also understood this. She shook the box of kryptonite in her hand and then said, I will go and deal with Superman and buy all the time. The rest will be up to you. With that, Wonder Woman left the Fortress of Solitude, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. She is a warrior, and what she is best at is fighting. In this case, she will face the current situation in the way she is best at. The heroes all took action, notifying the survivors, counting the number of people, and all kinds of complicated tasks that were originally planned to take 3 or 4 days, but now had to be completed within 1 day. No one had any extra time to waste. Only little Jonathan, the son of Superman, came to Clark's side and watched him pick up Luthor's body and leave the Fortress of Solitude step by step. Clark. Little Jonathan wanted to speak to comfort Clark, but he soon realized that in terms of sadness, he was not much better than Clark in losing his father, and he was simply unable to comfort other people. Joe, will you throw a punch at your father if you have to? The seemingly irrelevant question actually hits the nail on the head. No one knows how the battle between Wonder Woman and Superman will end, but if Wonder Woman is defeated, the only one who can stop Superman is him, the son of Superman, right? And by then, will he really have the courage to punch his invincible father? Little Jonathan wanted to say that he could, but Wonder Woman was still here and there were people who could stand in front of him, so he couldn't say it. He admired himself and his father, but it was precisely because of this admiration that when Superman became his enemy, it turned into fear from the bottom of his heart. I understand. Clark nodded, holding Luthor's body, left the Fortress of Solitude and flew towards Metropolis. In Metropolis, Clark skillfully found the ruins of the former Lex Tower and the passage leading to the secret base. Mr. Luthor, your evaluation is not wrong. Little Jonathan may indeed be able to create a miracle, but I can't just stand by and watch and wait for a miracle. However, Clark did not rush in. Instead, he used thermal vision to dig a large pit nearby, buried Luthor's body here, and simply engraved Luthor's name on a stone slab found in the ruins of Lex Tower. The genius Lex Luthor is buried here. Clark, who had already been authorized, easily entered the secret base. He didn't consider using the various weapons made of kryptonite here. These things had no meaning in the battle between the two Kryptonians. Although I have thought about whether to give the kryptonite here to Wonder Woman, but after thinking it over carefully, I decided not to. With the kryptonite provided by Batman, it is enough. As for other people, other heroes, even if they have kryptonite, it will be completely useless in front of a Superman who has lost his mind. Clark came all the way to the deepest part of the base and saw the black armor that was tailor-made for him. Unlike Batman's bat suit, this suit of armor does not provide any help to the wearer. The strength, speed, and other aspects remain the same as the wearer himself. Even the strength is at most on par with a normal Superman suit. This set of armor has only one function, which is to continuously release the solar energy that is most suitable for Kryptonians to absorb. It can continuously help Kryptonians recover their physical strength in battle and even continue to become stronger. The function is simple, but it is the most suitable equipment for Kryptonians. Is that why they say the person who knows you best is always your enemy? As a companion, Batman is wary of the risk of Superman losing control, but is also happy for Superman to take the initiative to weaken himself to a certain extent. But Luthor, as the enemy, had already prepared equipment for Superman. And combined with the red kryptonite, which can cause Kryptonians to absorb energy out of control, Clark's power can definitely skyrocket in a short period of time. After taking off his battlesuit which had become tattered due to training with Sivana, Clark changed into a smaller Superman suit but of the same style as Superman, and then planned to put on this black armor. But just as Clark was about to touch the armor, he remembered Luthor's last words before his death. It would be great if you could travel through time and leave this world right now. Clark smiled. By leaving this world and returning to his own world, he would naturally be away from the threat of the anti-life equation virus. Even though he was about to die, Luthor deduced that something would definitely happen to Superman simply based on the fact that the Flash was infected. You don't want me to fight Superman anymore. At this moment, Clark no longer hesitated and reached out to take off the black armor. The armor that had been adjusted in advance by Luthor opened automatically after it touched Clark, allowing him to put it on easily. You were the one who wanted to give me the red kryptonite and the black armor, but now you don't want me to face the risk. As Clark entered, the armor slowly closed. Even though it was made by Luthor, there was still the iconic S logo on the chest, reflecting a metallic luster under the light. Now that things have come to this, how can I escape? Mr. Luthor, just rest assured. Walking out of the base, Clark faced the sunshine. I will protect the world you are willing to die for. Paradise Island, Clark came here wearing a battle armor. The function of the battle armor has been activated, and solar energy is constantly released from inside. This solar energy, which is the most suitable for Kryptonians to absorb after Luthor's research, makes him feel that he is getting stronger every moment. When he came to Paradise Island, he naturally came to find Wonder Woman, but before that, he met the awakened Sivana first. It seems that our little warrior is ready for battle. Sivana could still feel weak, but from the weapon in the other party's hand, she knew that the other party already knew everything that had happened before and was ready for a desperate battle. Yes, let us fight side by side. As he spoke, Clark extended his fist and lightly bumped it with the smiling Sivana. Let's have a competition. Let's see who can fight longer tomorrow. Whoever dies first loses. Hearing this, Clark smiled and nodded. Is this revenge? Sivana nodded. Of course, I must take revenge this time. It's so embarrassing to lose to my own disciple. The two soon separated, with Sivana heading to the border of Paradise Island to guard against the now frequent movements in the sea, while Clark continued on to the Crucible where Wonder Woman was. However, both of them sincerely hoped that the other party would not lose to them this time. Soon, Clark arrived at the furnace on Paradise Island. Rather than calling it a furnace, it is better to describe this place as a room where a blazing flame is always burning. In this raging fire that was enough to burn an ordinary person to death in an instant, Diana stood where the flames were most fierce, using an iron hammer to forge the sword of the god of fire in her hand again and again. He incorporated the kryptonite he got from Damien into the sword of Vulcan and named it the sword of Godkiller. And the murderous god is the god on earth. Clark's arrival did not make Diana turn back. She continued to forge the sword in her hand, but she still spoke. Are you ready to fight? Clark nodded. He knew that even if he didn't look back, Wonder Woman would be able to sense his actions. In response to Clark's answer, Wonder Woman was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke. If I fail, I'll leave it to you. Canary has already used the green light to notify the Green Lantern Corps. No matter what, please stop the crazy Superman before the Green Lantern Corps arrives. Luthor anticipated that Wonder Woman could not defeat Superman, and Wonder Woman herself actually had a similar premonition. Even with the god-killing sword infused with kryptonite, she did not think she could defeat a Superman who was fighting with all his might and without holding back. I understand. Clark nodded, then left the furnace and returned to Paradise Island, quietly waiting for the battle to come. With the active cooperation of many heroes and survivors, the ground finally cracked open on the second day, and the Ark spacecraft that had been built underground revealed its huge figure. The survivors began to board the ship. And at this moment, the sea boiled. Aquaman Arthur, who realized that humans were radically fleeing the Earth or knew that Superman had fallen, chose to take action at this moment. He led all the infected Atlanteans and controlled the giant sea monster Kraken to attack Paradise Island. The survivors began to board the ship at full speed, and the heroes stood up one after another to fight against the army of infected led by Arthur. And Clark, wearing black armor, is among them. His thermal vision was now tight enough to easily slice through the bodies of ordinary Atlanteans, and his super breath could blow away a crowd. Although everyone knew that the other party was not the Superman who brought hope to people, at this moment, looking at Clark's figure flying in the air and the red cloak revealing the black armor, the faint hope burned in everyone's heart again. They are far from despairing, and there are still people fighting with hope. Clark, little Jonathan and Damian on the Ark saw this scene clearly. Little Jonathan wanted to rush out to help, even though he was Superman's son and his strength was obviously stronger than Clark's, but Clark was desperately trying to buy time for them. The guilt in his heart almost drove him crazy. In the end, it was Damian who stopped him. Joe, don't belittle yourself. We are sorry to Clark, but that is why we need to stay here and bring hope to these people they are trying so hard to protect.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.